more hit.
Bang, that is it for Cordelia.
Bam.
Team Tonberry finished FF8.
I think that was a
pretty dang clean.
A sub 30, if I am not mistaken. Got Griever going into phase 3 here for Team Moogle. Team Mog, excuse me. Moogle Mog.
I'm curious on what their final times are going to be, because again, for the most part, they were playing so incredibly close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. The minus 24 line, they're like literally hugging that line the entire way through from Medea and Cypher.
Minus that one part where the PS2 froze. It's like almost exactly the same pace.
This is the second relay I've done commentary where a PS2 has gone awry on Final Fantasy VIII. It's ridiculous.
All right. 2 matches left still. Also, welcome into our Final Fantasy XIII commentators who are joining us.
Hello.
Oh, hello, everyone. Would you like to introduce yourselves and start talking about your run a little bit? We have a little bit of time for Team Mog before they split.
Yeah, I'd love to. So I'm Roosta, once again, giving you a commentary for FF13 here. We're going to have a rotating cast of commentators throughout the run, so we'll see some different people, but for now I'll go ahead and say, Maelstrom, you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, hello, I'm Maelstrom. I haven't run this game in a long time, but hopefully I still remember enough of it that it makes some sense.
You were one of the people that were doing runs when I was first getting into it, and so you definitely were someone I watched and learned a lot from, so I'm happy to have you here. And we're going to have a few different people. Zero is going to do some commentary, and then we'll have a different Zero, the one from FF12, joining for some commentary, and then Madelon also. But for now, I'll just go ahead and mention we have 3 really incredible runners doing FF13 today. Kayarune's already gotten started with Team Tonberry, and then we'll have, I'll reintroduce them when they come up, but we'll have MMM for Team Mog, and then for Choco, we'll have Zero Elite. And yeah, so just some things to watch out for while FF8's going on is we're basically... FF13 is a very different game from a lot of the ones we've seen so far. In the fights, we're only in control of one character, and we've got party members that are doing their own things, controlled by AI. And then here in the Overworld, which you see right now, we're basically running around through these enemies, and the enemies are dodgeable. So these encounters are... The game, I think, expects you to fight them, and so there's a lot of different things that we're going to be going by, but we don't need to fight almost any of them. So these overworld enemies, when you touch them, they start the encounters, so we're going to be trying to not touch them, and they're going to be trying to touch us, so it's going to be like a really interesting game of trying to understand their AI, get around them, and then fight through the fights that are necessary. So, since the run's already gotten started, we had one fight earlier. That was the Menasvin Mormac Bar 1. It's part 1 of many. We'll be fighting different iterations of this boss. But now we're on to a Soldier plus a Pantheron. A lot of these early fights are very simple, and they're essentially tutorials, and they even are literally tutorials that we're skipping. But they're basically teaching you about some various aspects of the game, just like how to input commands, how to stagger enemies, which is something we've been seeing in some other games, not all of them, but FF13, I think FF13 is actually the first one that introduced this stagger mechanic. So that's what this next tutorial is going to be for. Above the enemy's HP bars, you'll see that there's a stagger bar, and that's pretty much just a multiplier that increases the amount of damage they take until they reach a threshold, at which point they'll be staggered, which makes them really easy to interrupt, and they'll take 100% more damage once they've reached this. So here for the Psychom Marauder, you can see it's at 101, and that number is going up slowly, but then once it reaches, I think it's 105, maybe, sorry, 100, yeah, 105, we'll see shortly. Actually, we won't see that it goes to 204 there, and so it takes a lot more. We already see one of the crazy optimizations that's relatively recent, which is that when an enemy is staggered while you're targeting them, the game actually slows down. It's like a sort of cinematic animation of just like, wow, this is so cool. You did enough to stagger this guy. But that costs about a second, and so we've realized that you can skip that by not targeting them while they stagger, and that's the stagger slowdown skip. And so even in that fight, we're already seeing second optimizations, and there's many, many times that we do things like this throughout the run.
Coming up on the final couple of hits for Team Mog here. Will Tamisha getting a little baby action on
Of
Quistis,
course.
sending her to the Nether Realm, and then
It's always got to be a baby.
it's always the baby. So many times, so many streams have heard it's the baby.
Couple hits left. Thio's making fast work of the propagators.
They are indeed some propagators. And ultimate hit.
Oh, come on, Ultimacia, please.
Are we going to see a drop off? Nope. Okay.
This is a really slow animation.
It's always hard to tell with the running, like what she's casting, because it overrides. All right, and all right, coming up on the last split here for Mog.
There we go.
Zombie was blown away and split. GG Team Mog.
GG Team Mog.
GG.
PS Toten 2 froze. Didn't let them slow him down.
GG's all around. Well, I think we're probably going to give the majority of the rest of the commentary to 13. I'm still going to stick around and do some splits here for Sayo and kind of sub in commentary where it seems appropriate. But I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to everyone. I appreciate watching the majority of Final Fantasy VIII and hear us talking about it. And that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
GG on the runners.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both.
All right.
Free to interrupt us if anything strange happens to Sayo.
Absolutely. Speaking of strange things happening, I wasn't able to shout it out, but each of these dodges is just something you have to learn and understand how to dodge. And one of the more impossible ones that Kaya just passed was the, and literally called the legendary dodge because it's so hard to get. You know, just casually getting it in a relay run. That's very impressive.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. We're already seeing strange things happen. In that Marauder fight, that was the stagger tutorial, he almost died. And so I'd use a potion there, and then he gets the legendary dodge. It's just, you know, crazy stuff's already going on. But next up, there's this beta behemoth fight. None of these fights are very scary, but there's just lots of little optimizations. So for example, in that fight, you don't have to potion because Lebro will always heal you. But when Lebro heals you, it takes her a little bit longer than it would take you to heal yourself. And so you try and dodge his hits and then potion yourself to stop her from potioning. Just a lot of stuff like that to watch out for. Now in this next fight, the Myrmidon fight, the optimization that we have to worry about is that he can jump around so fast that he can dodge our attacks. He also does enough damage to kill someone. So you have to potion here. So this potion is not like the Marauder one where it's not something you want to be doing. But you'll see Kaya will, you know, execute strings early, like that one, for example, and that's just to try and make sure that he can't dodge. Once he staggers out, you'll see he stops actually being able to move while we're attacking him, and it's just pretty from there.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that all of the 13 runners will be using the fire cursor targeting system, which makes it just a little bit easier to do some of these kind of early inputs and kind of quicker strings, because you don't have to go through the targeting menu. There's like a bit extra menu delay if you're using that system.
Whenever I do commentary for this, I never actually know how to explain what that is, because I started playing the game and just put it on fire cursor because that's what the notes said. So appreciate the explanation there.
Yeah, so with fire cursor, you're basically like selecting enemies kind of as they appear from your camera position on the world, which can be annoying sometimes if there's lots of enemies close together and you're trying to target a certain one. But especially for boss fights or like when there's a main enemy that you're focusing down, it makes it much easier to execute strings quickly, which is pretty crucial to a lot of later strategies.
Yeah, so Kaya is now doing the final dodge. This is the other dodge, which is really inconsistent. This one is legendary, are the ones that you're least likely to get, and it looks like he's decided to not retry them. because it's a relay, and a lot of these early dodges you can basically get walled at, and it's chapter 1, so people will just reset their runs. But since this is a relay, he is just fighting. It's not too long of a fight, it's just one of those things where it's so early in the run that it's just cheap to people.
Yeah. I guess there is a slight chance of things like Phoenix down drops as well, which is not necessarily completely useless to have available.
There's a bit of a gill route to this speedrun. You need to reach certain thresholds, which you're more than likely to reach just from the mandatory fights, but you also might not do that. And so, a little bit of safety here and there definitely goes a long way. In that fight with the Pantheron plus the soldier that MMM just did, there's another stagger slowdown skip that's been routed in there. This is something that we've been finding more and more of, where it doesn't feel like it's possible. There's only 2 enemies, and you have to be not targeting them. Your other option for not targeting is to just go into the potion menu to get that time save. But I'm at the point now where I think we're more than half the fights that you do as stagger, we have the stagger slowdown skip routed in, and I think it's more than 100 fights in this run. So it's really impressive how much. If it's a second each time, then we're talking about more than a minute of time save, I'd say.
Yeah,
it's kind of insane.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is actually something that it took us a while to even realize what it was, because for a while we knew that it was, if you were on a potion, that would be enough to stop the animation. But then eventually we realized the enemy that's being staggered can't be targeted. So if you look at MMM's stream, he did not get it here. This is a little bit random because of how many hits hit the Marauder and whether you can actually have the cursor on them at the time. And you don't actually want to waste time doing it because it's only a second. But if you can, then it's just nice. And here it's going a little bit more normal. Light's not in danger of dying, so no potions here. Now, on Kaya's, we're already done with chapter 1, so now we're on chapter 2. One of the important things about this chapter is that these enemies, all enemies in the game have a chance to drop shrouds. And so enemies that drop guaranteed things, like enemies that drop shops, usually drop those shops in the shroud slot, but otherwise they'll drop shrouds, which we can use for the run. And those shrouds do a variety of things. There's going to be 3 main ones that they'll drop. There's the Fortisol, Deceptisol, and Aegisol. We're going to need to use all of these, but the most important one we're looking for right now is Deceptisol. Deceptisol, what it does is it makes it so that you use it in the overworld, and it makes it so that your party cannot be seen by enemies. And if they start a fight with the Deceptisol active, it'll be a preemptive strike, if possible. And so we need, I think, 3 of these that are routed in, and these enemies are guaranteed to drop them if you complete the fight slower than a certain rate. For some reason, the drop rates are such that the fewer stars you have, the more likely you are to get the drop. And so what we do is we just actually put the battle speed down and do this fight slower than, I think it's 23 seconds, and it'll guarantee us some Deceptisols here, which are really nice. Just to mention really quick, go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah, so the other shrouds, I just want to say the Fortisol basically gives you offensive buffs, and the Aegisol gives you defensive buffs. We do need those for some fights, but we can get more of them from dismantling some items that we get later. So those are guaranteed, whereas Deceptisols, we really have to get them here.
Yeah, so just to explain the drop rates and stuff a little bit more, you might have noticed whenever each of the runners finish a battle, there's a result screen that pops up, admittedly very quickly, because obviously they're mashing through it as fast as they can. But you get a few bits of information there, including how long it took you to do the battle, how many CP you get, which is a fixed amount of Crystarium points, which is used for leveling up later on. So all of this stuff isn't really kind of useful information for the runners, so it's not like you're necessarily paying attention to it. But the other thing you can see is a star rating, and that star rating is based on, like Roosta said, there's a battle time that the game kind of expects you to be able to beat certain fights in. It's calculated based on your stats and the stats of the enemy, and it goes from 0 stars up to 5 stars. And for each star ranking, I can't remember if it's 3 or 2 that's like the middle point, but basically each ranking higher, I think, doubles the chance for a rare drop and halves the chance for a shroud drop, and then the opposite direction going the other way. So the lower down you have, the less chance it is to get a rare drop, but the higher chance it is to get that shroud drop.
And yeah, for some reason the shrouds are like the not rare drop, but for us they are very, very good. The first few shrouds save a good amount of time, and so you'll often describe a run with basically how many random shrouds you got. Like, oh, this was the 3 Decept run, or something. You got really lucky. We also know the probabilities for all of these fights and whether they drop Fortisols, Deceptisols, Aegisols. Like for example, the fight that Kyrune's on right now, that's a Fortisol fight. And I think it's either 6 or 12% for these, but as you go through the various chapters, the chance goes down further and further. So it gets to be kind of crazy when you actually get one at later points, which, you know, I'm pretty sure every fight that you can get one, someone's gotten one at some point. And it's just like, wow, I can't believe I got one on this random fight and just get some nice time save from it.
Yeah, the rate starts off, I think it's something like 25% or 12% in chapter 2. I think even by the time you're in chapter 5 or 6, it's down under 1%.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So much smaller even than further on.
Actually, I'll just mention really quickly that fight that Kaya just did was a non-mandatory fight. So that was one of the few ones we'll do. There's a chest in that's being guarded by that fight. That's one of the weapons for lightning that's quite nice. I'll just mention that is M.
Yeah, is M having issues?
I'm just wondering. Oh, okay. I think we're okay. Maybe it's controller disconnected or something. Yeah, we don't do we do very few extra fights, and that one's just specifically because that one lightning weapon saves enough time on various fights that it's worth actually getting. It's quite a nice weapon, and I think it's actually the one we upgrade for her. Or no, that's a Gradius, right? So actually pretty much just gonna be using that for a few early fights, and then we're gonna upgrade her default weapon. In this game, the different weapons all have different characteristics to them, and when you upgrade them, it's a pretty big resource investment. And it turns out that the base weapons that they start with are cheaper to upgrade and have worse returns on your upgrades, but the larger investment does not have, relative to the investment, that big of a improvement. So we stick to the upgrades and the cheaper ones, and that's good enough for us for all the weapons. For the accessories, we can get much nicer accessories, but the weapons themselves are way more of an investment than we get with just the things we get along the run.
Yeah, and I guess to clarify kind of why the fight is needed, like we said, enemy encounters kind of sit on the overworld in this game.
Right.
So when you enter a region near the enemy, you'll notice that the minimap in the top corner turns red. And there's basically like an encounter zone around the enemy where they can wander around freely. When you're in that encounter zone, you can't interact with certain things, including chests, until the enemy has been cleared out. So you have to be able to kill the encounter to be able to get to whatever chest is guarding, as we call it. And the red boundaries there will also become more relevant again when we start getting to kind of dodges with deceps and decep cancels, which we'll talk about kind of when it comes up later.
Yep, exactly. But for now, we're still working our way through Chapter 2 while MMM is doing the same last fight. He almost made it to the exit. These Psycom aerial recon, they're sort of a class of soldier that flies around, and they're very difficult to dodge. But they fly far away, so if you enter the battle zone at the right time, you'll be able to basically get through the zone before they can get to you. But so far, we haven't seen that successfully. But we'll have one more chance on Team Choco in a little bit.
It's also unfortunate the last time we see hand grenade.
The hand grenade is a really interesting weapon. It's one of the default things that Snow starts out with, and for some reason, it's physical damage based off of Snow's magic stat. Yeah, I don't really get it, but it's an AOE. Attack spell? I don't know. We don't know where the hand grenades come from. It's never explained.
Fire it in a box, basically.
Yeah, but it's a very useful weapon it's useful attack for these early fights, but it would quickly be outclassed by the attacks that they were granted soon. But right now at this point in the story, our party members are supposed to be normal humans, and sort of the main plot point that's coming up is that with this encounter with this sort of godlike creature called the Foul Sea, they'll be granted powers and a mission, and the bulk of the story of FF13 is basically about, is it worth following this mission given these powers that you have, or is it, do you want to fight against your fate and do your own thing? But those powers that were granted are pretty strong and allow us to fight these enemies and many more throughout the run.
Yeah, Kaya unfortunately missed the double gas dodge there. It's quite interesting enemies to work around because, like, as you might expect, they have quite wide hitboxes, but quite narrow. Like, they are very much just rectangles in your way. But they have a nice tendency to want to kind of see you and then run straight at you, it makes them very manipulable. So there's a lot of kind of... I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but hopefully when M gets there, we can talk about the dodge, the single gas before it, because that's quite interesting.
Yeah. So something about speedrunning FF13 is that you pretty much have to have like a mental model of the AI of every type of enemy and more or less every enemy and dodge in the run. It's just something that you gain more and more experience with, and you gain an intuition for how enemies work and how to dodge them. But more or less, every enemy has something like when they see you, they'll come towards you. Some of them will actually just stand still, and some of them will do different things. But in general, that's like the number one thing, is that when they see you, they will try and attack you, and that can allow you to manipulate them in various ways. But now it's the fight with that fallacy I was telling you about, Anima. And this is a pretty straightforward fight. It's our last time that we're just using attacks and hand grenades. We're not controlling Snow. When you don't control Snow, you won't use hand grenades. So it's just a matter of arranging your attacks and your Blitz, which is an attack that's an AoE attack, such that we do damage as much as possible. Anima has a counterattack, so we're holding our attacks between his counterattacks so we don't get interrupted. And yeah, just working our way through his HP. We've actually used a Fortisol here. This is one of the routed in Fortisols. There's not too many of them. I think only like 7 or 8 throughout the run, but this just is one of those fights where our toolbox is so limited that just having the haste plus bravery just gives us enough extra damage that it's worth using it here. I think it's about a minute of time saved just from this Fortisol, so...
Yeah, there's really not a lot else you can kind of do here, so
yeah,
those buffs
exactly.
make a pretty huge distinction, because I think haste is double ATB speed and bravery is 1.67 times strength, I believe.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I was going to say 1.3, but it's different from all the runs, and so you get the numbers mixed up.
It's 1.4, I have checked.
There you go. We were both wrong.
Yes, I rather prudently pulled up the game mechanics guide before we started talking.
Better than just lying.
Yeah.
But now on Kaya's stream, on the Tonberry stream, we can see on the party breakdown, there's multiple roles now. So there's Commando and Ravager. Those are the first two that are being introduced to us. And then there's also the paradigm shift mechanic, which allows us to switch the roles of the party members in fights. So to give a brief description of those, and then we'll be encountering more later. But the Commando is supposed to be like you're attacking them, or you're like a physical type attack, and Ravager is like magician magic. That's not strictly accurate because the Commando has ruins, which are spells, and the spellcasters have strikes, which are physical attacks. But I mean, that's sort of the way I think about it. And I don't know if
it's more kind of non-elemental versus elemental damage.
Right, and so, but the key thing to watch is that the Ravagers are really good at raising the stagger bar. Different enemies have different resistance to being staggered, but in general, you're going to use your Ravagers to increase the stagger, and then the Commandos and other roles later on will be good at maintaining stagger duration. So the chain duration is the amount of time it takes for the stagger bar to run out. So in this game, you'll see that when you hit them, the stagger goes up, but the stagger also gradually falls back down. So what you do is your Ravager gives you that duration, or gives you that chain, and the Commando will stop it from going back down. So they'll give you the chain duration, and then when they're staggered, the stagger duration is calculated from the chain duration. So that's how long they stay staggered for. So if you're only using Ravagers to stagger them, you'll stagger them quickly, but they won't stay staggered for long. For us, we really have it calculated to the point where we know how much chain duration we need, and we use Ravagers as much as possible to stagger them as fast as possible, and then kill them with Commandos. I'll also mention that Commandos do a lot more damage, especially once they're staggered, and so it's going to be a lot of Ravagers as much as possible until they're staggered, and then Commandos as much as possible once they're staggered. I find when watching people play this game casually, what they tend to do is they tend to rely on the Relentless Assault paradigm, which is the 1 Commando, 2 Ravagers. It's a really good balance because the 1 Commando gives you enough chain duration, and the 2 Ravagers do enough staggering, and it's just like a really good middle ground. But for us, we don't want the middle ground. We want to go as fast as possible. So what we tend to do is more focused strategies with like Tri-Disaster, which is 3 Ravagers to stagger, and then as many as Commandos as possible, usually Cerberus if possible, which is 3 Commandos. So Kai actually I was going to talk about it, but he went through it so fast. he just went through the dodge that we call Gandalf, because Gandalf says you shall not pass. It's just one gas in the middle of this dodge that tends to stop you, but he did a great job of manipulating the AI. One thing that you have to be aware of with these enemies is that they all have their own AI, but when they're operating in a group, their AI is tied together. So one can notice you, and the other ones will start reacting, even though they can't necessarily see you. And so in that one, there's several different enemies that can notice you at different times and will cause different reactions. And so it can be a whole headache.
Yeah, there's also a couple of places around this section like you just saw on Kaya's stream, where it's faster to hit a certain trigger and then run backwards, because we're basically coming up on a cutscene trigger, and the line behind us to trigger it is closer than the line ahead of us would be. So you'll see that a couple of times, especially in Chapter 3, where running backwards is actually faster than running forwards.
Yeah, and even more advanced version of that, because that's essentially the same thing as the bridge skip. In Chapter 9, we take advantage of that mechanic to actually completely despawn some fights that we don't have to fight anymore, which is really nice.
Yeah. So quickly, just to cover the other two roles we have available, because they'll become relevant quite soon. So we have the Sentinel role on Snow at the moment, and Vanille also has access to the Medic role. The Medic is kind of what you'd expect. It's your primary healer. And Sentinel is kind of the tank of the party, so they specialize in kind of gaining the enemy's aggression and then also damage reduction states. And both of those will become quite relevant to potentially survive here, although I don't think we should need it if things go right.
So something that's really interesting, we actually do use it just for 1 second to provoke him, but the one thing to point out right here is Kai's about to use a potion. Potions are very good in the early game. It takes quite a while for the potion to be power creep. You know, when they were designing this game, you're only in control of one character, and so they had to make your one potion a multi-character heal, and it's quite a significant heal. And so one other thing that's really important about potions and items in general is that they do not consume ATB. So if you look on the left side, that's the ATB gauge, and we're inputting commands, and the commands consume the ATB that's being charged, and items do not have this feature to them. And so we can use a potion without losing any actions, and it can be quite fast. And yeah, the fight's already done. And we also used a potion there to do the stagger slow and skip, which is, you know, one of the many times we found it rather than. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, potions are a base recovery of 150 HP, which at the moment I think everyone's still under 200 at this point in the game. It's a 75% heal for basically no cost, which is pretty wild. We'll also be getting an accessory called the Doctor's Code, which doubles that, so it becomes a base recovery of 300 HP, which is still like quite a lot for the amount of HP we'll be having. Potions do eventually scale up if you get to, I think, 3000 HP or higher. It then becomes 5% of max, which I don't think we get anywhere near actually in the run. But it takes a long time still for us to kind of scale past the usefulness of potions, and even then they're still useful as like an additional source of healing when you don't necessarily want to paradigm shift, or you just want a little bit to top you up just to make things a little safer.
Potions are a primary source of healing pretty much through Chapter 10. There's a few fights where we do use the medic, but generally using a potion, if it's enough, is much faster than not using a potion, so...
Yeah, and we do also get Renew as well at some point, which is also a party-wide heal that doesn't require you to be in the medic role.
There are a few commands that use TP, which is just like another resource. I didn't mention before, but there's a fourth shroud, which is the Ether Soul, which gives you a bunch of TP. It gives you a full bar of TP, which is 5. And so there's a few commands that we use. There's Libra, which is a single TP that basically gives you information about enemies. But yeah, Renew uses 2, and it's a quite nice source of healing that we use throughout the run. Now on Kaya's stream, we're on the Frog Bridge, or as it's lovingly known, Brog Fridge. He's doing this without a Decepticol. This is one that there's just one frog is not too bad to dodge, but there's so many of them, and the bridge is so tight. But he managed to do it very quickly there, so it's very nice. So something else you'll notice when watching these fights is each enemy has their own different stagger point. And so the first tutorial happened in a fight where the stagger point was 104. So it took a long time to stagger them, but once you reach there, you got 100% more damage. Now, Kai is fighting the Alpha Behemoth, which has a much higher stagger point here. I think over 500. So as we go through the fight, you know, we're going to be on Ravager, which, as I mentioned, is Tri-Disaster, and just stagger as fast as possible. And we're not getting a ton of chain duration from this, but once we stagger, we know the stagger will last long enough that we'll be able to finish him off within his stagger.
Yeah, stagger does have a minimum and a maximum duration that could be attained. And so if you kind of come in under the minimum duration, you get kind of bumped up to that minimum point. And similarly, if you try and extend over the maximum, you just kind of get capped out. So there is kind of a bound in which it doesn't really matter if you're kind of outside of it, because you'll just get normalized into that range. And if that range is enough to do what we need to do, then that's ideal.
There's, I think, one exception to this. In terms of our strategy of, you know, giving enough stagger that we can finish them off. and it's just one fight where you have to stagger them to reach the second phase, and so there's a whole art to getting the slowest possible stagger, or sorry, the shortest possible stagger on that first phase. But that's not going to be until chapter 13, so we'll come back to that once we get there. That's actually one of the new strategies you might not have seen from MLSTRM,
Okay.
but we'll see.
Yeah, so MMM has also just reached the start of chapter 3. So a couple of things that we didn't get to cover the first time around is that so shopping. So shops in this game are kind of attached to the save points, which makes it kind of quite convenient because you can do things as you go along pretty easily. You don't have to go to a town and stock up. And like Roosta said earlier, the guild route in this game is pretty tight, so there's a lot of points in the run where selling and buying, I think early game it's mostly things like potions and Phoenix Downs just for survivability, and selling some accessories that we don't really want to use to make the money for that. And then later on in chapter 4, when upgrading is unlocked, then that becomes the next thing that we kind of care a lot about.
Yeah, the guild route, at least to this point in the run, is pretty fixed because you only need to sell about 1 Phoenix Down, and you'll be able to afford everything that we have routed into the run. But at this point, we have it routed down to the point where we know how many inputs it takes to get each shop. So like even in chapter 4, we'll do a shop where we are able to just like press up to just get the maximum number of items, which gives us exactly what we need instead of having to key in the exact number. But then once we get further into the run, the amount of gil we'll need comes down to just drops from enemies, and then it gets to be a little more random where things are in the menu and what items are used for upgrades. So now we see M also doing a great job doing the Gandalf dodge, so he's through there also.
And Kai is getting trolled by the Watch Drones, even with a Deceptor Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like we said, the Deceptor Soul kind of makes it so that enemies don't see you or like don't react to you. What it doesn't do is stop them from moving at all. So they can just decide to block your path sometimes, and now you have no way to manipulate it because they can't see you. So in situations like that, I just had to just kind of have to wait it out or try and sneak through somehow, or worst case, just kind of cancel your Decept on the fight and then go again after it's kind of reloaded and hope that they're a bit kinder the next time around.
You didn't mention Decept canceling, or you just mentioned it briefly, but yeah, okay. So, well, we'll go ahead and mention that.
Good example.
Yeah, so that was one of them. So a Decept cancel is pretty much a mechanic. That's the name that we have for you use a Deceptisol, and then if you start a fight before the Deceptisol runs out, it lasts for 30 seconds in the Overworld. But if you start a fight and then retry the fight, the Deceptisol won't be used. And so what that basically means is that you have infinite Deceptisols as long as you're just using them for dodges. The reason that we need more than one is that we use some of them to actually get the preempt to make the fights much faster. That's not really until quite a bit later. And so we can hang on to our first set of Deceptisols for pretty much the whole run until the midpoint of chapter 12, basically.
Yeah.
And
one additional trick with the Decept cancelling as well is that when you retry the fight, it places you on the boundary of the battle zone at the point where you last entered it.
Right, exactly.
So we can also use Decept cancelling to get past certain encounter areas by running past them, turning back around, and running into the fight, and then that'll respawn us past the battle zone, but with the Deceptisol intact.
Yeah, a bit of interesting history there is that the Japanese speedrun community originally considered this to be a glitch, and so they had to farm Deceptisols for quite a bit longer in Chapter 2, just to be able to, if they had to use one on every single Decept cancel, it became a question of like, do I want to try and do this without the Decept, or do I want to spend the extra 45 seconds it takes to farm this Decept for it? But eventually they came around to us, and now the top runners all are following our rules, so nice victory first for the speedrun. So yeah, in this Manasvin Warmech fight that M is doing now, we actually did use the Sentinel. It's just for literally 1 second. One important thing that the Sentinel can do is that they can use Provoke, which makes it so that the enemy attacks only them. This Provoke status only lasts while the Sentinel is out, but some enemies their AI is set up such that they'll continue using the same attack on the same character, and that is the Sentinel fight tutorial. And so that enemy is programmed to attack the Sentinel, and so we just bring them in for 1 second. And even though it's tutorial for the Sentinel, we just needed to change his target to Snow. Snow has quite a bit more HP than anyone else in the party, and that'll remain true throughout the run, and he's one of our main members of our primary party, and so he will always be useful to us as a Sentinel if necessary, although it tends to be faster to do damage than to not do damage, so we try and use as little Sentinel as possible.
I think also in the menu coming up for MMM, he's going to be dipping into the Crystarium a little bit, so we can talk about that in a second. Just because we didn't get a chance first time around.
Yep.
So the leveling system in 13, or I guess the stats in 13 to start off with, is quite cut down compared to a lot of previous Final Fantasy games. There's only actually 3 real stats that we have, which is HP, Strength, and Magic. Which is kind of a lot simpler than other games. You know, there's no defense stats or anything like that you're trying to upgrade. And the Crystarium is our leveling system, which is, I guess, probably most similar to things like the Sphere Grid and the License Board from FF10 and FF12 respectively, where each role has this kind of path that you can go down and spend these Crystarium points to gain either more stats or abilities for that role, and sometimes a couple of special things like ADB segments or some of the technical point skills that we mentioned earlier, like Renew and Libra, which are available across all the roles once unlocked. And so there's a lot of kind of thought and effort gone into minimizing the amount of Crystarium that needs to be done and kind of grouping menus up together to spend like as little time as possible. Not only because, you know, menuing is slower than not menuing, but also because when you're filling in the Crystarium, you kind of gain momentum as you go along. So the more you do at once, the faster it gets. And so grouping up the menus into bigger blocks works out faster in the long run if you can make the fights viable in between. Kaya also now has entered the Shiva fight at the end of Chapter 3, which is the first Gestalt fight. So the summons in this game, or the Eidolons, before you get each of them, you have to fight them to, I guess, prove your worth, I think. And so we get these Gestalt fights, which are a bit more of kind of a gimmick fight. So instead of just damaging the health bar like you normally would, you can see that there's a kind of purple target bar where the HP bar would normally be that's filling up over time. How this works is that it's based on the amount of chain you increase, and there's specific bonuses on each Eidolon fight based on the roles that the character is expected to use. So for example, for Snow here, he has Commando, Ravager, and Sentinel, so he gets a slight additional boost on top of Commando. I think Ravager's pretty normal, but he gets a pretty big boost for Sentinel. So you'll see here, when the big attack happens to Kaya, the bar will go up quite a lot, because he's in the Sentinel role.
Unfortunately for us as speedrunners, that's the best source of the Gestalt, but we have to rely on them to use the attacks to get it. And so it's just a matter of waiting for the attack a lot of the time with that fight. You can lose 10 or 15 seconds if Shiva just decides to stand still and not do anything.
Yeah, luckily Shiva's pattern is quite predictable, so it's usually not that bad.
Yep. Now we're on to Chapter 4 for Kaya. This is quite a difficult chapter in terms of the amount of randomness in it. There's a lot of bird enemies, and the bird enemies are some of the fastest ones. And so it's got a bit of a notorious reputation, but we'll be able to talk through everything that happens. Generally, enemies in this game are capped at their speed of movement around the speed of light, of your main party member. Even Hope runs a bit slower, and the enemies can be slower when you're forced to use them as a party leader. But there's a few enemies that are significantly faster, and one of them is actually the enemy that M just passed, those watch drones. And so you have to make sure that they're far enough away from you when you enter the zone that they won't be able to catch you once you're through the zone. And that's a whole thing. Like, M is coming up on some more of those watch drones, and we just have to deset them. They're too fast. There's no way to get by them consistently. It is possible, but it's just not something you can do consistently, and like that's a whole headache if you're doing shroudless. But actually, Kaya is coming up on another set of those same drums. We're passing them on the same time on both streams here, but we're going to be doing decept cancels on both streams at the same time. So, and just like MLSTRM mentioned, Kaya had to just wait there because once you're decept, you can't manipulate their AI, and so it's just gotta wait for them to move.
Yeah, I mean, these are both kind of good examples of decept cancelling in a very small space where you don't really get a lot of choice sometimes. One
other amusing thing about decepting is that when you start the preempt, you're able to retry the fight instantly, like as soon as the load finishes. Whereas when you start a normal fight, there's a whole little animation playing for the start of the fight, and so you save a little bit of time from that also. So when you fail a dodge, you lose extra time.
I never realized that.
It's one of those things where if you know you're gonna fail a dodge, it's a little bit faster if you use a decept. But rarely do you have the
chance. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The one time I think I've actually seen it is that there's a dodge in Chapter 10 where you can basically get stuck with no chance to dodge for a few seconds, and you're just going to fail it at some point. So if you can use a decept there, it's a little bit faster. But it's not a common thing. But now on Kaya's stream, we're into Chapter 4, and we actually have access to a new role here, which is Saboteur. And it's one of the more important roles. Like MLSTRM mentioned, there's not too many stats, just like the 3 of them, but there's a lot of different jobs, and there's a lot of different abilities from these different jobs. And so here we're learning about Saboteur and the ability to debuff enemies, specifically D-Shell. So if you look above the enemies, or below the enemy's HP bar, there's the status debuff there, which is D-Shell, which makes them take extra damage from magic attacks. And we're going to be doing most of our damage can be through physical, but there are a few places where D-Shell and magical attacks will make a big difference, and this is sort of just introducing it. One other important thing about the Saboteur role is that the Saboteur's attacks give chain duration. And so a lot of the time the Saboteur can serve as the party member that gives us that chain duration before stagger. We typically want to use Commando after stagger. So it'll be Saboteur, Raph before stagger, and Commando after stagger. And these multipliers can get quite high, and so this is how we're able to make it through the game with such low development. We're not doing any random grinding, besides a few extra places where we need some items, but almost never besides one fight for Christogen points.
Yeah, and debuffs in this game are kind of like you'd expect. They're a percentage infliction chance. So whenever you kind of hit the enemy with a debuff, you're rolling dice to see if you get it, but the chance is affected by the chain of the enemy. So the higher the enemy's chain is, that the same multiplier applies to the debuff infliction chance. So there are certain points in the run where sometimes in boss fights we will just be waiting for certain debuffs to land before we can continue, and you hope that they kind of get there before things get too crazy, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
But the other nice thing as well is kind of every time you attack an enemy with a debuff, increases the chain duration, but also you get an additional bump of chain duration once the debuff lands, which is also partly why Saboteur is so good at increasing chain duration.
Yep.
I think we also do have access to the Synergist role at this point as well. I think we're just not using it much.
No, actually, yeah, that Chapter 4 introduces both of them. So specifically, Saz is the Synergist and Vanilla is the Saboteur. We'll get some more characters that are good at these different roles, but actually, throughout the run, these are the best ones for this role, and we'll be using them literally until the very last fight for both of these characteristics, because they're so good at it.
Yeah, and it will be kind of shown a little bit more later on, but just to kind of quickly cover it, the Synergist role is the kind of buffer of the party. So Saboteur specializes in applying debuffs to enemies, and Synergist is applying status buffs to your allies.
Yep. And these multipliers basically multiply the length of the fight. So, if you get a 1.4 damage boost, then you're going to be doing the fight 1.4 times faster. So here on Kaya's stream, we see some of these birds, the first and probably easiest of these dodges, but there are several more that we'll be able to see if they're getting through here soon. Now we're coming up on the Shiva fight on M stream, so we'll get to see one more time the balancing of the different roles with Shiva's AI. One other thing about Shiva is that she can launch snow, which is very annoying because you're not able to input anything while you're being launched, but that launch attack also gives us quite a bit of Gestalt bar, so it helps us get closer to the end. One other thing that is possible, but we don't really take advantage of here, is when you're getting launched, you can actually use certain moves like TP or items to stop yourself from getting launched, but because of the fact that getting hit by this is actually advancing us towards the end of the fight, we just let her do it.
Yeah, so there's kind of two hidden values in the game called cut and keep. And keep is kind of your ability to resist being pushed back or launched, and cut is the attack's ability, like how well it interrupts certain things. And throwing an item or these TP abilities have 100 keep, which is the maximum you can get, so you can't be interrupted. Cut and keep for allies doesn't really matter too much, but it does come an important concept on certain boss fights when maintaining interruptions, especially when enemies are staggered. Their base keep drops to 0, which is why it's much easier to keep enemies interrupted once they're staggered. And it generally means that you can keep stun locking enemies, and as long as they never start an attack, you can kind of keep it that way, and that becomes a major portion of a certain boss strategy later on.
Yep. Now, one other thing that we didn't actually specifically mention, but you're allowed to set up 6 different paradigms. in your paradigm deck, and we just saw Kai actually set up I think all 6 for the first time. And those are basically going to be the 6 sets of roles that are available to you. And so throughout the round, we figured out which sets of roles are the best for each fight and for each stretch of the run. And there are times where we don't use the best set for a given fight just because we don't want to actually go into the menu and change it. But those 6, we're going to be using all of them on the coming boss fight. But then on the fights up to there, we know which ones to use and which ones are most effective for the various fights. So for example, in this coming bird fight, we're going to be trying to debuff. ShaneZell will give buffs to Lightning because Lightning is the commando, the only commando we can use in this fight, and she'll be the big damage dealer. And so we buff her with Bravery, and then Vanille at the same time will be trying to debuff the birds. One other thing that I mentioned a little bit earlier, but is really important throughout this run, is just like understanding your party members' AI, because you only control the main leader, and so a lot of time you're doing things specifically to make your allies do the right thing to advance the fight as much as possible. And so one thing to that end that we do quite a bit is Libra. So a lot of casual runners don't understand what the point of Libra is and like what Libra scopes are for, but it pretty much gives you all of the information about an enemy, which allows the AI to make a lot better decisions. So for example, commandos will tend to mix ruins and attacks. So ruin is the magical commando attack. But generally, we have our characters buffed, or there are stats, their stats such that they'll do much more damage with attacks than ruins. And so when you use Libra, it'll tell the AIs, exactly what they need to know to make the correct decisions throughout the battles. And so that's why we tend to use that Libra ability quite a bit.
Yeah, kind of the similar thing happens with the Ravager role as well, and it's a little bit more obvious there, where the AI Ravagers will cycle through kind of all available elements they have until they get enough information about what's effective and what's not effective, and then once they have that, they'll prioritize weaknesses or normal kind of elemental affinities as opposed to resists or nulls or absorbs.
Another thing that we do that we have to do as the leader that we really can't tell the AI to do is try and mix attacks together. So even if something is weak to a specific element, you can get more chain just by mixing different elements, just because there's a bonus for attacking with different elements consecutively. And so like we know what the advantages are and when to use them, and so we can do better when we're in control. But when we're not, we just do what we can to make the AI do as much as it can. So now for go ahead.
As I say, that I was going to explain secondary bonuses a bit, but you can talk about Dreadnought stuff.
Yeah, so Kaya is fighting against the Dreadnought now. This is one of the longest fights actually in the whole run, because it's a two-phase fight, and it's pretty consistent between the two phases. You just want to do as much chain duration, and we've inflicted both debuffs. The first phase is a little bit safer, or they both do quite a bit of damage, but the second one is actually able to kill us. However, we have found a way to stagger interrupt his most dangerous attack, and so we'll be seeing Kaya do the setup for that stagger shortly. I think we're being joined by one of the runners, Zero Elite. You want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I am Zero. I am the one that's gonna make the comeback for Team Choco happen. Copium. How's it going, everyone?
Oh, doing great. Enjoying some action here.
So, can you give me some good news? Can you tell me that both Kai and M are struggling a lot?
So Kaya got the legendary dodge.
That sounds about right.
So as I mentioned, go ahead.
I say I saw that he didn't get final, so I'm like, maybe it wasn't too great. But
I mean, M's getting stuck in the gutter at the moment, so you know.
Yeah, we call this the gutter, or RN gutter, RNG gutter. These enemies are. There are several of these throughout the run, but they're enemies that are fighting each other, and so they don't notice you even when you go into the battle zone. And so you basically just, it's like you're decepting, except they are moving like crazy, and you just have to wait for them to get out of the way. And yeah.
Yeah, and especially these Pantherons are quite annoying because not only are they quite large hitboxes, but they tend to like jump back and forward a lot while they're attacking the other enemies, so they take up a lot of space.
But that was the last one, and now he's through also.
Yeah, nice.
And also we have Dreadnought down for Kaya. You may have noticed that right before stagger, we actually just sat there and waited with the stagger bar right close to the top of the gauge. But then right when he started his big move, which was Wrecking Ball, we used our last attack to stagger him and then interrupted it. So that's really important thing we'll be using throughout the run, is just enemies when they're staggered will stop using their most recent attack, and so that's a a lot of really strong attacks that we can skip that way.
Yeah, killing Dreadnought as well also unlocks a few kind of major things for the run. It gives us the Omni Kit, which gives us the ability to do upgrades, which I guess we can talk about when we get there in a little bit. And it also unlocks 2 more roles. It unlocks the Medic role for Lightning, which doesn't really get much use, but it also unlocks the Commando role for Saz, which is hugely important for the run.
Yeah, Saz is going to be one of our main commandos throughout the run, so this is very important.
But for the soldier fight that Kai is doing right now, there's like a little strat variation you can do, where you do like an extra shift between Slash and Burn and Super Soldiers, keep Lightning in place. And like we find that like it's a little bit faster, but a little bit less consistent, and it's the first time I've seen Kai not go for the shifts. He actually just stayed in Super Soldier.
There's a lot of little things that we've learned to gain control of throughout the run. So, for example, Lightning will do a little animation anytime you do a paradigm shift, and so when she does her little sword spinning animation, that'll stop her from walking around or doing a little backflip, which she tends to do after her strings. And just like little stuff like that, you can really optimize like crazy.
Yeah, while we have kind of control of the main character, as it were, it's not kind of directed control in that we can't really walk around the battlefield and control positioning. But you can manipulate that by using certain abilities, or doing the paradigm shifts at a certain time to either stop movement or encourage the character to move in a certain way.
Yeah, exactly.
Also do like target changes or like holding onto your confirm on your actions. For like Madelon 1, for example, we always like confirm and cancel our actions, so Lightning does her little sword twirl, so she doesn't move away.
Yep.
Yeah. That also has the secondary effect of also restarting your ITB filling as well.
Extra bonus.
Yeah.
We actually have a new, I don't know if you guys noticed, we have a new anima strat that's like a week old, where we target the left arm at the start, and then use those things to line up Lightning so she hits both arms and the main anima body at the same time. Really cool strat. Takes advantage of positioning control. Kai's about to enter the Dreadnought minigame, one of 2 minigames in at the 13 any percent. Well, at the end of this section, there's actually like 2 chests, and the content of those 2 chests depends on how many of these soldiers you knock down, I guess. So I think the number we need is 25 to 34. No, like the way that we count that is we kind of like do 4 on each of the open sections, all the ones on like the ones where they're grouped together. And what that does is that gets us 20 Fig hides, which we then use to upgrade the Powers wristband a little bit later in the chapter. If you don't hit enough, then you get 12 sturdy bones, then you're going to be in some trouble. Like maybe you can pull out enough random organic drops to still make the menu work, but at the very least it's going to be slower, and if you don't get it, then well, your route's going to be off for a while, because the Power wristband star matters a lot considering how tight our damage is throughout the next few chapters.
Not that that's a risk, but if you knock down too many of the soldiers, you'll get an accessory instead of those organics, which you do not want to have. It's sort of a more valuable thing, but for us, the value comes from those organics. However, if you're doing completionist category, you need that. I think it's like lightning wristband or something, but it's like one of the missable things in the game. So you actually have to do it that way if you're trying to collect everything, trying to get the.
I think I could be wrong because I don't run plat, but I think there's like alternative options. I know it's a limited amount of the game. I think it's a spark ring, if I'm not mistaken.
Spark ring.
I think you can get it another way.
Okay. But you do not want to get it in any percent, because that would be really bad.
That'd be awful. Because at this point in the game, we can't buy organic components yet, so like those 20 Fig hides, it's like our only source of, or our best source of organics.
Yep. So something I actually want to shout out now, that's one of the most important mechanics in the game, but we haven't actually mentioned it yet. We have been using it, but it's called the ATB refresh. And so basically what we do is we shift paradigms throughout fights, and every 12 seconds when you do an ATB a paradigm shift, you'll get a full ATB gauge on all of your party members. You can see the leader's party ATB gauge, but the allies also have it, and something that you have to be aware of as a speedrun, where the filling rate is for each party member. But what we actually do is, if we have a paradigm that we want to use throughout a fight quite a bit, we'll have 2 copies of it, and we shift between the 2 copies just because you'll get a full ATB charge on everyone. So Kai is entering the Odin fight, and we actually have 2 copies of Rav dual casting, because we're going to be shifting between it to get those ATB refreshes. So what you'll see is that after this first paradigm, the first paradigm shift always gives you an ATB refresh. So at the start here, Lightning and Hope both immediately have full gauges, and then every 12 seconds we'll be able to shift and get a full charge on both of them. And the fights are pretty much throughout the run are sculpted around getting these ATB refreshes at times to give us extra actions. It's really pretty much every boss fight will have this happening in the background, more or less.
This is also another fight where like positioning is a really important factor, and if you kind of don't know how to manipulate it, bad things happen. Because a lot of Odin's attacks are AoE based, so if you're standing next to Hope, then both of you will get attacked, and it's a very bad time.
This is something that we take advantage of a lot, but the AI has absolutely no awareness of. But for example, for the Ravagers especially, when they're using their spells, they tend to jump backwards. Or, Hope doesn't, he just stands still. But Lightning will jump backwards when she uses her spells, and so you can use this to get further away from enemies. And so Odin has a spin attack that's an AoE, and if you just spam spells, you'll be able to back away and keep the party members separated so that they don't take damage. But then when you use a strike, you'll tend to run in. And so there's a fight later on where we're going to be trying to manipulate Lightning's AI to make her use only spells and not strikes so that she stands away from the dangerous enemy. Now that we have completed the Odin fight, we get our tutorial where we get the Gestalt summoning here. We finished Shiva, but right after that fight we lost control of Snow. But now we have Odin for Lightning, and we're going to be using this summon quite a bit. It's a really interesting mechanic in this game because when you use your Eidolon, you lose access to your other party members, but you gain the Eidolon. And typically they're not as good as your other party members, but they allow you to do certain things which are really cool. So for this one in particular, the Gestalt finisher is a big attack that will allow us to finish off both these enemies really quickly. And the amount of damage this one does actually is one of the worst ones in the game, and people actually underestimate how good Odin is because of how little damage the finisher does. However, the finisher has a special characteristic, which is that if they're below a certain HP threshold, it'll instantly kill them. So we're about to see the double instant kill. And there you go. The double instant kill is larger than the amount of damage that Zentetsuken would do by a factor of their chain. And so if they're at 800% chain, the instant kill will be 8 times as large as the damage that Odin does. But if you don't reach that instant kill, the damage is significantly lower, which is frustrating if you don't reach it. It can actually cause a retry.
It makes like most of the Eidolon fights with Lightning like some of the most volatile on the run, because like the other ones, like say you use Hecaton, which you'll get later, and you fail to kill, the monster or the enemy just has a little bit of HP left.
Yep.
With Odin, it's like if you fail to kill, they're gonna be nearly full still and completely chain reset, and you have to like restagger and kill again, losing you a pretty big chunk of time. Even potentially dying on Hope Cells 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mentioned before that Chapter 4 has a number of dodges that can be really frustrating. One of the other enemies besides the bird enemies that are actually faster than your party member are the bombs, and so Kai is in the thick of it with some of these bomb dodges right now, and we just saw one of the bombs catch him. Again, like the bombs are very fast, but they tend to run in one direction, and so right now we can see the bomb's actually looking in the wrong direction, and it just turned around, but not fast enough to catch us. But it's faster than we are, but if it's looking in the wrong direction, we can get by it before it can catch up to us.
I got a really good pattern on that dodge. I think that pulse work plus bomb dodge is like one of the worst dodges in the whole like first 3 hours.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Just that bridge you have to get through is so narrow that you really can't get by the bomb if it sees you. So you have to understand where the bomb is, and then the bomb's AI is tied to the pulse work soldier. So it's just a whole. It's a whole.
There's a lot of instances. Okay, sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just saying it's like even you have considered just decepting that one consistently just because of how crazy and random it is.
Yeah, at this point, if I have a rough section there, I just decept early on, so I don't have to deal with any of the bombs. But it's not just like the bridge beginning block. Sometimes the bomb's like past the bridge, and it doesn't see you in time until like you get close enough. It's like, and as soon as you get near it, it's like, oh, it's here, time to get him, you know? And it just goes no matter which way you go, it goes after you and gets you.
So Kai's doing a bit of menuing here, and this will be, I believe, the first place where we upgrade in the run. Or is it not quite yet?
No, it is.
It is. Okay, cool. So we can talk about this a little bit. So the way upgrading accessories and weapons works in this game is that there's 2 major kinds of components. There's organic components and inorganic components. And the game does a very bad job at kind of explaining and tutorializing this. But there's basically a weapon experience that you can kind of build up. Inorganic components give a lot of experience, but reduce the multiplier, and organic components give a low amount, but increase the multiplier. So generally what we do is put a bunch of organic components in, so the Wicked Fangs that and the Thickened Hides that we've picked up from chests along the way so far, to kind of boost up the multiplier, and then dump a bunch of inorganic components, which were, I think, polymer emulsions at this point, that were just bought from the shop. We use that to upgrade the Power Wristband and the Magician's Mark, which is kind of a plus magic and plus strength accessory, which we can then give to our allies to increase their stats for the next portion of the run.
Yeah, for me, I felt that the game not telling you how much experience you need to get to the end of upgrading something is one of the most frustrating mechanics of the entire game. Because you can overshoot it and you lose everything you overshoot by. So it's
I might be in trouble here. On his favorite fight. Okay, he got it just in time. He messed up and ate his ATB for bravery, so he only got 2 attacks on 1 self-destructing bombs.
Yeah, these bombs are a very quick fight, but they can also, you can die very quickly, and so it's just a matter of trying to back away from them if they're going to self-destruct, or doing enough damage to them when they just self-destruct. One important thing about those bombs is that the amount of damage they do is related to the amount of HP they have left, so it's always a calculation on the spot in your head of, do I try and back away, do I try and do extra damage, what can I survive, where's my HP at, do I potion, etc. So we managed to get through there. It's actually, I think the fight is fastest if they both instantly self-destruct and you can just back away, but that's, you run the risk of just dying, so...
Yeah.
It really depends on their positioning, because you need to be able to dodge one of the self-destructs in that situation, or you're gonna die.
Yeah, also at least historically, I mean, I don't know if it's the case anymore, but if they self-destruct, you don't get any CP from them as well. And I know at least it used to be kind of tight that you had to kill basically at least one, or you'd have problems later on.
It's not too bad.
You delay a menu, right?
Yeah, I think the worst one is if you get both self-destruct, you don't get Hope Water, and I get to do one more menu for it. But if you miss the bombs plus something else, you might be in trouble. Yeah, traditionally, like the pulse work from the Watchroom fight was a little bit more missable with the older strats. The Watchrooms can steal a kill. Now it's less of an issue, but it can still occasionally happen. And if you like lose that plus, like say a bomb, that's when you start running into real issues.
Yeah.
One important thing about this game is that all party members get all of the Christian points, even if they're not in the party or if they're not alive at the end of the fight. It's like, that's a little different from other Final Fantasy games, but it helps us out here, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we have interdimensional CP and interdimensional pockets, which will become relevant in a minute.
One of the many Lassie powers we have access to.
Dimensional pockets, is that some kind of Lassie power?
It's also worth noting for these Pulsework soldiers that they resist both physical and magical damage before they're staggered, and in this game resistance is 1/10 of the base damage. So it's really rough to try and chip them down without staggering them, which is why kind of getting these preemptive strikes is so important. If
you might notice
like manually, it takes forever.
For people more familiar with like the older routes, you might notice that Kaya went left to right instead of right to left. That's quote-unquote newer idea. It's not so new anymore, but doing a bunch of like camera manipulations, we can set up the preempts really well from the left side, and it cuts down on waiting time and then improves consistency.
Yeah, I think during the time where I was running the game, I think conventional wisdom swapped a few times as to which way around was the better way to go there.
That's cool. I'm like, you're definitely way before my time, so I didn't know left side was like done before before I started messing with it again. But before like we knew about the camera manipulation stuff, I started trying it anyway because timing-wise, I think, assuming all the preempts are the same, it's about like almost 20 seconds faster. But before the manipulation, like we didn't have a good way to preempt the top left one. So I would just like go into it, and if I don't get a preempt, then well, oh well, it's still breaking even. Oh, Kaya got trolled here. He tried to play it safe for his final dodge and decept, and the bomb blocked the pathway.
Yeah, he did do the very important thing though, which was unequip both Saz and Vanille. So I made a passing joke about interdimensional pockets just now, but basically whenever you switch teams in this game, all of your accessories and equipment and everything kind of comes with you, except for anything that's left on the characters when you lose control of them. And so we upgraded the 2 accessories earlier, the Power Wristband and the Magician's Mark. But you want to make sure you take them off characters before you go to the next chapter, otherwise you kind of lose them for that entire chapter, and that can make a pretty significant dent in your stat growth.
Actually, one of the scariest things for us in the relay, because I don't think any of us have really practiced like coming chapters without the equipment, and PB attempt we would just reset. But here we can, so cyberload save or try to do every fight with like completely suboptimal equipment, and we wouldn't know what how to play him properly.
Yep. I've also just noticed that CO is getting into the final fight for FF8, so I'm not sure if our FF8 commentators want to say anything to wrap that up.
Yeah, we are definitely going into the final fight for Team Choco here.
Let's go CO tag me in.
This is an interesting party to go into the final fight with.
It's I think we were like deliberating between like who's faster and who's slower. We were talking about Quistis not being the fastest, but I think Selfie is like probably like middle of the road. Like, you know, great.
But this is the party that Irvine wants when you first meet him, isn't it?
Yeah. This is Irvine's dream right now.
2 girls on his arms, ready to go.
Yeah, he's in the middle too. This is an advantageous position for Irvine, like physically and like in the fight.
All right, so hopefully he can get the quick Aura Stone and Heroes before Grievous has a chance to do anything.
I was being a bad commentator, and I saw that he had his battle speed to, I want to say 50% or 25%.
Ooh, okay, good. We're set. Yep.
But now that we have the heroes on our party members, it doesn't matter what our percentage is. We're speeding towards the end for Choco.
Chose Quistis. All right, fine. I'm a Selfie fan myself, but
Muskie wants to see the end. I personally do too, so I understand. But let's get this dub.
Yeah, the times are incredibly close. Sayo and Cordelium's runs are like within a minute of each other, so it's hard to say what's gonna.
I was being a real fanboy and looking at the times on the sheet that's posted in the chat.
Me too.
And we need Choco to beat an 8:25:38, I believe, and Choco can steal the deal for FF8. Sayo could be the anchor that this team needs.
Believe on CEO. And speaking of, I gotta get going because I'm about to be tagged in. So thank you for having me here for a bit.
Start streaming. Yeah, good luck to Zero.
I've never watched a 13 run in the beginning. I've usually just caught kind of random bits in the middle.
Very technical run.
Yeah, I can't believe how many like little. I mean, of course, it's a Final Fantasy speedrun, so it's complicated. But like, I can't believe how many like little strategy things there are for like all of your fights and positioning, all that crazy.
I haven't been a part of the Final Fantasy community for many, many years, but I've been around for a couple of years, and I have heard many people talk about Final Fantasy 13 speedrun being the hardest to execute properly. And
I can imagine, even just casually playing the game is incredibly difficult towards the end, especially. Like you feel the power creep of the bosses.
Yeah.
And in a speedrun, you get no room for error.
A lot of people agree. 13 is, for a lot of different reasons, 13 is like one of the harder speedruns to master. Like not even just like complete, but also master. Like it's another level.
Yeah, for sure. Both 13 and 12 are definitely very up there in very different ways. I think 12 is much more reactive, and 13 is much more like, because the game is so predictable and so known.
Like obviously it's
driven to a much higher level of optimization.
Yeah, it's hard to be at the top level of any game. Obviously, it requires a certain level of skill to be at the top of any leaderboard, but specifically these games, it takes another caliber to be at the top.
I think when like the whole game is fast. It's not just, like, ooh, I have to make a quick adjustment here. It's like, again, even just casually doing some of the boss fights in 13 is really, really fast reactions to just survive. And then again, trying to do it optimally when you're low leveled and you haven't been grinding for equipment and all the other stuff you can do in a standard playthrough in a speedrun.
It almost reminds me
on point.
Of like the newer like Rebirth or remake runs of like execution and battle, but also you're dodging encounters. Like Rebirth and remake will just give you encounters that you need to defeat. 13 requires execution on multiple calibers.
Yeah, and something that kind of helps kind of propagate that a little bit that we didn't really talk about, which is that HP doesn't matter outside of fights. Like, each fight is completely independent. You come in with full resources each time, like full health each time.
True.
So you don't have to kind of manage your HP across multiple different fights. Every single fight is independent, and it's like always the same setup. So you have to be kind of on it constantly because each fight you have to do well.
Yeah, it's not like 8 where you might have a 2.5 hour bout where you need to be careful because you're not getting a full heal. All right, we're getting our first Hell's Judgment. I believe we have our limit queued. Yep, we're getting some shots going in. We should be queuing our second phase of the fight, which will require 5 hits above 100 HP.
The question is, are we going to get a baby or not?
Hopefully the question is no Cheros. We do not want to see any babies. Zero's starting up the stream, ready to go. Hoping for no babies.
Now. We'll find out.
Oh, 8:25:38. It's 8:24:13. This is team close race right now.
Yeah, these long casts. Oh my gosh, that's so stressful.
I think the question of the baby is the true, like, will we get a baby? That's the real question.
Oh no.
45 seconds.
No.
It's 45 seconds. Ah!
Oh, Zelda. Wait, how many hits is left? 2? Oh, it's 2 anyways, so the baby was completely pointless anyways. GG Sayo!
And time. 8:25:05. 8:25:06. Team Chocobo bringing it home for FF8.
GG.
That was amazing.
Wait, so what were the final times between them then?
I want to say that Team Chocobo brought it home by like 30-ish seconds.
Oh man. Wow, they were so close the entire run. And if you look at it, like the split differences, it was so dang close. Oof. Okay, well we're gonna get out of here then, so 13 can take over.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Amazing to commentate. This was lovely. Thank you guys so much for making this so fun. I hope to do this again. Yep. And good luck to all the remaining runners. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for having me. Bye, everybody.
Good luck, everyone. See you next year. Bye.
Thank you, FF8 crew. And yeah, congrats to all the runners on their FF8 runs. That was really solid. Okay, so to pick up where we are in 13, obviously Zero's just starting the game now. MMM's just finishing up Chapter 4, he's heading into the start of Chapter 5, and Kai is a little bit deeper. There's been a couple of fights in Chapter 5 that we didn't really get a chance to cover, but we can try and catch up with once MMM or Zero gets there. But for Chapter 5, we're back with the team of Lightning and Hope. Specifically, kind of it swaps back and forward between leaders a little bit, just to kind of encourage you to try and get used to how different characters play, which I think is quite a nice little touch this game has that other games with kind of three-party choice from the start don't really kind of give you the ability to do. But the main skill for Chapter 5 is dodging. As you can see, there's a lot of these kind of enemy groups on these kind of triangular platforms that, again, as per usual, we just don't really want to fight any of them, so there's a lot of specific dodges and setups, as well as just kind of having to be reactive and work our way around the enemies to avoid as many encounters as possible. I think Kaya's coming up on the second behemoth fight. Yeah, okay. So there was another fight with the same enemy earlier where we controlled Hope lead, this time we control Lightning lead. But the main idea with the behemoths is that they're weak to water, so we're using kind of a mix of Aqua Strikes and Water Strikes from Lightning, but mostly Aqua Strikes, mainly because our strength is much higher than our magic, so it deals much better damage. at the cost of like slightly less chain duration, but it's just not kind of relevant. And again, we're kind of using partial strings a lot here to kind of keep the interruption going, so that the behemoth can't really do many attacks because, yeah, like you see, this guy hurts a lot. He does huge amounts of damage. Hope pretty much can't take a smack to the face because he will just go down. Luckily, we do have enough Phoenix Downs and potions to make it safe, but you can't really maintain the interruption with just one character. So yeah, if someone does go down, you kind of do need to revive them to be able to keep that fight stable. So I think Kai is coming up on the Crawlers fight, although I don't actually remember how this chapter fits together anymore, I must admit. MMM got caught there by an encounter, that's unfortunate. Where was that? Okay, yeah. Oh no, he's caught again. Hopefully you can make it through without too much trouble. Getting stuck here can kind of suck because the enemies tend to respawn in consistent locations after a retry. And so trying to manipulate them back to get a space can be a little annoying. Oh, we just missed a cool dodge there from Kaya as well, where there's a line of wolf enemies that kind of line up. But if you kind of walk in a specific pattern, they'll all lunge to one side and then you can kind of just skirt past them. And then we use the Deceptor Soul to kind of get us past this last kind of corridor of enemies before reaching the end of the chapter, which has some pretty interesting stuff. So the section that Kai's coming up on here is like a big circular platform that turns into an elevator. So there's one fight here at the bottom that you have to fight, and then you ride the elevator up and you get to the boss of the chapter. This first fight, I believe, is a summon fight, possibly? Yeah, it looks like it is from the notes I'm using. So this will be another chance to kind of see Odin in action, and the Zantetsuken instant kill kind of coming out again. To talk a little bit more about kind of how the summons work, kind of mentioned they replace your party members. You can also see that under Lightning's health bar there's now like a small purple bar like there was in the Gestalt fight itself, and that bar kind of has some invisible checkpoints in it that basically determine your Gestalt level, which could be kind of 1, 2, or if it's fully maxed out 3, and that also scales kind of how strong the moves in this Gestalt mode are, including the finisher. And kind of like we mentioned earlier, for Zantetsuken, we want as much chain as possible and a high level Gestalt to kind of guarantee the instant kill. Otherwise, the amount of damage it does is really not very good. So now Kai is riding up to ask the Protoflorian, and this boss is quite notorious, I guess. It's the first part of the fight is pretty standard, but then the boss can kind of choose its elemental affinity for the second half. And it can go... I don't think it's an even chance of all 4, but there's certainly like some elements we want more than others. And I must admit I don't know what the kind of conventional preference is anymore, but it definitely used to be that if you got fire it was a bad time. So hopefully we get one of the elements that works well for Kaya here. Again, this is kind of another fight where a little bit of positioning manipulation is helpful, and also I think you'll see here using a Libra or an item to kind of tank through Protoflorian's first big attack, which would normally knock you back. So we're getting Libra here to get the elemental information, and then yeah, so Kai's throwing a potion here, and you can see the potion still goes off, and Lightning kind of regains control instantly, whereas Hope got knocked back and wasn't able to kind of act for a little while. And again, this is kind of one of those fights where we're using a Fortis Soul for not only for the additional damage output, but mainly for haste. Partly to speed up chaining, but also, like we mentioned with the Stagger Decay, if you're doing more attacks quickly, then you're running out of stagger time a lot less, kind of proportionately. So you're getting kind of a longer effective stagger in the same amount of time. So that's exit-proofing ice. So Prothorium will now be weak to fire. And luckily Lightning and Hope both have fire skills. So we can still do some effective damage. Yeah, and then the goal will just be to kind of keep willing him down now in stagger. And again, we should be able to kind of time abilities to maintain the interruption. And not let Proto really do anything else. And again, kind of there's some kind of small manipulation you can do here if you pay attention to Hope, kind of when paradigm shifting. You can see he does one ability, we shift, then does more ability straight afterwards. And that's because the AI character has kind of received the ATB refresh, but is also mid-string, and so it can kind of immediately pick its next string and continue casting, rather than having to go through the ready animation that you would normally get. It just kind of keeps the damage output up. He's looking a little close, but I think Kai's got it. Oh, okay, so Stagger did run out, which is unfortunate. Oh, and Hope went down there. Okay, so this is getting a little sketchy, but I think it should be fine. Right, okay. So there's the big slam. So yeah, once Proto's under half health, I believe, he can use that move to kind of jump up in the air, knock a character up and slams him down. That's a huge amount of damage. And luckily that was on Hope, not Lightning. And okay, yeah, Kai got through. Good. A little scary, but hey, we made it in the end. So that could have gone a lot worse for sure. And then a small bit of equipment fiddling around, again, just because we're going to lose access to Lightning for the next chapter. So just to make sure that we have the good accessories for the next team. So Zero is on, I believe, the final dodge of chapter 1, so you can see there he waited for a while, just to let the flying enemies kind of get out of the battle zone, and ooh, nice. Okay, that was good. We got through there without too much of an issue. Okay, so Kai has now entered chapter 6, the Sunlift Waterscape, so this is back to the Saz Vanille team. And again, kind of like it was introduced in chapter 4, the game is trying to kind of encourage you to use a lot more buffs and debuffs during this chapter. So there's a lot of fights where enemies have kind of quite a lot of debuff resistances, or you're kind of encouraged to buff up a little bit more. There's several enemies, for example, that you can't really do much damage to until they're staggered. So it's trying to kind of get you to spread things around a little bit more and kind of play with those parts of the system, and the boss fight, especially at the end of this chapter, kind of exemplifies that. But as per usual, we've just got a bunch of dodges to do on the way. Zero's into chapter 2 at the moment and is kind of fetching the shrouds he needs for the rest of the run. Or will be shortly, sorry. And then MOM is on this second Feral Behemoth fight, which again, just trying to maintain the interruptions. Looks like he's got it. So here in chapter 6 with Kaya, there's like quite a big bit of setup happening. Not only is this kind of another set of shopping and upgrading, which is mainly for Saz's weapon, to kind of increase Saz's damage output, just because again we have Saz's commando role, and he can do a lot more effective damage output than Vanille can, partly because she doesn't have a commando, and partly because that's just kind of not how we're really setting her up. We're also doing quite a bit of Crystarium here. The main things are getting Poison in Vanille Saboteur. Poison is a very good debuff that gets used in quite a few places, and kind of as you expect, kind of causes HP to drain down over time, and it's scaled in such a way that once you inflict poison, it will do 100% of target's HP within 5 minutes if you can keep it inflicted that long, which has some interesting implications for certain super boss strategies, but is also a very effective debuff for kind of general damage output. And then on Saz's side, we've dipped into his Synergist to get N water. So we've mentioned elemental affinities quite a bit. There's a set of buffs called the N spells, which basically kind of add an elemental attribute to your attacks. So if your normal attack is kind of normally non-elemental, if you are N-watered, then it will become water-based. And that becomes very useful, especially against enemies that have these kind of elemental weaknesses. Especially later on, we get another debuff called Imperil, which reduces those resistances to just kind of really stack on the damage multipliers. And there's the Doctor's Code chest. So like we mentioned earlier, Doctor's Code is a very useful accessory for increasing potion output. It also has a bit of a secondary usage in that it can be kind of upgraded and then dismantled for some nice goodies later in the run. So MMM here is again on the fight just before Astro Florian, so it's getting his summon up, building up the Gestalt gauge in the bottom right, and then we'll be using Zantetsuken to go for the instant kill. And Zero is just currently heading through a few fights in Chapter 2, so this is that one optional fight we mentioned where we want the chest behind it. So doing this just gets us the Gladius, which is a little better for early damage output. And kind of like the other fights, there's a small chance of getting a Shroud drop as well, which is beneficial, but not necessarily hugely likely at this point. Okay, and I also believe we've been joined by the other commentators for FF13. So I think we now have Madelon and Zero with us.
Yes, indeed. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm Zero, and I'm here to help.
Hopefully now we have Madelon as well. I think disappeared for a second. But...
Yes, I'm back.
Hello.
Also have ready to see we're already on a proto fight for M now.
Yep.
Yeah, Kayas. I saw Kayas, and it was a little bit hairy there.
Yeah, so like I said, I don't really have the kind of up-to-date knowledge, but I assume Ice is kind of like the second tier of preference.
Yeah, I guess.
Not as fire, but not as
so you want to get water or thunder.
Yeah, but I do think.
Exoproofing.
Yeah, I do think these days they will probably go still for the kill in Exo Ice, but it's more difficult because Lightning has the strikes for Lightning or Water to have the opposing element available in strike form, so in attack form, which he's better at, and for Ice you just have the spells, the fire spells, which is slightly less good, but you can still make it work, but it's going to be more difficult and a bit slower. But I see he has water, so that's good. And then fire is the worst you can get, because then you don't have the opposing element with lightning at all.
Yeah,
so then you have to wait it out.
Kaya had the fire, which is okay, but it's scary. Like fire is the slow but safe one, but then the water and thunder are the nice ones to get. And then fire is not so bad time-wise, but scary.
Yeah. Overall, it's still, even with the good extra right now, you really need to be careful with getting interrupted and also getting maximum damage out that you manage to kill with stagger, because this is actually one of the most difficult fights in the run. It's a major wall for beginners. It's really difficult, but this was done nicely.
Yeah, it's the first really kind of tight strat in the run.
And it doesn't help that there's essentially 3 different strats depending on which exoproofing you get.
Yeah, but also it's really tight in that you need to get ready animation cancel on hope. Like he immediately needs to start his next string once you shift to a different paradigm immediately, so to not miss out on any damage.
Yeah.
And yes, it is confusing to have 0 in the 0 the player and 0 in the commentary. I know.
At least it's not double SIDS. So yeah. So
Yeah.
Kaya's in the Enkin Enlil fight. So like mentioned, this is kind of a fight where the game really encourages you to use the buffs and debuffs you have available. So one of Enkin Enlil is weak to Thunder, and the other is weak to Water, and we have both of those end skills. They're also both susceptible to Protect and Poison, which lets us really kind of pile on the damage as well as the chain duration, even without needing to have Sads in his commando role.
And poison is also really, like after stagger you will again want to keep, this is an enemy you want to keep interrupted, and actually poison is quite useful because not only it keeps it interrupted when you're casting, but also the poison animation then makes it do this movement that still keeps it interrupted when it checks for affliction.
Yeah, and there's also another really nice example of the ready animation cancelling here with Saz doing his gunshots. So if you watch Saz, actually you might not get another one now, but every time paradigm shift you want Saz to just kind of keep shooting constantly, and not do his little like gun pump to be like, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
But
I think on PC that's actually quite tight because you both need to wait long enough to get the refresh, but also short enough to that he immediately starts shooting again.
Yeah, it's one of those things that kind of paradoxically gets easier the later you are in the game when you have more ATB segments, because the actual time it takes to kind of drain down your ATBs is much closer into the refresh window than it would be with less segments.
Yeah, and I think Zero now finishing the anima fight. I think he recently found a new strategy to kind of manipulate Lightning's movement there a bit to make sure that the blitzes can hit both of the arms. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
And I'm now picking up the Madelon ones, which will immediately sell. It's worth good money.
Yeah, it's one of the better weapons for Vanille. At least it was definitely my go-to weapon for Vanille when I played this game casually. But it would be really good for the speedrun as well. It's just that it sells for so much money that we really want the money.
Yeah, the Belladonna one comes with passive effect, which is improved debuffing, which increases... I think it only increases the infliction chance of debuffs, I don't think it changes anything else. But because especially early on, Vanilla is such a strong saboteur, it's a very useful thing to have available. I think the stats on it as well are like okay, like it's not terrible.
Yeah, I think overall we actually prioritize damage dealer more when we upgrade equipment, and Vanille is not like the main damage dealer that we'll use, so she'll just have to do her base weapon.
Yeah, I mean we've kind of talked around it, but haven't really explicitly said it. But each of the characters in this game, the 5 of which we've seen so far, and the 6th one will be showing up soon on Kaya's stream. Of the 6 roles available, each of them have 3 primary roles and 3 secondary roles. And so the 3 primary roles are the ones you kind of unlock naturally through the progression of the game, and then you kind of unlock all the secondary roles at once later on. But those secondary roles are much more expensive to develop into, and so we generally kind of only really use the primary roles for the most part. There is a little bit of secondary role usage, but Vanille never gets a primary commando, and I don't believe it's gotten in the run.
We do get Vanille's commando later in the run, but
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool.
it is like very late.
Yeah.
Very late, and mostly to get the passive. Yeah, well, she does damage as well, but it also gives the passive bonus to all your characters to have the option to have all 3 in commando then.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I guess we can quickly talk about kind of secondary role bonuses and stuff as well, because we haven't really covered that. But like another kind of smaller point to team composition is that each role comes with a primary role bonus, which is applied to the character in that role, and then a secondary role bonus, which applies to the other party members in your team. For Commando, it's both damage dealing, so you're gonna get like increased returns the more commandos in your team you have. Even like the other commandos will then start doing a bit more damage on top. For Ravager, it's chain bonus increase. Sentinel is damage reduction. I think Synergist is buff duration.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Saboteur is debuff infliction chance, and then Medic is healing amount.
Yeah.
So the kind of the more of a certain role you have on your team, the more effective that role becomes.
And it applies to other roles as well, but usually those roles are like negligible.
Yeah.
Like Commando does make your Ravagers deal a little bit more damage as well, but they're not dealing that much damage to begin with usually.
Yeah, I guess it comes more like some of the weirder strats of kind of high chain resistance enemies where you actually make your commandos much more effective at doing chain increases if you have more Ravs in the party, even though the Ravs aren't necessarily doing much on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Akaya's picking up a chest for a little bit of money. It's like, I think that one is the one that sells for 3,000 gil. It's close by, so might as well pick it up. Money is kind of tight, but not too tight in this game.
Yeah, it does help that a lot of all these chests are guaranteed and it's always having the same in them, so that way you can like make a money route that has a lot of it guaranteed, although there you do also want to get some money out of drops as well.
Yeah, it's the Warding Talisman, which is a price of 3,000.
Yep.
Zero coming up on the Manasvin Warmick fight now, the one where it's mostly very important to stagger cancel the big attack.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it the last couple of times, but if you pay close attention, we'll hopefully see that, yeah, you get the little cutscene in the text box showing that the boss is about to start Crystal Rain, and then we stagger it out of that. And that's the kind of the first early instance of stagger cancelling. And you can there also see the provoke from snow where the enemy flashes red, and you get like a little red triangle above the health bar, and that indicates that the provoke has landed.
Yeah.
And again, similar to debuffs, provoke chance goes up with chain. So the higher chain an enemy is, the more likely you are to successfully provoke or challenge it.
Yeah, normally the provoke wears off immediately after you shift out of a sentinel role, but for Manasvin specifically, there's a quirk in his AI that if he chooses a target, he will keep targeting that same target until that target is dead, or he gets provoked. And so in that fight, you just have to provoke him once, and then he will target Snow for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, it's not really a common setup, but the thinking seems to be that because that fight is the kind of Sentinel tutorial, that it's kind of done that way to kind of encourage you to use Sentinel effectively.
Yeah.
Yes, that's also the idea behind the big attack. It's supposed to learn you to tank that, but we cancel it instead and survive it that way.
Yeah. And Triple M is now at the Encanelil.
Oh, yeah. Saz isn't in a great place, but I think he should be okay.
Yeah, you kind of know that they take these turns attacking, so you kind of have an idea when you're supposed to potion there.
Yeah, the slight awkwardness with this fight is that it's effectively random kind of which one attacks which party member at the start. And so kind of, I don't know if there's necessarily a preference which way around it is, but you just kind of have to be aware of it, that while you're kind of shooting down the first one after it's staggered, Saz might be getting attacked by the second one. You just have to make sure that
unlucky win thing that can happen is that they both attack the same one.
Let's not talk about that.
One of the nice things about having a Fortisol like M does is it gives you vigilance, which increases your keep enough that you won't get interrupted as much. So it makes it a little bit more safe.
I mean, the Fortisol itself doesn't give you vigilance. I think it's just that Saz's AI will then cast.
Oh, it's just, you're right. Yeah.
Because you already have free up, so he won't cast it again.
He prioritizes that for some reason.
Yeah,
unfortunately, Emil did get the battle off, so normally you try to get interrupted. Unfortunately, this time That's true.
Yeah, Synergist buff order is kind of quite heavily controlled by enemy information. Again, it's kind of another one of those subtle points where Libra becomes quite important. You'll even see it potentially in some fights where if we start with a Synergist, they'll start with one set of buffs, and then if we throw the Libra or Libra Scope, they'll then suddenly kind of change approach and use a completely different set of buffs almost immediately. Because they're kind of reacting to the enemy information. And the Synergist AI is also kind of one of those weird quirks where, like, I think in like the original Japanese 1.0 release, like they have completely different buff priorities, which makes things a little weird. But generally on later versions, they'll tend to prefer haste first, and then protective abilities if the enemy has a Libra note that says like deals high amounts of physical damage or deals high amounts of magical damage. And then we'll usually go through the kind of range of offensive buffs, so bravery and faith, eventually vigilance, and if there's an obvious elemental weakness, then an end spell. Or if they do a lot of elemental damage, you'll get the protective bar spell, which is kind of in the opposite direction, increases your resistance to that element.
Yeah, it's the Sin and Sab roles are sort of split up at early points so that your offensive synergist is Saz and your defensive synergist is Hope. And you've also got the Sab split up where your debuffs are Vanille, and then Fang will have your debilitations, which are sort of for slowing down or inhibiting the enemies instead of making them take more damage. But for us, the offensive buffs and the debuffs are much stronger. They let you finish the fights faster, whereas the debilitations, make it so you can get through the fight more easily, but it takes longer. So that's why we focus on Vanille and Saz as our Saboteur and Synergist, as opposed to Hope and Fang. Although there are a few fights where we do have to use Fang and we do use her debilitations, they're just not as good in terms of the speedrunning strats. These little elevators in Chapter 7 that M is on right now, you really can't do anything while you're on this. We actually open the Shroud menu and take a look at his Shroud luck. There's a few places where it's like this, where you are just forced to do things and you can just sit around. You can also do that while you're jumping. If you're in the middle of one of those animations, you can open the Shroud menu and take a look at how many Shrouds you have in the middle of your action and then go back. There's some pretty cool dodge tech we're about to see from Kaya. This is took us, trial and error to figure this out, but this bike enemy is one that you definitely cannot dodge without a T-set. But for a while we would go up to this entrance and just wait for the bike to go by, but we've actually realized that you can pretty much just run through underneath where the bike goes as long as you're in the corner, and it's just like stuff like that saves a few seconds that really adds up over the course of the run. There's so many little things like that we've put thought and work into. It looked like Zero's getting trolled by the watch drones. Yeah, that's that decept luck where you just really cannot do anything about their AI once you're decepted, and you have to decept it. So it's just a matter of waiting for them to get out of the way, and they're still being rude. The other thing is they tend to move forward, so he saw the watch drone turn around and start facing him. Like, wow, this is as bad as it gets with this dodge. It's just relay things we're seeing right now.
That was so rude.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah. Why is getting rude to Team Choco? They don't deserve it.
The watch drone decided to channel its inner Gandalf. So coming up now on Kaya's stream, we're gonna have the first Ushumgol Subjugator. No idea if I'm saying that right, but they don't say in game, so we have no way of knowing for sure. But we've also got a pretty big upgrade here. This upgrade is going to be specifically for Snow's weapon, and it's going to be most of the stats he's going to be getting on that weapon pretty much until Chapter 11, and then even then it's just a small upgrade. But he's going to be our main fighter for this fight. We're really using him for the first time since we lost him in Chapter 4. We also now have access to Shiva, and we'll be using that as well. And in this fight in particular, we only have Snow and Hope, And Hope is really just a Ravager, and I mentioned before that the Eidolons tend to not be as good as your party members, but when you just have one other party member like this, Shiva can actually do quite a bit more than Hope. And one nice thing about Eidolons is that some of the Eidolons, not all of them, but they will heal you, and they will also, all of them draw aggro, but some of them will heal you. So here Shiva will be making it so that Ushu does not attack us, and whatever damage we do take will be healed by them. However, as with many other things, we typically want them to not be healing us, because if they're not healing us, that means they're doing damage or staggering. And so we're going to be trying to focus on keeping ourselves alive so that Shiva does not have to heal us, and then taking advantage of their ability to chain. There's one other mechanic that's going on in this fight, which is that after a certain fixed amount of time, Ushu will go into like an overdrive mode, at which point he gives himself some debuffs and allows us to stagger him. So if you look at the stagger bar right now, we have Hope as a Ravager. It's not doing much chain just because the chain resistance is really high until he goes into overdrive. So we basically have it scripted out so that we know how many hits to do, and then we can summon, and that summon is timed to dodge a really powerful attack that will launch us. So we're about to see that attack shortly. We're waiting on the summon. Typically after he rotates. Okay, there's the tail hammer, so we use that. Actually, in the middle of that animation, Hope actually died. But because the summon resets the rest of the party, Hope will be alive when the summon leaves. So now we get one more tail hammer. We did not successfully dodge that with the potion. Or yeah, we didn't dodge that with the potion, but Ushu is provoked, and so he'll be only attacking Shiva. And now Overdrive has given himself bravery, but also deep protect. And now that he's staggered, we're gonna be able to interrupt him so that bravery does not matter. And, add a little bit of extra chain, and then we can just knock him down.
So what you're saying is that this fight is hopeless.
Now, unfortunately, Hope has been restored. So.
Yeah, so if you don't choose to use the Gestalt, then there's basically like the summon's health bar, which goes down if they get attacked, or just with time, once it hits 0, then they'll disappear and they'll re-raise all your party, so everyone's back up at full health.
Wait, once it hits 0? 0's not going to be there for a little while. Or wait, no, 0's in chat.
He's dead.
Yeah. Whoa. Too many 0's.
Yeah, another small thing to note as well is just before that fight in the menu, Kaya also dismantled the Doctor's Code, which gives us get this right now, Fort Assault, Age Assault, Ether Assault, and then an Elixir. I believe.
All of which we're going to be using. Yep. The Elixir specifically, since we haven't mentioned it already, is just a full heal on the party, but it gives us a full bar of TP also. So that's going to be very important for us in later fights where we need to use a lot of that TP for summons.
Yeah, and there's only 4 of them in the game, I think, right? One of which from a chest and the other 3 from dismantling the 3 available Doctor's Codes.
That sounds right to me. So 0 is now currently fighting the fight before Shiva. We talked about Shiva before, but this fight is actually really quite interesting, despite just being 3 soldiers. It's actually not just 3 soldiers. It's supposed to be enough soldiers to overwhelm Snow. And so what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to just take them out one at a time and more will appear. But we actually have a nice little bit of setup there where we just leave 2 soldiers alive. So we kill one and then hit the other one to half HP. And then we do a single stream which can take care of those 2 soldiers before the game is timed to add more soldiers to the fight. So we're actually able to clear that significantly faster with that setup. It's just like a nice little thing, but completely breaking the intended order there. We also see Snow getting launched. There's 2 different attacks two large attacks that Shiva can do after the ATB charge, and here 0 got the less lucky one, which launches. So it's not a huge difference, just because you're going to be waiting for the second ATB charge anyway. But just a small detail there. Chapter 7 features a number of enemies that are faster than the party leader, so we actually see him just run into some of these aerial soldiers. If you draw their aggro and they're anywhere nearby you, they will catch you, so it's just a matter of trying to position yourself such that they're too far for them to be able to reach you by the time you enter the battle zone. There's also some of these, they're called tilters. We're already past them, but I'll shout it out again once Em gets there again. but they're just basically these large enemies with spears, and they move very, very quickly. But there's just an interesting quirk of their hitbox, where if you're moving to the left when they catch up to you, their spear attack that would trigger the start of the fight is actually something that will miss you. So even though they're fast, you can just get away from them by just turning to the left slightly. And now Kaya is entering Ushu Part 2. In this fight, you start with just Hope. And this part is, it's just like a scripted fight where you're supposed to lose, and then in the story, your friends come and help you. And so that's Lightning and Fang in this instance. So we can sneak in a Libra there, but the issue that's really annoying for us as speedrunners is that first part of the fight counts as part of the fight, and there's no gap in between. So this would actually probably be the best possible use of a Fortisol, besides maybe Orphan 1 later on, but you simply can't use it because the Fortisol gets counted as used for the Hope part that you have to lose. And so I think this is the second longest fight in the game, and it would be such a huge benefit to us if we could use a Fortisol here, but we can't. It's just a full 2 staggers. I think with the Fortisol you'd be able to 1 stagger it, which is just
yeah, we don't have access to like offensive buffs or debuffs in this fight, which is why it's so slow.
Yep. No Saz, no Vanille. And so you really get to see how important they are in this fight, just because without access to them. Fang only has slow here, and so we don't want to go slow, we want to go fast.
Yeah, it's everyone's favorite party, Lightning, Hope, and Fang.
Yep. And this is actually, a lot of people sort of get tunneled into using this party, because when you actually gain full access to your party, in Chapter 11, they put you on this party when they set you into the world, and so people just end up using this party for quite a bit of the game, which is it's not the ideal party for completing fights quickly.
Casually it's fine, but for speedrun we have different preferences.
You have the tools to survive and win fights, just not the offensive debuffs or buffs that you really want. Now, something else that we actually just gained access to for Fang is launch. So when an enemy is staggered, and they're not a flying enemies sort of behave with different rules, but you can launch them into the air, and when they're in the air, you can just continuously hit them, and they won't be able to attack back. Generally, it's actually not faster to have enemies launched, because you have an extra animation for jumping and falling, but just like stopping them from doing anything completely is really advantageous, and will end up being faster. One other thing that you have access to once they're launched is the finishing move called Smite, and so that's a big thing to look out for. Is as the stagger bar comes to an end, we're going to try and time the last string such that the attack will try and smite. So let's see. Yep, yeah. And we got it. It's a huge amount of damage, which greatly speeds this fight up. One annoying thing here is that smite has a hitbox that can miss, and so through no fault of your own, you can time it perfectly, but Fang will just completely miss. And another thing is that in this fight, typically Lightning is on the right side, and if he decides to target Lightning, then he'll turn to face Lightning. And the problem with this is that he's got these big old wings that Fang will sort of fly around with her hitbox. So when he's launched, if he's faced to where Lightning is, then Fang will try and swing and will just completely miss. And she's the main damage dealer post stagger. You can see her hits are each doing 3,000, whereas let's see, we're getting like 800 from Hope's. So Lightning's doing quite a bit too, but really the commander is the one that's doing the most.
Yeah,
like I mentioned before, go ahead.
I say this is one of those places where like the subtle positioning that we don't really get to control can be kind of annoying. Where Lightning kind of stands side on and does attacks from the right side, she tends to kind of cycle around to the right progressively over time. Yeah. Especially in a fight like this where you have a circular arena, she can just kind of go all the way around, which makes for some weird interactions sometimes.
You have some control over that positioning because you can make him face you with the Sentinel, but you really don't want to do that in the first phase because you would just want to focus on staggering as quickly as possible, and so it's just very, very frustrating. And he can turn back after you've provoked him, and it's just a whole RNG thing. But speaking of a whole RNG thing, we're coming up on one of the most frustrating fights in the entire run. Actually, we call it. So we've just entered Hope's House, and so the 2 fights in here are Hope's House 1 and Hope's House 2. This is it's supposed to be a very quick fight, and the way we've run it out, we're going to basically just try and stagger all 4 enemies and then finish them with Sandheadskin. The reason why it's such a frustrating fight is that the enemies just move around a lot, and the only thing that we have providing chain duration here is these first 2 blitzes, and then any hits that Odin has here. And so if you look to the left side, there's an aerial sniper A that one Odin was not hitting, so we have to try and balance all of our attacks between the whole party. And then if anything does not get staggered during this Gestalt, they'll be alive at the end, and it can take a long time to kill them afterwards. But this looks like it's going perfectly right now, actually.
Yeah, that was pretty ideal.
Yeah. And the other thing that's really frustrating is if the soldiers survive, which they didn't, the soldiers on the ground have vigilance, and that just makes it so they can attack you without being interrupted, and they can kill you actually very quickly. And so it's supposed to be a 20 to 30 second fight, but it can easily take upwards to a minute or even result in death. It's one of the, in terms of the fractional variants, it's one of the worst fights in the room.
And the second fight here is kind of a very similar deal, but we don't have the TP to use the summon again.
Yep.
So you just kind of have to do things a little bit more manually. But it's the same kind of deal. We want to try and get as many of them staggered or being attacked at the same time, just to kind of reduce interruptions, really. But the guy in the middle is the main problem, but that went down pretty quickly.
Yeah, another interesting thing in terms of routing this string of fights is we want to do as little menuing as possible, and we also have to shift between Ushu 2, where we're leading with Fang and she's doing the physical hits, to the next fight. Fang cannot attack the next enemy, and so we have to actually move into lightning physical spec. And our paradigms are not set up for doing all three fights ideally, but we just want to have one paradigm set up for all three of them, so we don't have to go into the menu multiple times. And so right now we're moving the physical equipment from Fang on the lightning. For this fight, the only reason lightning is able to attack is that her gunblade is actually being just used as a gun. One of the things that we often lament is the fact that this is the only fight where she can do this, because her attack animation is it's the fastest attack animation in the entire game. We only get it for this one fight. If we could just have her doing this the whole run, it would be a game changer.
Yeah, and it's quite well hidden too, because the auto battle in this fight never picks attack. Yep. So most people don't even know that lightning can attack in this fight.
We're using Odin here because Odin draws the aggro, and so these annoying attacks, Plasma Blasters especially, can launch. And the RNG here is just whether the AoE attacks happen to also hit lightning. But lightning is able to gun down these sub-bosses, the little turrets, and once the mechanic of this fight is once those go down, the main body will lose most of its HP and will enter a more vulnerable state. And so we're basically just using Odin to tank while taking out the smaller parts, and then we'll be able to enter the final phase, which you can see now its HP is very small. And so we're basically waiting for it to enter its more vulnerable phase where it opens its main cannon, and then we can stagger it and beat it. Oh, but Plasma Blasters are...
Yeah, it's making a little scary.
Yeah, really? So we have a bit of a joke where one of the streamers, Logic Dolphin, has a command which is !other, and it just basically says, put that person's name next to the line, there are other players in this fight than characters. So other lightning in this one. There are other characters in lightning. Please attack someone else, because we don't want to die here.
Yeah,
But,
dying on this fight is also extra bad, because then you have to also do the soldiers in Hope's house again before
Yep.
you try.
But we took care of it, so that is a split.
Yeah, that was very nice from Kai.
Yeah. He tried to troll, but Kai did a great job of mitigating all that RNG.
This is also where I'm going to have to drop out of commentary, so I'll leave you three to get on with it.
Thank you for taking over, Manos. You did a great job.
Yeah, thank you for holding the fort while we were on our way.
Yeah, thank you, Maelstrom.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the run.
Alright, chapter 8. The longest chapter of the... I mean... it is the shortest chapter. It still has more fights than chapter 6, though.
Well, yeah, that's true. Chapter 6 only has the one. It's shorter than chapter 1? I didn't realize, actually.
Yeah, so then there's 2 in this one.
Yeah, there's a big menu here first.
We're basically going to be filling out just both, so we have Saz and Vanille, and we're going to be adding some more debuffs here. Specifically, I think we get Poison. Poison is actually really OP in this game. if you know how to use it and in which scenarios it is OP. And so the way poison works in this game is poison does damage at a rate such that it will do 100% of the enemy's HP in 6 minutes. So that sounds really slow, but there are multiple minute fights in this run that we can use poison on, and so that will save significant amounts of time. And there's even a boss, the second to last boss, we're only able to beat because of poison, I would say.
Yeah.
So
I think we already had poison because we already used it on Anki.
Oh, right, we did. Okay. But yeah, we're just filling out their crystalium and
I think the main game changer this chapter is that we now have Saz in the lead, which gives us access to his blitz.
yep.
Yeah.
And his blitz is very like it shoots multiple bullets, so it's like the blitzes are sort of meant as things that are useful against multiple enemies, but the way Saz's blitz is designed is they can still hit the same enemy, especially if it's a big enemy, like many bosses happen to be big, so you can actually have a lot of the bullets hit the same enemy, and therefore, even though it's designed as being this sort of helpful for attacking multiple targets, it's in this run actually used to just hit one enemy quite often, because just if you have them all hit the same boss, it's actually really good for damage.
Yeah, bosses generally tend to be big, so they have large hitboxes, and Saz can hit them multiple times with that. Also, it works very well on enemies that are really close to you, because it's like the bullets like kind of spread out the further.
For any math nerds out there, it's because they have a large solid angle.
Yeah.
But we're coming up on Hope's House 1 here for M, so let's see how this goes. This is another fight that we've actually seen a lot of little micro-optimizations on. We used to just start with the Blitz and then summon, but we've actually started just summoning immediately. It seems to have a higher probability of Odin successfully provoking things before they can interrupt lightning. And the way this fight usually goes wrong is if the enemies start hitting lightning, and then once they've hit lightning, if she goes into yellow HP, Odin will immediately try to heal lightning, and if he's healing lightning, he's not going to be provoking the enemies or building chain duration, and so we're just get Odin out as quickly as possible. And there we actually saw the a really annoying pattern where the soldiers on the 3 of the enemies went off to the left where Odin was not, but I think we're going to be okay. But it's always a question of whether Zentetsu can finish them off. So okay, just 1 soldier left, so it shouldn't be too bad. This is exactly what we were talking about before, where if Zentetsu does not get the full kill off, then we just have to, deal with the whole rest of the HP bar. And this is just why it's such an RNG fight. These soldier fights are also one of the big sources of gil for the route. Like we were saying before, there's basically a threshold we have to reach in terms of the number of in terms of incentive chips or credit chips, which are really the high gil sources of gil, and it's just something to watch out for. Even if we don't get much gil, we have backup strats, but generally we want to have a certain amount of gil by a certain shop to be able to afford the upgrades and the items that we want. I already saw some incentive chips, so I think Tim's in a good spot, although none from that fight. This chest that M's about to pick up, the Brawler's Wristband, is actually the first of the actual in-game items we'll be using for the rest of the run. This Brawler's Wristband is sort of the second to best iteration of the wristband, and we'll be able to upgrade that into a Warrior's Wristband later on. And then Warrior's Wristband, we're going to have 3 or 4 of distributed throughout the party for dealing maximum damage.
Well, there's still Power Gloves, and is it Kaiser Knuckles that are after
Oh,
that?
right, yeah, Kaiser Knuckles after that, but we never get to that.
We never get Kaiser Knuckles, so they are like post-game tier.
Plat run stuff.
Yeah.
But now Kaya is fighting against the Midlight Reaper. So for this fight, it's all about trying to land the debuffs. He has a pretty high resistance to the debuffs. As Maelstrom was describing before, the debuffs are set up so that each time you try and inflict it, you get a higher chance, and then the higher stagger gauge, the higher the chance. So she will, for sure, eventually get there, but it's just RNG how long it takes her. But we really have to stagger as quickly as possible to try and get these debuffs landing, but then they won't land, and they'll take longer, so it's just an RNG question. There's also the chance to land poison, but we did not land poison here, so it's just a question of how much damage now we can do. I mentioned before that we try and use potions as much as possible for healing, but Saz's Blitz is actually so valuable that we're actually letting Vanille heal here instead of using potions, just because we want to be doing as much damage as possible before the stagger runs out.
Yeah, also here is like single target, and this guy only does like single target moves and tends to focus on the same character for multiple turns in a row, typically.
Yep.
So it just makes sense to use Cure rather than Potion. Also, it was the first Thanks Vanille fight.
Thanks Vanille is an emote that we have for when she's trolling, pretty much. Like, thanks Vanille, sarcastically. Alright, and Havoc Sky Tank is down for M. Looks like that was more of a standard fight.
Yep.
Less of Lightning getting focused down. Now we have our third Eidolon fight. Third? Am I forgetting anyone? This is,
yeah, third.
Yeah, so we had Shiva, Odin, and now Brunhilde.
Yep.
This is Saz's Eidolon. This is a really interesting fight because I think Saz is supposed to be doing Rav moves, because he's really good as a Ravager. He's also very good as a commando, and that's what we're primarily using him as, but for this fight specifically, we take advantage of the mechanic that Maelstrom and I were talking about before, which is when you use different moves, you get a bonus to your chain. And so, as it turns out, if you start with an attack and then you blitz, that counts as a different move, but every single blitz bullet counts towards that bonus. So by doing attack blitz specifically, we get the bonus on every single blitz bullet. However, because this is FF13 and it decides to troll us, most of Brunhilde's moves cause him to move away from them, which makes less of the blitz bullets hit. So what we really want to see is him do his move where he walks towards us, but of course, because it's a relay, we get only backing away. And so we got, I think, 4 blitz bullets of the 7 hitting, and yeah, not a single time he's doing the scythe attack that causes him to get close.
Yeah, and it would be helpful if Brunhilde targeted Vanille more as well, because when he's starting, or when she's targeting Sash, she tends to get further away, even if she's using the scythe. And that was chapter 8.
Yep, very quick one. And Mog is currently starting chapter 8, so that's, you can see about the current lead. But now coming up is a much longer chapter, chapter 9. A lot of stuff can happen in this chapter, but right at the start we're going to have a little gauntlet of fights. So the first fight, we don't have any control over the starting party or Crystarium or equipment, and so what we do is we just start off with a summon. The Odin stats are fixed at this point, and so by using a summon we can take care of the fight very quickly. And it's the same sort of pattern we use for the Hope's House fights, where we just try and use Odin's Skyward Swing to inflict chain duration on everyone, and Thundara's to chain. Looks like the Skyward Swing actually missed one of the enemies, so we're going to be doing a little bit slower, but we just use these Thunderfalls to boost everyone's chain, and then once they're all staggered, we can just use the Xantetskin to finish them off. The second fight right after this one, actually originally, looks like we lost chain duration, very annoying.
Yeah, Odin had to turn to target that one, and that took just too long too.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but because our party's not set up here, finishing them off after this can be very slow, so hopefully this Xantetskin will take care of all of it. But after this, we used to actually set up the party and give a good, okay, we're good. A good paradigm setup for the next battle, but it was still a pretty slow fight, pretty slow battle because you had to work through the 3 different soldiers. But what we've done now is actually, like Maelstrom mentioned earlier, we don't use a summon against Astro Protoflorian, and by doing that, we can actually use Proto here. So we actually saved 1 Ether Soul entirely for a summon on this fight. And pretty much do the same thing as the previous strategy, and it's significantly faster than how it used to be.
Yeah. We do change our or Kaya did change his paradigms before the fight, but that's mostly for the upcoming fights. It helps a tiny bit on this fight as well, but Like, it's mostly for the rest of the chapter.
We didn't shout out the super difficult minigame in Chapter 8, Chocobo Hide and Seek, FF13 edition. Yeah, that part of it's not. It's sort of like a puzzle. You just got to find the Chocobo a few times, but it's the same every time. There's nothing really noteworthy there.
Chocobo hot
Yeah.
and cold.
And 3 out of 4 times the correct direction is just go forward and then you have to check.
The super challenging final one, she hides among the other yellow Chocobos, but yeah, you just hold right and press X, and that's all there is to it.
I'm coming up on Midlight Reaper. Let's see if he has better debuff luck. I think this strategy is also sort of newish, where we used to build up a little bit more chain at the chain duration at the beginning first, but right now it's just the one ruin, so that also makes fight slightly more tricky, but I'm sure these runners will do it just well.
We got a lucky deep protect right at the start. Oh, and poison. So this
That's
is,
very good luck.
yeah,
very good
you don't
luck.
expect to get more than just deep protect on the first round, before stagger starts even. And so getting them all right now is just like this is perfect RNG. It's gonna be a great fight.
Yep.
And a full duration stagger lasts for 45 seconds. So just like for a point of comparison, it was 6 minutes for poison to kill. So it's going to do about 10% of his HP over the course of the stagger. So it's pretty a non-trivial amount of damage here.
Sometimes Vanille actually does a good job.
Thanks, Vanille, unironically. Yeah, so we were easily able to kill within stagger there, whereas Kaya had to finish him off with several blitzes after stagger. Now, I can hear on stream we have Tonberry audio, so you may notice that there's a blaring alarm in the background. It's really unfortunate because this is actually one of my favorite themes in the run. This is Fang's theme playing, but they decided to put an alarm over it just because, you know, that'd be nice. So this is just like FF10 and FF12, where, you know, you've got Home in FF10 and you've got the Leviathan in FF12, where it's just like, why you gotta ruin your great soundtrack with these alarms, man? Right now, Kaya's just going through a gauntlet of dodges. Most of these soldiers are fairly predictable. They don't turn super fast, and as long as you enter the zone not facing the angle they're facing, it should be fine. But they can just decide to completely troll and run out of nowhere. Right at the end of the screen is one of those tilters I mentioned before. These enemies are very fast, but again, they don't turn very quickly. So as long as you just sort of enter at an angle, you'll be fine. There's several chests throughout Chapter 9, like that Pandoran Spear and another chest that he got earlier, which is just like pretty much everything we pick up here, we're just going to be selling. It's just sources of gil for our upgrades on what we have. Okay, and we see on M's screen, Brynhilder's actually doing the Valkyrian Scythe, which is putting her right in position for a juicy blitz. So that's what you want to see in this fight.
Yeah, that's the dream positioning.
Although right before the end we got the pyro burst to launch, but Vanille finished her off. So Kaya just entered the Flamborg and Flaniter fight. This fight is a bit RNG. Actually, the RNG is more outside of the fight, where you just don't know which way they're going to be facing when you enter the hall. But luckily, Kaya got the preempt, and with the preempt, you can essentially just instantly blitz them both down. But if you don't get that preempt, it's a little bit more difficult because you have to chain them both, and the Flaniter will heal the Flamborg, and so you have to take care of one and then the other while they're being healed. It's just a very quick fight. when you have the preempt. And I don't think we actually specifically mentioned it, but what happens in a preempt is all of the enemies start with a very high chain, but low chain duration. And so you basically can stagger them instantly, but the stagger won't last very long. So what we typically try and do, if possible, is preempt and then immediately hit them with something that gives them chain duration, like a blitz, or in some cases even like a quake. But in that Flanador fight, even the short duration staggers enough, so we can just instantly stagger them and kill them. I mentioned this because right now in the gauntlet that Zero is doing at the end of Chapter 4, we are trying to get preempts in all of these fights, and it's a bit of a challenge to get chain duration on both enemies because right now we only have the one. So Saz is a commando, and Vanille can be a saboteur, and so we have to figure out. So we got the preempt here, and you can see Zero is, buffing himself, and then just before the chain runs out, Vanille will stagger one with the deep protect, and then Saz will start adding the chain duration, and so this is how we sort of balance things. Now, I wanted to shout out Tilters because there's one of the more annoying dodges is coming up on Kaya's screen in the lower left. So these enemies are called Vikings, and they're another instance of this Tilter. And there's just a narrow hallway with 3 of them, and all of them are way too fast for us. But as long as we can find some angle where none of them come straight at us, we'll be okay. So yeah, Kaya made it through there all right. But that can be one of the more frustrating things to get walled at. You can see Zero right now is trying to whisper to the bomb, please turn around, I want to preempt you. You have to wait for both of these enemies to be facing away from you in order to run in for the preempt. This is one of the things we try and manipulate with camera positioning. So the way it works is that if the camera is, if your field of view is not facing the enemies, they tend to not have as many animations. And this is something that we've really been working on developing a lot lately, is like, even if the enemy is behind a wall or something, if they're not in your field of view of the camera, they'll not move. And so you can basically manipulate where they are in their movement cycle by messing with the camera. And so we weren't successful this time, and so we had to do the non-preempt fight, but it's just one of the many optimizations that we've been working on recently with this speed game. It's really been evolving quite a bit. Meanwhile, on M's screen on the upper left, we're on the outside section of Chapter 9. This features many fast enemies. These drones are among the ones we've seen iterations of. They're not too bad to dodge, especially in that dodge because they tend to start far away from the opening. But this next dodge is 2 aerial soldiers, and these guys are way too fast. And this is something I've never learned, but there's actually a tilt. You can tilt the camera down, which slows them down, and then you can sort of run into the left side and then dodge them, although it did not work this time. But yeah, these enemies are much too fast, since you have to rely on things like the camera manipulation to make it possible. They also have a cycle where right at the start, when you do the retry, they sort of fly in a circle around towards the outside, and so when you do fail that dodge like that, you can typically wait for them to go into their cycle and be far away. But then now for this next final outside dodge, there's a combination of drones and aerial soldiers, and so it's just a matter of seeing where the soldiers are in their cycle. Hopefully they're far enough away that they can't catch you, and then hope the drones don't face you so they go towards you. This is something that used to just be an automatic decept, but through working on techniques and understanding positioning and camera manipulations and all that, we can actually dodge everything now without the decepts.
Yeah, and on Kaya's fight there with Vespid Soldier and Thermidor, he actually had Vanille inflict Deep Protect with probably the first cast, and that meant that was actually kind of bad thing to happen, because that meant that Deep Protect wore off before the Terminator was dead. So he had to re-inflict Deep Protect there.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah, I think the base duration for Deep Protect is 1 minute, and like I said, a full duration stagger is like 45 seconds, and so it can be, if you count the time it takes to actually do the stagger there, that enemy also has a powerful attack that has high cut that can launch whoever he targets with it, so that is part of the RNG of that fight. Whew. That Tilter almost got M, another one of those Vikings, but again, as long as you're running slightly to the left with that, you'll manage to dodge their hitbox. So now on Zero Screen, we're in Chapter 5, and this Hope section, one slightly amusing thing about this game is for some reason they programmed Hope such that he has a slightly lower running speed, but luckily these aren't Thextrons, what are these called? I don't know
They
the
are
name.
Dexterous.
They are Thextrons. Okay, these Thextrons are also the slower of this class of enemy. So even though Hope's slower, you can typically outrun them, or when they catch up to you, their animation won't hit Hope as long as you're running at the right angle. It's a little bit of RNG there, but it's just as speedrunners, you know, it's frustrating having to run with the slower character. If we could make Lightning the leader, we were able to save significant time on this chapter. Later on in Chapter 11, the game actually hands us control of Hope, and it took us a while to realize, but actually swapping party leader there saves time, and so I'll shut that up again when we get there. Looks like M also got the preempt here on the Flamborg and Flanitor, so that's quite nice. You can also see the crazy amount of damage these blitzes do. Just take care of both of them in a single blitz.
And Kaya on the Kalavinka fight now, and already hitting slow, that's quite good. So the first phase is like it's actually two separate fights, even though it's two fights that are the same enemy. But the first one is actually the weaker version still. Stay up quickly and now just deal damage. And you try to keep a pattern where you keep it interrupted. Where also the what's the debuff called?
Curse.
Curse, yeah, also helps with that.
Yeah, Curse is a debilitation, so I was making the distinction between debilitations and debuffs. It's nice because it slows the enemy down, but again, we'd rather be doing more damage. But specifically, I want to say Curse puts their keep to 0, so it basically makes it like that they're staggered without being staggered. So it's quite nice for interrupting them. Yeah, so Slow and Curse are the ones that Fang starts out with. She could eventually get Daze, which is a very powerful debuff, and it is used in some of the speedrun categories for dealing extra damage, but we don't get close to there before we get the better party for that.
Yeah, and now he's on the second fight, and actually there's at some point he will do a more stronger attack, and that will be on the character that has the lowest health actually, so that way we'll be able to manipulate it to make sure that that's going to be Hope, because Hope dying is fine. So we'll see that now. And then we just revive Hope so they can help chain again. And then we stagger again, and after stagger just make sure that the spells are in a pattern where we can keep it a little bit interrupted hopefully.
The original version of this fight, we actually used Fang as a Sentinel to tank that attack, and we didn't understand how the targeting works. But once we realized it was the character with the lowest current HP, we realized that we know Hope's going to be the lowest, so as long as we keep everyone at full HP, Hope will be the guaranteed target. And we lose 500 gil from using a Phoenix down there, but we're doing everything we can to save time, so that just became 500 extra gil in our gil counting.
Yeah, and M on Thermodon and Vespid Soldier. The Vespid Soldier is already dead. The Thermodon has this outer shell that it only loses after you stagger, so it's even more important to stagger to deal full damage. And
Yep.
after stagger you actually want to wait a bit until dealing damage, so it gets close enough for the blitzes to really do good damage.
Yeah, it's the same thing that Zero was talking about earlier with when the enemy's closer, more of the blitz bullets will hit, and so you literally just stand there and wait, and you put Vanille into healer or into medic, just because then she won't interrupt him when he's staggered, and he'll let him to walk close to you and allow you to do damage. So we've got a large menu here for Kaya. Now that we've beaten Kalavinka, we're on to the bridges section of the run. This is actually the first time we have control over the party at all. So the first thing we do, we're forced to have Lightning as the leader. So the first thing we do is rotate in Snow and Saz. We basically have to choose between whether we want to have, Snow is going to be there for dealing damage. We have to decide if we want to have Saz for buffs or Vanille for debuffs. As it turns out, at this point in the run, the buffs are doing more for us than the debuffs. In particular, Saz has haste, and so haste plus the bravery on 2 characters does significantly more damage than we would get from just adding Deprotect. So we just have to work through these first 2 fights. And now, we talked about it earlier, but I wanted to go into more detail now. This is a really cool manipulation we have, where enemies appear and disappear based on how far away you are from them in the overworld. And so we can actually take advantage of this by, what we essentially do is we move away from where an enemy we have to get by is, and they will despawn. However, the line at which they respawn is inside the battle zone of another enemy. So MLSTRM mentioned that when you when you retry a battle, the game places you at the point where you entered the battle zone. What you can essentially do is move into the battle zone far enough away from the enemies that they despawn, and then when you retry the fight, it places you where you entered the battle zone, which is past the line that respawns those enemies. So what's actually going to happen is we're basically going to cross a boundary that spawns enemies without spawning them, and so they'll be despawned. And so we call this the bridge skip. It's because the 3rd and 4th fights coming up were used to be fights that we had to fight until we found it was possible to do this despawn. So right now, just a quick Odin summon to take care of these fights. This is actually one of the worst fights in this area, the Psycom Reaver plus other guys, but it's geometrically in this straight line that allows us to despawn the other 2 fights. So by doing this slower fight, we can then despawn the 3rd and 4th fights, and this is the fastest way through here.
Yeah, we used to skip this fight when we did 4 bridge fights. This one was actually not one of them, but then the despawn.
That is also something that went through a few iterations. Actually, the first version of the despawn followed the original pattern where you went to the left side through some faster fights, and then you used this fight to despawn the 4th fight. But then eventually we realized it was possible to just go in a straight line. And so now that I've described it, we can see it in action. These last few fights have given us enough CP to get a few more licenses, specifically in fire. The coming of Bart fight is one that needs every element, and so now we have all 4 in spells on Saz, so we're able to do bonus damage on all the elements. We also got an accessory slot on Vanille, which will be really important because we'll be able to give her more HP and a Doctor's Coat at the same time, so she'll be able to use potions and survive larger attacks, which will be relevant in a fight in 2 chapters, but this is all just preparation for that. But after this menu, we'll see the despawn. So you open this bridge, that next fight, you can see there's one of those Thermodon enemies, but we just turn around. That line where we turn around is the line that respawns the previous fight. So now we run up these stairs to the previous fight. Once we reach this platform, the Thermodon enemy will despawn, and then we'll enter this fight. So we enter the fight, and then when we exit the fight, we'll be past the start of that platform where the Thermodon would respawn. So we've basically crossed that boundary without spawning him. So now the Thermodon is no longer there, and that completely skips that fight. That fight used to take about a minute, and that was a minute of battle time. It might be worth noting that the battle time that is listed at the end of the fight is actually not real time. It's just some internal clock counter that's slightly slower than real time, and also differs between platforms. So yeah, it's just a lot of little details to work out. But we do the same thing again. This was actually the worst fight, the Reaver plus 4 aerial soldiers. You can see them down there. Again, we run far enough down to respawn that fight that we already beat with the Reaver and the normal soldiers, but we then use that to despawn that last fight. So we're done with fights, and we're ready to move on to part 1. So Bartandalus is sort of the main antagonist of the game. He's a cocoon fal'Cie. We fight him 3 times, and all 3 of them are difficult fights for different reasons. For this first fight, there's basically 2 phases to the fight. He starts with 4 heads that are attacking you, and you basically want to work through those 4 heads with your party. And each one has a different elemental weakness. So the idea here is we want to just basically balance Saz giving snow and lightning the buffs that'll allow them to take care of each head, and we'll basically work through them, and then we'll into the second phase, at which point it's the same sort of pattern we've seen quite a bit, which is going to be staggering, and then building chain and killing while interrupting. The interruption for that second phase is very difficult and subtle, and I'll talk about it in more detail when we get there, but for now, let's go ahead and start this. Looks like we did get a bonus fort, or we were able to get a fort assault for this. The fort saves not that much time, but it makes the whole execution much more streamlined because you don't have to worry about Saz casting, vigilance and haste and all these things and bravery at the start. Saves us some time. Although I do think he actually casts vigilance here before the spells. Yeah. So we see lightning is now enfrosted, and so she's doing ice damage now to this fire head, and Snow is infired, so he's attacking the frost head, and so we have to work through all 4 elements one at a time. Meanwhile, on Zero, on Team Choco, we're coming up on the bike fight just before Aster Coda Florian. So we'll get to see what element Zero gets for Aster shortly. So, now, looking at part 1, we've cleared the ice head and the fire head, and so we try and sync it so that Snow and Lightning are both clearing those 2 heads at the same time so that we can shift back into the synergist paradigm so that we can then get in water and in thunder on Lightning and Snow and take care of the other 2 heads. Again, as close to simultaneously as possible. Usually Lightning clears hers first because Saz is attacking it, and now we can just focus on clearing that last head. One annoying thing about the AI in this version of the game is that when you have multiple commandos in the same party, they tend to focus on different targets. And this actually tends to discourage runners, I think, or players of the game from using that paradigm, because you really want to focus on enemies one at a time. In 13.2, they sort of resolved this by giving you the access to targeted and wide paradigms, so you can do commando that targets, commando that splits up. But here we only have the, I guess you'd say, it's like Cerberus W or Aggression W. But now that we're in the second phase, we've staggered him, and so the whole goal here, the issue with this is that he has a very rare but very annoying ability, which is to clear his own stagger. So he has like sort of a cleanse type ability. So once he reaches a certain amount of HP, if we stop interrupting him, he'll use Destrudo. And when he uses Destrudo, he clears his own stagger, and we won't be able to finish him off. And so we have to really balance our ATB refreshes and party actions here to just maintain interruption on him. So you have to watch out for what Saz is doing, what Snow is doing, and then time what Lightning is doing to make it. So we actually lost the interruption here, but he went to Baptism of Ruin first, so we're okay. And that was a pretty good part 1.
Yeah. Yeah, this interruption pattern is actually quite difficult to do. You need to actually have all 3 line up so that it's constantly interrupted and it really doesn't get the gap for that Strudo. So
Yeah,
one thing that makes it really difficult. Like as a beginner, it's really difficult to get that. And you get the slower fight where you have to start chaining again.
I mean, yeah, Kai is an absolute master of this, but even there, it slipped up right at the end. So, exo-proofing ice, so this is the same pattern that Kaya got, and it's probably the slowest one. So this is this is the slowest of the ones you can kill. Exo fire, as we mentioned before, you can't. You actually have to wait for the second cycle. But of the ones you can finish off, this is the worst one. So it's a matter here of trying to, balance how much chain you do versus how much damage you do, and every runner has their own preferences. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but even water and lightning are difficult to learn to do in one stagger, and ice is making it even more tight because you just have less damage even then. So that these runners have been able to work out to do this in just one stagger is just amazing.
Staggering, one could even say. Okay, so we're into the damaging phase. So we try and do 3 attacks instead of 4 at a time, just because Lightning's 4th attack is, she does it with a backflip, and so it's a little bit slower, and so looks like, yeah, this is gonna go well.
Yeah. But one thing that this is also a fight that you really have to do in one stagger, because after the first stagger, then Frodo is so low level that he becomes so much more dangerous. So like,
Yeah.
it's not entirely impossible to finish it off after stagger, but it becomes so much more difficult. So you really want to do enough damage in that one stagger.
We got to see a taste of that on Team Tonberry. Kaya had ice and didn't quite kill, and so we got to see the whole big jump and flip that killed Hope. It was up to
Yeah.
him to keep Hope alive, but he couldn't.
Yeah, but Zero actually did it in one stagger, and that is just
Yeah.
so difficult to do. Even on a good Exo, this is such a difficult fight, and doing it in Exo Ice, it's really impressive.
We originally used Odin for all the different possibilities, but you know, as things became more refined and optimized, we realized that it's really better to use Odin somewhere else than just take care of him with strikes, and then in that case attacks.
Yeah, we first dropped Odin from the under and water exoproofings, and then it was just the backup for the fire one, and then we swapped it to the chapter 9.
Yeah.
Fight instead.
Looks like M will also have a Fortisol for the coming up Bart 1 fight, so we'll see how this goes. We were so busy talking about Proto, we didn't get to talk about the first fight of Chapter 10, but now Kaya's on Chapter 10, and we'll go back to that double Pulsework Knight fight once we get there for M. But as far as what Kaya's working on, it's pretty much, this is Chapter 10, it's just a lot of dodges in a row. For the most part, they're not too bad, but some of them can be just very random with the positioning of the various enemies. The big thing to watch out for now for Kaya, though, is we're coming up on Sid. This fight is very difficult, and there's a lot going on, so we'll be able to talk about that shortly. But for now, we can just see how M does on Bar 1. He does have the fort, so the one thing that's a little bit scary about doing this fight without a fort is that the duration of bravery that Saz casts at the start of the fight when you don't do it with a fort is about as long as the fight should be. So if the fight starts to go off the rails, your bravery will wear off and things will, or sorry, not your bravery, your haste will wear off. Haste has a shorter duration than bravery, so when haste wears off, it becomes it can become scary. But the Fortisol I think lasts for, I forget, it's like 5 minutes. So isn't it?
It's 5 or 6 minutes, I forget.
Yeah. I think the only time I've seen this Fortisol shrouds wear off is Attackus. It's one of the in-game bosses where it genuinely takes more than 5 minutes to actually do the fight.
I once had a Bar 2 fight where I run off the Aegisol that we used there, and somehow I managed to get through.
Wow.
Well, that's not what you want to see, but these fights are all supposed to be faster than have your shrouds wear out. So something went wrong if they're running out.
Alright, so now we've reached the second phase and we're about to stagger Bart. And the Destrudo can only happen once he's reached a certain threshold of damage. And so we just basically stay in Tri-Disaster chaining because that doesn't do too much damage but allows this phase, the damage we do in Cerberus to become larger. So we really try and boost our damage quite a bit here. He also likes to spam Ruinga, which is an ability that can launch us and completely interrupt our patterns. So here we see we've got Lightning doing interruptions, and then we're waiting for Snow to come in. Oh, Snow is late, so we have one more chance to interrupt here, so let's see how it goes. Oh, Thanatosian Smile. Okay, let's see if we can interrupt coming out of this. Oh, looks like we just managed to get it. This is very, very tight, and usually it actually does not work out. So with an ATB refresh here, yeah, we've just managed to get him. Whew, that was... So both times we slipped up on the interruption, but we managed to get the Destrudo skip, so...
Yeah. Saz came clutch with the ruins to keep Bart stagger, or Bart interrupted while there was a pause between Lightning and Snow's attacks.
So that really goes to show how difficult the Destrudo skip is, that both runners lost the interruption, but we did manage to get the Destrudo skip luckily, so that's quite nice. Usually adds about 30 seconds if you... 30 more seconds if you lose that interruption. Okay, so now Kaya's coming up on Sid. So for this fight, he's got a very, very high stagger point, and so you really have to just weather his attacks for quite a long time while trying to reach stagger. Once you reach stagger, the fight becomes pretty free, but the technique we go for now is to try and interrupt him as much as possible with strikes. He has a very high cut level, but strikes specifically have a high... he has a high keep, but we use strikes because they have a high cut value. And so strikes, but not spells, will interrupt him. But he's also very speedy, and he also moves around a lot, and so it's going to be a balancing act of trying to make both snow and lightning hit him with strikes and keep him interrupted as much as possible. Meanwhile, on M-Stream, we've got the 2 Pulsework soldiers. This is just a matter of trying to keep them close enough together that your Thundaras will hit both of them. Looks like we've got that. We use a Quake to give chain duration, and so yeah, you just stagger them both. And then once they're staggered, you can just buff up and kill them with a single blitz. And I think the main focus now should be on Sid, so for Kaya right now. You can see we're in Tri-Disaster. That 1 Quake gives him a massive amount of chain duration, and so now we can just try and balance the strikes from lightning and snow. But as you can see, he still broke out of that interruption very, very quickly. One important thing is that when you shift at the right time, you can get an animation cancel. And so normally when your party swaps paradigms, you have what we call a ready animation. And that ready animation is just sort of like lightning does a little sword spin, snow does a little fist bump, and it's just like a little animation they have to show, hey, I'm ready to switch paradigms. But if you manage to time it at the end of an attack, they'll skip that and go straight into the next string. And you really want to take advantage of that because when you get that animation cancel, you can maintain an interruption. So we see here that he's done the offensive shift, and then as we shifted, and then Snow maintains his string, and we can maintain the interruption here. So we're really close to the stagger, although he's gotten his next attack off. But looks like we're about to stagger, and then we'll do another animation cancel here. So Snow immediately launches without doing animation cancels. So that's just something a veteran runner can do in their sleep, because it's really important for many of these fights. But yeah, that'll be Sid down. Sid is particularly scary because a single string nearly kills any Saz or Lightning, and so if you let him hit any of those characters twice in a row, they will go down. And then once he's staggered, he'll reach an HP threshold where he actually goes into a more advanced state where he takes reduced damage and has a attack that will kill you. And so once you've reached stagger point, you want to keep him interrupted and launched and then finish off the fight. If you manage to get another string off after you've staggered and reach that HP threshold, your only hope then is to use Odin to tank that attack and then finish him off with Zentetskin. But we really don't want to do that. We want to save that.
Yeah. This was also a really difficult fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, beginners learn a much simpler version, but this version of the fight can be quite tricky, but these are all good enough that they can go for that.
Yep. You can do that fight with a lot more Sentinel if you want to play it safe, and just chain with spells. Spells actually have faster animations than strikes, and so in general that's like a faster way of going about things, but the strikes and the interruptions allow you to delay his cycle, which makes the fight faster overall.
So here,
go ahead.
Here's an interesting dodge where Kaya is in an elevator with some enemies and just running in circles around them while waiting for the elevator to go down. So
yeah, this is, he made it look easy, but you're really trapped in this room with these enemies, and those bombs are faster than you. So you really have to take advantage of everything you know about dodging to make it through there.
Yeah, I guess later we still get the hard mode version of the elevator dodge with the birds.
Yep. It's the same dodge, except with an even faster and more unpredictable enemy. And until recently, this was something that we always used the decept for. Because if you just decept, you can stand there on the elevator and they won't even notice you. But, we've got things optimized now to the point where you want to try and do that dodge without the decept. One problem with that, though, is that fight, if you retry that fight, it puts you at the top of the elevator. So you really lose a lot of time if that happens. I think it's, if you're on the bird elevator, if you fail, it's around 45 seconds lost. For the bombs, it's not so bad if Sid went well, because as it turns out for the bombs, you can just instantly summon in Zentetskin, and it's slower than a normal dodge, but it's faster than having to retry the elevator. It's about two dodges worth of time loss. But for the birds, it's like 3+ dodges if you fail. So you're gonna have some excitement coming up soon on Team Choco or Team Tonberry.
Yeah, meanwhile, Zero is fighting Engian Enlil. Already done with the first one, and now...
Yeah, it looks like he got a bonus fort for this one, so that's quite nice.
Yep.
Saz does not have haste yet. I lied about poison, but I did not lie about haste.
Yeah, and you see him actually using the poison here, which gives sort of double interruption, whereas this infliction movement afterwards as well.
Yeah. There's a subtle difference between the pattern for how you interrupt him when you have haste or when you don't have haste. And specifically, we sort of have a built-in muscle memory for when ATB refreshes happen. So when you don't have haste, it takes it takes 2 of Saz's strings. Oh, hold on, I'm getting mixed up. It's 3 of Saz's strings between 12-second ATB refreshes, and then 1 more string you can do. So if you do the non-haste ATB refresh timing, you won't get the ATB refresh, and it's really easy to lose interruption in that case. But you get the hang of the 2 different patterns.
Now M is approaching Sid.
I'm so good to see that.
Well, I'm doing the bird elevator.
Yeah, he is, with no D-sub, so this should be very exciting. Generally what you want to do for this bird elevator is you want to try and run behind the yellow one. So the yellow one is the most unpredictable and fastest. As long as you're behind him, you can keep him turning while the others do random things. Wow, there you go, he did it. That is crazy to me, man.
Nice.
I do take a little bit of pride in that, since I think it was M who picked it up after I did it once in a practice run when I was practicing for one of my 1 through 15 speedruns, and I was just doing a random run of this game, and the run was not going great, so I decided that okay, let's just do the bird elevator without Decept for just for fun, and then one of them, I think it was M, was watching and picked it up from that and started practicing it, and now they're all doing it, I think.
Speaking of bird dodges, the bird bridge, oh boy. The bird bridge is what Kai is on right now. This bird bridge, you just decept it. These birds are so unpredictable, but they're so unpredictable that we cut. I shouldn't be laughing, but just like it's such a ridiculous thing that's happening to Kaya right now. He's between the last 2 dodges, and the bird jumped into him, and now he's like just trying to activate a decept, and the bird from the previous dodge keeps on jumping in. But he's managed to get by it now. But speaking of amusing things that have happened in practice, when I was learning the run, I actually was reading the notes as I went through. Oh, let me actually just say we're getting metamorphosis here on M's. So yeah, you use Odin to dodge that damage and then build up chain. And so yeah, this is what it looks like when the interruption fails, but it's just a matter of building up chain to reach the Zentetsuken threshold. Man, there's so much going on between all these runs. It's such an active speed run with 3 things going on. It's like there's constant action. And then, while that's happening in the upper left, we've got Bahamut, which is now our 4th Eidolon fight. And so this is Fang's Eidolon. And what we want to be doing here is Kam, Rav, and Sab. And the important thing about this fight is that he alternates between phases where he's very dangerous and phases where he just does nothing. And so we try and tank his attacks as much as possible, but he's just decided he really does not like lightning right now. Okay, but lightning died once, and now we should be okay. Fang can inflict slow and curse on him. He can't really be interrupted, so curse is just for building the Gestalt bar, but slow will slow him down. And yeah, there's a few different attack patterns he can use here. He can start with Whirlwind, or he can start with another attack. Whirlwind can launch, and so if he starts with that, you really can't stop yourself from getting launched. But you know, it's just all about balancing how much damage how much Gestalt you build versus staying alive, and that was a pretty good fight. 44 seconds.
Yeah. Now M is at the first elevator dodge with the bombs.
Yeah, and so because he had to summon against Sid, he does not have that quick out of summoning Odin here. We can already see crazy stuff's happening. Like they didn't notice him, and then they got stuck on Saz and Snow. So this is just a taste of the RNG that you can get in this run. But it looks like we're in a good position now. They're doing their orbit thing, and yeah, we've successfully dodged it here. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is when I was first learning this run for that bird bridge, I was reading the notes and it says, okay, use a decept on the next bridge, and I was off by one bridge, so I just dodged all the birds without even realizing I was supposed to decept there. But those birds cannot be dodged consistently, so it was just like a complete random RNG thing. But when you're doing this without shrouds, this is one of the more difficult segments because there's so many difficult dodges.
Oh yeah, and also there was a time when Vanille's voice actress played this game on Twitch, and she actually did the bird bridge without decept and got through all of them.
So the more skilled you are, the more difficult it is, I guess, because Kaya is one of the best runners, and he couldn't get through it without failing with a decept, and then Vanille's voice actress can get through it no problem.
To be fair, even with a decept, it's not that easy because they're just having this unpredictable movement that you cannot affect at that point.
Yep. We got one more challenging dodge coming up for M, but with birds. But we're gonna have the Alex fight coming up on Kaya, and no, not Alex, aka Zero Elite on Team Choco. That's Alex, the Alexander Eidolon. This is Hopes. This is the 5th Eidolon fight, and it is another fight similar to the previous one, where it's pretty much alternating phases of being dangerous and being idle. And so what we basically have to do is set up a pattern where Fang, who is the saboteur, runs towards him and then stands still anytime he's being dangerous. So Fang can just tank all of his actions. And then meanwhile, we want to have Lightning and Hope standing back. Like I was mentioning before, as long as Lightning uses spells instead of strikes, she'll keep on backing up and won't be in the danger zone. And so we actually have her magic spec here, even though it's not really necessary because the damage values don't matter. But by being magic spec, it'll make her AI choose spells over strikes and make her back up. So we do some paradigm shifts here to keep Fang close to Alex, and then she'll be able to tank with her meta guard. One thing about the way Alex's attack pattern works is he tries to use a smaller attack and then a larger attack, but if his first attack doesn't launch, then he won't do the more dangerous attack for the second attack. So he just does Soaring Uppercut twice here, even though he wants to do Obliterator, but he can't. So this is just all about keeping track of how the fight's going and positioning of the characters.
Huh.
So we got the bird up.
Now that you mention it, I never realized how many small similarities there are between Alexander and Obliterator in FF10.
Oh.
That was bad though.
Yeah, so it looked like Lightning was being more aggressive with her attacks. I don't know, maybe there was trouble with one of the upgrades or something, but she really should. Yeah, he's checking the equipment right now. Looks like the right equipment. I don't know why she was attacking. That's
so. I think what happened is that Kaya went to Delta attack, where Lightning is commando instead of the paradigm where Lightning is a medic.
Which you're supposed to do that for the ATB refresh, though.
Yeah, but like then he went back to the Delta attack again.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if that's like part of some kind of new strat or if that was just a mistake. But I think that's what happened.
We got to see when the bird elevator goes wrong, and just those birds are so fast. Typically, when they're running at you from behind, you can get away from their hitbox. But if they come at you at an angle, it's totally unpredictable. So we got to see the Burge. But now we get to see a more textbook, at least so far, Alexander's fight. Actually, I have to credit Zero, you with this current iteration of Alex. At least to a certain degree. I remember the previous version of this fight involved buffing all 3 party members, and when all 3 party members get buffed, you actually can't maintain the stagger duration or the chain duration to maintain chain. For this current iteration, we maintain the chain from the start of the fight, and in doing so, that makes it guaranteed that all of these provoke is actually a debuff, even though it's in the Sin roll. And so when the chain is above a certain point, we'll be able to guarantee landing these provokes, and it just makes the fight much more consistent. And it used to be above a minute and 40 seconds, but now a typical fight is closer to a minute 30 seconds. And I think you were responsible for that big change in how things were done?
It was a group effort. I think it was Pendulum and you who started doing it, and then I tuned it a little bit as well. Like, it was the three of us that worked a lot on this threat.
Yeah. We've all worked a lot on all of these fights, but that was much more textbook on the retry, and 130 is about what you expect. Meanwhile, we get to see Bahamut. So yeah, it normally starts with swipes, and you can use a potion to stop the whirlwind from launching. But if he starts with whirlwind, then yeah. We also use a provoke there. Just by using the action, it puts our keep value high enough that it won't launch us. Now, I always like to shout out here that there was a document maintained by one of the runners of the community, Mr. Zwanzig. You might have heard him earlier in this FF relay, but he had a document that kept track of typical fight times for all of these fights, and his description for the time on this fight involved a bad word that I won't say, but that kind of summarizes people's feelings on how random this fight can be. But yeah, looks like it went pretty well here. Yeah, we had 44 on Tonberry and 45 here. These are definitely good times, but it can be much worse.
Also, Kaya got to the section where now we fully have access to what we want our party to be, which we immediately switch because automatically we have Hope in the lead and Hope runs slower than the rest. So immediately make the switch to the party that we want to have, which is Saz, Vanille and Snow. Saz has good damage as with his Blitz as a commando, and also has the very good synergist role with haste and other positive buffs that help deal extra damage. So we definitely want him typically as a party leader, or there are some fights where we change a different leader.
Yeah, Saz is definitely... Go ahead.
Yeah, Saz is the one that we want to be able to direct which buffs we use, as well as being able to tell him to use Blitz, so that makes him best as leader. And then afterwards, Vanille is there for debuffs, and she can also do a bit of healing and help with the chaining. And then Snow has both Commando and Ravager as primary roles that he gets access, so he can help with chaining and damage dealing as well as Sentinel role for tanking.
Yeah, in terms of the quality of the AI versus ideal, the Synergist is one of the worst. It tries to buff one character at a time, and it doesn't know what the most important buffs are in general. So by controlling the Synergist, we really can target those buffs and use exactly what we need as quickly as possible, and then shift into using those blitzes, which the AI also doesn't want to know. So Saz is definitely the one that benefits the most from controlling generally. But he's really the MVP. He does so much for us. Actually, originally in the earlier routes of this run, we actually ran that whole stretch across the Arkhild steppe with Hope, but we were watching Japanese runners, and they swapped to Saz immediately. And there's no real difference if you don't understand that Hope runs slower. It's just like, it doesn't make a difference. You can swap anytime up to the fight, but eventually you realize, like, oh, Hope is just slower. And that made us that shift where the menu was to immediately after the Alex fight. And speaking of, we're about to see another iteration of the Alex fight on Team Mag right now from M, so let's see how this goes.
Also, this fight that Kaya is on is the only fight in the run that we do for CP.
Yeah, specifically this fight is for CP. Also, looks like Behemoth is shipping. Ooh, alright, that's a retry. Yeah, we try and maintain launch on that Behemoth, but if he gets his action off, and he's below 50% HP, he will stand up and restore his HP and remove all of his buffs, so you really have to just retry the fight at that point. But it's a very quick fight, so it's not a big issue. Meanwhile, we can see Fang is running up to Alex exactly as she should, and maintaining her meta guard through the damaging attacks. You can see we shift into Delta Attack and then back into Relentless Assault. This is literally just to get the ATB refresh. We cannot set our paradigm for this fight unless we retry it, and that takes a long time. And so we would rather have 2 Relentless Assaults here if possible, but we don't, so we just make do by shifting in and out of Delta Attack to get that, it's like a refresh, or we get our refresh, but, a little bit suboptimally.
Yeah, essentially the better paradigms don't save enough to be worth the setup.
Exactly. The way Alex's AI works, he also likes to alternate how long it takes him to attack. He'll do a lofty challenge in between every other cycle, and so when he does lofty challenge, that gives us a full round of being able to do a full set of 18 refresh attack cycle, and yeah, just finish off the fight pretty quickly.
I kind of like how rhythmic a lot of these Eidolon fights are. They all have this pattern of when they attack and just
Yeah, they
go
really
into
do.
the rhythm
Yeah,
of when you're supposed to do what.
and we're about to see the same thing on Kaya's stream as he comes up to Hackathon Care, although that's a good bit away because we have the largest menu of the route coming up shortly. Meanwhile, Zero has just sacrificed Hope himself on Ushu, but again, by summoning, Hope is alive in the background, so we'll be able to use him once the Shiva's dismissed. So now on Im and Kaya's stream, we've got our final party, like Madelon was saying. There's a few other details that come up now and then, which is like the actual order of the characters does matter at times. So we've currently got Saz, and then Saz is the leader, and we've got Vanille in the second slot, Snow in the third slot. Generally, this is nice because it makes it so we can swap Vanille and Saz very quickly, and there's a few fights, like she mentioned, that we are going to be using Vanille as the leader. But there are also some fights where the positioning matters. So putting Snow on the right side can, or left side will be advantageous in different parts of the run coming up. So I'll shout those out when those come. But this is our final party for now.
Yeah, there are a couple of exceptions where the game forces us to a certain party, but apart from that, all the fights are going to be done with this party.
Long ago, Fang actually was in the Snow slot. The original versions of the route used that, and the advantage of Fang is those debilitations can actually be nice in fights where the enemy does such devastating attacks, or if you just want to slow them down enough for you to be able to take them on. But the issue with Fang is that she really does not have good access to the Ravager role, and Ravager is just so important for chaining. We pretty much are going to rely on Tri-Disaster quite a bit throughout the run just to stagger enemies as quickly as possible. And so what that version of the route did was once we reach this point in the game in Chapter 11, we can get any role on any character, but getting their off main roles is very expensive in terms of CP. And we do actually do that in a few places. Like we're going to be getting Commando on Vanille just so that she has the Commando role active, and we'll be getting Sentinel on Saz so that he can get that reduced damage that the Sentinel role benefits from. But getting such an important role, Ravager on Fang, was just a huge investment, and she wasn't able to use strikes. She'd just be able to use spells. So this is just the best setup we have for now. And so we called this the Snow route, but this is just the route now.
Yeah, Snow also has a really fast casting.
Yes. His strike animation is very fast, and he's fully physically spec'd. And so unless the enemy doesn't take damage from strikes, he'll typically use strikes. But his spells animation is also very fast. He's just a very fast Ravager. That's all a Ravager has to do is just hit very quickly. And we see the BK and M fight, Behemoth King and Magista Therian. It's a pretty simple fight. It's it's a preempt, so you just got to distribute your damage and debuffs. But it's another Thanks Vanille fight where if she just decides not to debuff, it can be very frustrating. We lovingly call it the Burger King and McDonald's fight, also BK and M. But yeah, it's just like Zero mentioned. It's the only fight we do for CP, and it's actually the best CP grind at this point of the run, and it will be for quite a long time until you reach, I think until you reach Chapter 13. Actually, it's 6,600 CP, I believe, and you can reset the fight very quickly. So if you're looking to grind CP anywhere in this area, that's the best place to do it, but we only do it one time.
Yeah, it's very fast to respawn as well. You just have to run to the a little bit past the save point, up the hill, and then go back, and then it will have respawned.
There has been a version of this route that skips that, and none of the CP that's there is actually totally mandatory, but it's such a big time save on multiple upcoming fights that it's just worth it.
Yeah, especially for the very next fight that with the Hackathon Care.
Yeah, if you cut that fight, you have to either lose the extra ATB slot for Vanille, or you have to lose your accessory, and both of those, you know, are very important for this fight.
Or well, I guess there's the rust pudding fight in between,
Oh,
which is
true.
technically also a optional
It
fight.
is technically optional, but the dodge is very, very inconsistent. They basically just stand in the hallway in front of where you have to go and don't move. We've seen a VOD of someone basically coaxing the rust pudding out by using the second party members that you can't control to cycle around and push them out of the way, but I tried it for like 10 minutes and I couldn't make anything happen at all.
Yeah, the problem with the dodge is that it takes longer than the fight.
Yep.
And it also gives us the CP we need for Vanille's 4th ATB, so...
Yep. Actually,
It's
we're
very
about to
convenient.
see them purchase it right now. Yeah. There you go.
So Zero's on the second Wushu fight.
Yeah, so the big thing to look out here, like we mentioned before, is just like, does he turn? Who does he turn to face? He's facing Fang right now, and we've staggered him, so we can maintain this interruption with launching, and it looks like we're in a good position here. Another thing is that we're doing here is trying to ATB refresh, animation cancel lightning. The thing that makes this difficult is you actually can't see her, so you kind of just got to pay attention to the sound of her attacks and the time when the Thundara appears on the right side of the screen. So we just saw it. We get an ATB refresh every 3 sets of her 2 Thundaras. So Thundara, and then you try and shift and get the animation cancel, and it looks like we were successful. For this last round, you switch into aggression, which is 2 commandos, and use her ruins to keep them launched, and then we try and hit the smite. Let's see if we can get the smite to smite. Very nice. Great execution there. And then we just basically do that twice. For the second part, he does a much more powerful targeted attack. So you use Fang Sentinel to tank that, and then just again stagger him and do the same thing as the first phase. But now we have Hecaton Care on the left side, bottom left on Team Tonberry. This is the final Eidolon fight. This is Vanille's Eidolon. And again, same pattern as Alex and Bahamut. Cycles of dangerous and not dangerous, and we're using Fang Sentinel to keep him out of range. Of Vanille at least. And then just surviving between the dangerous cycles. There's a few different patterns of attacks you can do here. Some of them are more dangerous, some of them are less dangerous, and they take various amounts of time. And understanding this fight is just about mitigating the RNG of his various strings. So it looks like this is a pretty normal first string, finishing with counter. This looks scary, but we have multiple renews we can use here and stay alive. As long as Fang stays far away from Vanille and Fang is keeping him provoked, we should be okay. The one thing that can be scary is if he never uses counter, he'll keep getting closer and closer to you. The counter, for some reason, makes him jump back. So we already got that, so I think we're going to be in a good position for this fight, no matter what happens. We saw a Quake, which hits both, but then Force Prediction is his lowest damage attack, so that's pretty fun. And we can renew one more time here. So this looks like a pretty textbook Hecaton Care. Meanwhile, we'll have Hope's House 1 from Team Choco. Again, this is one of the more RNG fights here, so we're looking for Odin that can be hitting as many things as possible and maintaining chain duration. So it looks like we're only hitting 2, and lightning is already interrupted, so it's already decided to be a fun fight. And lightning is yellow, so Odin is going to be healing her. It's just, oh man, this is why this is such a ridiculous fight. She's yellow again. We get another Kiraga. Yeah, this is Hope's House 1. It just decides to be mean. Honestly, I blame Zero for this one. I always say this is one of the worst fights in the run, but anytime I show up in his stream, he's like, "Oh no, Hope's House 1's not that bad." So now I think he's getting punished for it. Punished for his chagrin.
Yeah. It's my least favorite fight in the run. Hopes out the run.
Yeah, but he actually managed to in just alt mode build enough chain duration and stagger them all and kill within stagger, and it ended up being a 30-second fight. So despite all of those Kiragas, that was actually very good. So well done.
Also, this dodge for M, like there's the big enemy behind the hoplites that has these big arms that get in the way, but if you just go to the side of it, it just turns around to try to face you, and that actually makes it move his arm away to make space. But it's pretty nice that you can dodge it that way.
So, Zero shouted out Chapter 8 as being the longest chapter, but the actual longest chapter, 11, it's upwards of an hour. I think in a typical, I think if you want a world record, it'll be under an hour, but yeah, hour plus chapter easily, and so much so that even people who have individual chapter splits will split it into lower ones, like in terms of like Hecaton Gear or Dahaka being checkpoints within chapter 11, but it's very long and quite a bit going on.
Yeah, it's so long that we'll almost see all three runners in the same chapter.
Hey, if Bar 2 is bad enough, maybe we actually will.
Yeah, also now M on Hecaton, I don't care. Where, yeah, debuffs were better than spells to chain. This one, they all have their own, each Eidolon episode has their own properties for that, for what's worth best. And here,
yeah, there's just like
best, and then deliberately using alternating ones to get the extra bonus for using alternating ones for better chaining.
Yep, exactly. Each character has a multiplier for their Eidolon fights for which role, and so Vanille's the best Saboteur, or her best thing is Saboteur, so that's what we're focusing on here. There's also, you get a bonus if you actually inflict the debuff, even though it's already inflicted. And so here, D-Shell and D-Protect have a higher chance to inflict than Imperil, so that's why we're alternating between those two in particular. Also, we have not seen counter yet, so Hecaton is getting dangerously close to Vanille, so we'd really like to see a counter right now. Okay, should be good. Oh, Fang Sacrifice. This isn't a huge problem. The Renew will bring her back, and she's not really doing anything for this as a commando. So this should be okay, as long as we can get her AI in her position set up properly for this next cycle. But yeah, the Fang Sacrifice is a pretty common thing here. Yeah, we should be good now. This Looming Wrath should be enough. I missed Hecaton split for Tonberry, but I did not miss the Havoc or Hecaton split, so we're back on track now, hopefully.
Yeah.
There's so much going on, it's hard to pay attention to all three streams and split.
Always closing the gap.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a good one. A lot can happen in the coming splits, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, this run gets more difficult the further in you get, so especially endgame, the bosses are just so difficult.
Yeah,
a lot can happen.
Somewhere around chapter 4 or 5, we reached the point where any random fight we're just not set up for, and like, you know, there's some fights that you could just fight if things were, if the dodge didn't work, but at this point, all of these fights we would not be able to beat them because we're not set up. Like, we could come up with a strat, and you know that would be what dodges is like, although you have more resources there, but you really have to dodge all these things, and these enemies can be very aggressive. As you can see, enemies trying to deal with these bombs, and they're very fast, and if they face the wrong way, they just can be very mean. You may also notice that they do have faces, but the faces are very subtle, and they don't always go in the direction you expect, and so it can be very difficult to dodge. And now, on the other hand, on Kaya's stream, we see these dog enemies are now more aggressive than anyone we've seen so far. These are the monogamers, and these are now much faster than we are. And so we have to rely on having them approach us from behind, and then when they get close to us, we can duck to the side. So you can see Kaya just did that. That is a very difficult technique to master, and it's you have to rely on this to dodge these Menagamers. And we're seeing Kaya here. Okay, I was gonna say I didn't know if we were gonna see the party swap. I think one of our runners might go for it. It's something that's very difficult and seems to be system dependent, like what your computer can do. So for the technique that we've worked out is basically if you party switch while you're in a battle zone, it seems to temporarily reset the battle zone. So like for an instant you leave the battle zone, and when you leave the battle zone, some enemies' AIs respond by just resetting. And so that enemy will actually stop coming towards you for a few seconds. It allows you to basically dodge it by party swapping. And so that is something that you can do, although it doesn't seem to always work, and it seems to vary system to system. And also, when you party swap, your leader might stop running. So there's like a lot of things going on, and some people go for it, some people don't. But we saw Kaya just went for the decep there. All right, now we get to see the Chocobo hide and seek minigame one more time.
Yeah, we get to see 3 times forward, 1 times right.
Okay, so this is where they start playing FF9 and play Chocobo Hot and Cold.
It could be worse. It could be the jump rope.
Yeah.
Wait.
At least this is a lot easier than Chocobo.
Very much so. All right, so the next section of the game in Chapter 11, it's called Tajan's Tower. And so this is basically a dungeon where there's sort of a puzzle with the, how do you go through these various elevators and touch these statues and basically rotate the entire floor plan multiple times to advance through the dungeon. However, despite being a puzzle, the waypoint always tells you the right place to go. So it's not a very difficult puzzle, but along the way there are multiple statues that give you basically quests, not quests, but marks that you have to take out. And so there's a few boss fights that are, part of the Mark's side quests, but we're doing them as part of the story. And those are basically the bosses that make up the stage. And the Tajans is basically working your way through these bosses. So the first one we're going to be fighting is Gelatitan. These fights all basically have more or less, or mostly have the same pattern associated with them, which is going to be getting the preempt, which is more difficult or less difficult depending on the fights. We'll see how this Gelatitan preempt goes, but once you've staggered them, you just inflict a bunch of debuffs, launch them, and keep them staggered while you kill them. So the thing about Gelatitan, specifically for this preempt, is he has a very, very wide field of view. So you have to draw him towards you and then wait for him to turn around, and then you can get in right behind him and get the preempt. But it's like 350-degree field of view. It's crazy how good his vision is. But he's staggered, so now we can haste and buff. We'll use bravery plus whatever the enemy is weak to. So in this case, he's weak to lightning, so we do in thunder. And then we repeat the bravery and thunder on snow, and then we can just blitz him down.
And Zero is starting the Midnight Reaper fight.
So we'll see how much of a troll Vanilla wants to be here. Looks like Zero's going for a little bit of a safer strategy here. He's using some extra time in Undermine, which is Calm plus Sab. It's not the best for staggering, but it gives you extra chances at the debuffs. So he's playing a little bit safe. Doesn't want to lose time from Vanille being bad at her job. Looks like he is also going for Poison. If you can land Poison, it's quite nice. As I said, it's significant damage over the course of the fight.
Yeah, she didn't land it, unfortunately.
One nice thing about Midnight Reaper is that once his first stagger ends, he starts building up for a large attack, and that means that he stops attacking you. So you can usually take care of him pretty quickly once the stagger ends, but ideally you get him in the first stagger, which looks like we're just about to do. Ooh. Oh my gosh! So Midnight Reaper inflicts poison on you, and the last attack put him down to low HP, and he actually got down to 2 HP there at the end. That was that
Doesn't
was a
get
very
much
close
closer
one.
than that.
Yeah, that's about as close as it gets. Wow.
Meanwhile, Kaya is starting Ambling Bellows and doing Vanille lead.
Yep. So we mentioned that there was a few places. Specifically for this fight, it's quite nice to use Vanille because Hecaton is very powerful, and this fight has quite an annoying mechanic to it, which is that the smaller soldiers are actually very powerful. The guys on the left and right, and once you take them out, he will summon more of them, but he can't do anything while you're in ShaneZell mode or while he's launched like this. And so what we do is basically just use this to take him out very quickly while he's unable to summon more soldiers. So there's a few fights. There's one more where we actually summon Hecaton Care again. It's just fights where there's smaller guys and just things going on that can overwhelm us with our current development, and so we just use Hecaton Care to take care of them all at once. And then we've got Brunhilde on the upper right, so we'll see if he decides, or if she decides to walk towards Saz at all, or if she's going to keep backing up. Looks like we're getting the backup RNG. Oh, there we go. We got the Valkyrian Scythe, which means that she walks towards us, and we'll get that nice blitz to finish the fight here. And then on Team Choco, or sorry, Team Tonberry, we're going to have Gurngach coming up. Gurngach is just sort of the next iteration of the Thermodon shelled creature type monster. And luckily he has actually quite a large field of view himself, but he's very slow. And so we can just run in behind him to get, oh, or not. Like I said, he's got a large field of view. So we just gotta wait for him to turn around, and then we can run in and get the preempt. This is I'm 90% sure Kaya is currently limiting how this never happens to him, because this is a very unusual scenario for him to just not turn around like this.
It's also not positioned nicely right now that you can walk around somewhere to get to behind it.
Like I said, he has a very wide field of view, but this looks good now. Okay. And Titan preempt is happening on Team Mog. So again, we just have to wait for them to turn around, but that's just an AI thing that you have to wait for. But yeah, Gurngach, the fight itself is just like Titan, and except even easier. You just, once they're staggered, the shell is gone, and so it's very straightforward.
They are very similar fighting execution.
Yep. It's just
the only main difference is that we're using End Water instead of End Thunder.
Yep, exactly. It's actually funny seeing those two fights happening at the same time, because they're very similar. One other thing to be aware of with these various fights is we're going to see a lot of this with Snow launching and jumping up to do his attacks, and Saz doing Blitz. Saz's Blitz hitbox can be very strange at times, where he can just Blitz at where the enemy is currently located as Snow launches, and so the entire Blitz can miss. Or Snow can launch so high that Saz can't really his Blitz doesn't reach the angle to attack them, and so it's just something you gotta be used to timing your blitzes to not whiff on the launches or the falling down.
And Zero's dealing with the first opening fights of Chapter 9.
Yep. These fights have gotten a lot nicer with being able to use Odin on both of them. Quite nice.
Yep. And Kaya's using a Septisol to get an easy preempt on Mushushu, I believe.
I don't think he's going to use the Decept, actually.
Did he use the Ether Soul, then?
I guess he must have.
Because he used some Shroud there, and...
I guess that's maybe that's for Penangolin. We're about to see shortly. So you have to preempt all of these fights in, except for I guess Vitala, in Tajin's Tower, and so yeah, it must have been Ether Soul.
Must have been Ether Soul then, yeah.
Yeah. Some of them can be more difficult. Mishusu is the second most difficult, with the most difficult being Penangolin. And yeah, Penangolin is we just use the Decept now. There are some runners who have advocated for not using the Decept, but it can be, if you get it in the first attempt, then it's not too bad. But if you ever fail, it becomes a massive time loss, and it's a very difficult one to get. But for Mishusu, we'll see. We have a technique coming up that's very nice. So, generally the way you preempt enemies is by approaching them from behind, but in this battle zone for Mushusu, we'll find that he and the birds that are with him start in the middle. So in order to preempt them, you have to lure them to the side, but then you have to wait for them to face away from you. And the problem with this is that they like to back away from you, as we've seen multiple times. And so the trick to this is you run into the battle zone to lure them to the side, and then you run on an angle on the right side here up the stairs, and that makes him back away from you out of the battle zone. And then he'll turn around and move back into the battle zone so you can approach him from behind. Unfortunately for us, if you start start a battle while the enemy is outside of the battle zone, even if they don't see you, it won't be a preempt. So you have to touch them inside the battle zone while they don't see you. And so yeah, but once he's staggered, this fight is a little bit different from the Gelatitan or Goringatch one, because there are these Yakshinis that we have to take care of, but by just giving Snow in water, you can take care of them with a single string. And so Snow takes care of them while we finish off getting the party set up, and then it's back to the rest of the normal fights. Although, like I mentioned before, Mushusu doesn't fly, but Mushusu sort of levitates, and enemies that don't touch the ground can't be launched for some reason. So we can see that Snow cannot launch here, but it's not a problem. Launching is not actually faster, it's just safer. Now, coming up, we have 2 more fights left for Tonberry in Tajin's Tower. Three more. We've got Vitala and Penangolin. That's it, right? Am I forgetting one?
En dat het op de haken.
Right. Yeah, two more of the marks. And so these 2, technically you're supposed to do them in the order of Vitala and then Penangolin. That's what the game expects. But a few years ago, we noticed that you can actually do them in the opposite order. And we weren't sure which one was faster. And we've currently settled on doing it out of order. So Penangolin first. Penangolin we do with a summon, and so our stats don't really matter. And so we can use the rewards from Penangolin to make Vitala go faster. So we're actually going to be doing this next segment out of order. And then Penangolin is pretty straightforward. You just stagger him and then use Hecaton Chair to finish him off. Like we said, Hecaton Chair is very, very powerful. So the Force Blasters plus Finisher will be enough to take care of him. But by doing Penangolin first, that gives us a bunch of extra CP that we can then use for Vitala, and also a Diamond Bangle, which gives more HP. That Diamond Bangle is quite nice in terms of the HP it gives. However, it also sells for a massive amount of money, so we're almost immediately going to sell it and then put that money into upgrading our accessories to do more damage. It's a speed run. We want to do as much damage as fast as much damage as possible, as fast as possible.
So Zero got preempt on Flame Ball. Nice.
Yeah, that I thought he wasn't going to actually. It looked like they were facing, but yeah, these guys' hitboxes is a little bit, or field of view is a little bit smaller than the enemies in Tajin's Tower. So yeah, you may notice that right now Kaya is running past the waypoint. That waypoint is where you're supposed to go if you want to do Vitala first. And then we would run down this staircase that he's going down, and then we would do a menu here. But because we didn't go to that waypoint, Vitala is not currently spawned here, so we can go and trigger the Penangolin fight. In terms of the actual, point A, point B, point C routing, this is actually like a second or 2 slower than the other way. Just it comes down to running along the hypotenuse of a right triangle instead of the 2 sides. But yeah, doing Penangolin first is quite nice. Just from the like I said, the resources it gives you for Vitala.
Yeah, but that's the only one we do without a D-set. Yeah, or without a preempt, I mean.
Yeah. Vitala is actually it is possible to preempt him without a Decept, and you could use a Decept to preempt him, but it's just actually, it turns out from the way the fight works, it's actually faster to do without a preempt. You don't want to stagger him immediately because he cycles through various abilities that make the fight challenging. Also, we got to see M get the preempt on the bird. That's not a pretty unusual strategy, but just shows the skill level that even on these very unpredictable quick birds, you're able to get the preempt. Yeah, Kaya has now used the Decept. Like we said, this is one of our routed usages of a Decept. We're actually going to lose one of them here, but Penanglin is just that difficult to preempt. One thing that does not help in terms of preempting Penanglin is that Penanglin flies higher than Vanille's hitbox. Not higher than other characters' hitbox, but Vanille is relatively short. And so if you try and preempt on Penanglin, you'll just run underneath him. So you have to preempt on the smaller birds here, which are, you know, even more unpredictable. But yeah, we simply stagger since we preempted, and we don't have to bother with the debuffs. One thing that I don't think we've mentioned yet, but the Gestalt moves here that we're doing in, you know, post stagger are not influenced by debuffs, so there's no point in trying to inflict and protect. It looks like we got a low stagger duration. So one bit of RNG here is there's a bunch of enemies, and so Saz really should try and use Blitz. And when he uses Blitz on Penanglin, it gives us massive chain duration. But he did not do that, and so we did not get the chain duration, and it was the stagger was not going to last long enough to finish off with. Yeah, with that first stagger. But here we got the Blitz done correctly, so we're okay now. You can see now that against this Penanglin fight, we've got half of the stagger remaining, whereas the last one, the stagger was about to run out before we were at this point. It's one of the unfortunate things of having to lead with Vanille is that you can't control those blitzes. Controlling blitz is such an important ability within these fights. So now Vitala. Oh, actually, this is a pretty fun dodge. Oh, we're gonna duck in here, but we'll get to see it again. This dodge is pretty amusing because, as it turns out, this guy when he lunges at you, he just misses. So what you can do is once you enter the battle zone and he comes at you, you just stand still. He'll lunge and miss, and then you can just fly back, or you just continue running through, and he'll just not be able to get another attempt at you. So we'll get to see that in a second. But next up is going to be Vitala. So Vitala is an interesting... oh, looks like he actually did get caught here. He was actually in a weird position. Normally he's closer to the middle, so that was a little unusual. But yeah, coming up is Vitala. Vitala is interesting because he starts with a shield, a barrier that stops you from doing any damage to him until you stagger him. So what we're going to be doing is trying to land some debuffs on him while staggering him, and then while also buffing ourselves. The other thing to be wary of is he's got a cycle of three different attacks. He'll do a very strong string of single target attacks, and then he'll do a strong string of AoE attacks, and then he'll do debuffs. Typically, those debuffs aren't a big issue. The big danger is the single target attacks, and we can use the renew to stay alive. And if we don't stagger him in time, the second round of single target attacks can really do a number on us. So we'll use some vanilla med. We're now at the point where potions aren't going to be enough to cut it. If we need to, and then we can also do more, but ideally we'll keep him interrupted through staggering him. We've also got a quick menu to take care of here. Just selling some of the things we've built up, upgrading some stuff, and using all the CP we've built since our last menu, which was at the just before Hecaton Care. We're dumping quite a bit of CP into Saz's Ravager. This is really important because pretty far ahead in the Ravager Crystarium is an ability called Cold Blood, and we're really just working towards that. Cold Blood is going to be critical for taking care of bosses in Chapter 12 and 13, and so we're really putting everything into Rav at this point because we need to get that ability.
Yeah, Cold is really good. Cold Blood is really good for building up chain.
Yeah.
The Cold Blood post stagger builds up the chain really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we take anything in any other role from this point onwards, we won't be able to afford Cold Blood in time.
Yep. Actually, affording Cold Blood is one of the other major concerns for why we actually fought BKM. That CP will help us actually get Cold Blood at the point where we need it, which is in the middle of Chapter 12. Looks like we have another short stagger duration from Pangolin. Let's see if it's going to be long enough. It looks long enough, I think, yeah. Not full duration, but it should be long enough here. You want to get him to about half HP before you use the finisher. And so, yeah, we should be okay here. Meanwhile, Zero is fighting Calavinka Striker. We also call this lovingly the Paperclip Bird. If you look at his wings, sort of got that appearance to it. But yeah, like we said before, the big thing here is that for the second phase, we know what he's going to target, and so we just sacrifice hope to it. And otherwise, it's a pretty standard fight. Yeah, so actually, I guess it could be worth mentioning that right now M is starting Vitala, and Kayarune is in the menu setting up for Vitala. So we've got quite a race right now. This is really good.
Yeah, good. Trying to actually see Vitala.
Yeah. So this is the Vitala fight now on Team Tonberry. So we go into Gorilla, which is pretty much the combination of everything we want. It's got Saz buffing for Synergist, Snow chaining, and Vanille debuffing. We saw he started with the AoE spell, and we use a Renew to survive that. And next up will be the string of normal attacks. So let's see who he hits. Oh, we staggered him just in time. So it looks like we got good debuffs here, actually. So that actually skips that round, and then next will be the debuffs, which we'll see if anything bad happens here. Okay, we just got poison. That's nothing. The only real debuff we're concerned about at this point is pain. Pain stops you from using physical attacks, and so if you get that, that's the one you have to cure. Everything else is fine. Even slow. The first time slow would be inflicted, it would just remove your haste. But slow is actually not that bad of a debuff for us, just because of how powerful mechanic ATB refreshing is. You know, no matter how slow your ATB is recharging, you just change paradigms and get an ATB refresh, you get a full charge regardless. So. Alright, let's Calavinka down, and we'll get to see the bridge skips from Team Choco coming up.
The first the bridge fights, but then the big.
Yeah. And now we're on the Dahaka fight for Tonberry. Although we've got some more puzzles and stuff to take care of before we get there. Gotta finish off the dungeon. Throughout this whole time, in these cutscenes that we've been skipping, we've been seeing Dahaka fly around and sort of just be threatening. But now it's our chance to actually fight him. But now that we've done quite a bit of extra menuing and we've been leveling up accessories, we're actually starting to get a taste of what our in-game party is going to be capable of. And we'll get to see that in Dahaka here too, because Dahaka's got quite a bit of HP. I think it's about 2 million. And we'll get to see them chew through that entire HP bar in about 40 seconds in the stagger. So it's a pretty epic fight coming up. So the first bridge fight is happening on Team Choco right now. We didn't get to talk about this fight too much. It's a little interesting because the enemies will target random people with their attacks, and it ends up being a little dangerous if you don't potion. So we just use some potions, but we also use the potion because typically you can potion to make it so that you don't see the stagger slowdowns. So the Thundars can stagger them, and you see lightning actually got pretty low here, but once they're staggered it becomes safer. And the most dangerous enemy is the first one that we target down, and the fight's pretty straightforward from there, but it actually can get a little hairy. Meanwhile, on Mog, now we've got Vitala coming up, so let's see how Vitala goes. The big RNG in this fight is just Vanille's debuffs. Once you land debuffs, particularly in Peril will cause them to take more pain. and so we're going to try and debuff and stagger. And so if you land in peril, you'll get the stagger faster. And so it's just how much does Vanille want to do her job. So yeah, we got in peril, so that's good, and the stagger happens immediately after that, so we're in a good position here. And yeah, we can just take care of him. We got Dahaka coming up. So for this fight, Dahaka is an enemy that we really cannot survive his attacks. He is way too powerful, and so we're gonna have to rely quite a bit on Sentinel. We haven't been using Sentinel too much because we've generally been able to just tank attacks or use med, but his attacks are devastating and also capable of launching and knocking characters down. So we've actually set up the party in a specific position now, different from what we had it before, because Dahaka's hitbox for his attacks is such that he takes his right arm and swings from our left side. And so we actually put Snow second in the party so that when the fight starts, he'll be on the left side. And so the hitbox of the attack will hit Snow and only Snow, ideally. If things get weird, it might not work out that way. If you want to be safe, you can actually use Flame Strikes to make Saz back up, but we don't typically do that, we just use Fire Thunder, Fire Thunder. But you can see Snow is on the left side, and we'll see what Dahaka decides to do here. But we're quickly going to have Snow run forward and then back up and land now and be a Sentinel, and then that'll be how he stays until the stagger, more or less. And so we're just going to be chaining, landing debuffs first in peril. He's weak to imperil, which is quite nice. Makes it easier to stagger him. And we just have to build up chain while maintaining duration and buffing the party. And the other really important thing for this current iteration of the fight that it took us a long time to figure out is that when he's staggered, Dahaka falls to the ground, and when he's on the ground, he loses all of his resistance to Deep Protect. So the older versions of this fight involved basically RNG and trying to land Deep Protect, if possible, before stagger. But now what we do is we stagger as quickly as possible, and then wait for him to fall to the ground. And then once he's fully finished his falling animation, we can shift into Matador, which has a Saboteur, and just let Vanille cast a single Deep Protect, and that'll land Deep Protect, and now the fight will go on. So now he's full HP, and we can see each Blitz bullet is doing 20,000+ damage, and we're gonna chew through 2 million HP like it's nothing. Also, the fact that he landed on the ground and has such a large hitbox makes all of these Blitz bullets hit, which just feels so good as a speedrunner. And there you go, Dahaka down. Clean.
Very clean.
Yeah. This is also another fight where if he survives beyond stagger, it gets more dangerous, but that you shouldn't see because this one isn't quite as tight.
Yeah, if you don't kill him in stagger, it's just a retry. You'll have a few seconds to try and finish him off, if that. But then the next attack he does will wipe the party out. What is it? Fulminous Firestorm, something like that. I don't remember. We're speedrunners. We shouldn't be seeing it.
Yeah, I think Saz's blitz hits 7 times,
Yes.
or shoots 7 bullets each time. The question is how many of those he will hit.
Yeah. Now, coming up will be Dahaka for Team Mogs, so we'll get to see how this goes now.
I kinda have a thing for heights.
It could be nasties waiting anyway.
And we'll get to see how the fight sounds, actually.
Let's get this over with.
Imagine having magnums for this fight.
So what Zero referenced just now was the most powerful weapon with the highest stats in the game, the Hyades Magnums. They're well, I guess technically the ultimate version of those would be the most powerful, but Hyades Magnums are a weapon that becomes available in the next area. It starts as the Palladius High Powers, but then we can upgrade them, and we've flirted with the route that uses the Hyades Magnum because they're significantly more powerful, but it's a pretty big time investment to get them, and they also give you Silk Tiger, I think, and Silk Tiger makes you it lowers your max HP significantly, and so you have to build your party around keeping Saz alive while he's doing more damage, and so you use a lot more Sentinel. But yeah, this would be a great fight for the Hyades Magnums. Although I think in Im's case, he would have already died if he had them. But yeah, otherwise it looks like a pretty clean fight. Falling animation's finished. Just doing blitzes to build chain. And then P-Protect. One nice thing is, I believe, I get these abilities mixed up, but I think we have Overwhelm, and I think Overwhelm is the one that makes it so that when a commando hits after stagger, they gain chain. So you can see these blitz bullets are adding significant chain.
No,
and
Overwhelm is the Ravager ability that
Oh.
makes you chain more when you have multiple people targeting the same enemy, I think.
Yeah, I get the names mixed
I think
up.
it's
but
Jeopardize that you...
there you go, that's it, Jeopardize. Damage go burr. That's the Haka down.
Well, 0 is marked 1, so we'll get to see if he also gets this through those skip.
Yeah. So we've got the Destrudo skip from both runners so far, but they both failed the interruptions. They just managed to get the Destrudo skip anyway, so let's see. We'll have one more chance to get the full interruption here.
Right behind you.
Looks like we got unlucky with the cycle here. If he decides to use his protective spells, it can be a little bit slower. But, okay, we're into the second phase now. Now let's see how the stagger goes. This first part is pretty scripted. He'll always do Thanatosian Smile first, and then we Quake him to give max chain duration. Quake is sort of one of the abilities that's not well understood by casual players. It's, it does earth damage, but that's not really the important thing. The important thing is it gives massive chain duration on all enemies. And so even though there's only one enemy here, the fact that it gives us full chain duration with a single action is just very, very nice. Looks like the separation between Choco and Tonberry is roughly 1 Bart. Okay, so now we're interrupting, and he broke out of it. Well, we'll see if we can at least get the no. Oh, oh, 0 wasn't so lucky. His HP is relatively low though, so we'll still be able to kill him pretty quickly. But yeah, this is Destrudo. He broke out of the stagger totally for free.
I think there also had the more difficult version of the fight without the sword.
Yeah, you can see the Saz is recasting haste now.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this means that we get the larger pun. Oh, okay, we're safe. That was a little scary. But as 0 finishes off Bart 1, we'll have Kaya approaching Bart 2, and M also. Since we've got the audio on Mog, I just want to give a shout out to the Airba music. It's quite a nice track. I really like.
Yeah, I really like what as well. Dust to Dust.
Yep, Dust to Dust. Alright, Bart 1 down. So Bart 2 coming up is one of the more RNG and difficult fights of the entire run. We follow the same pattern as we do for most of our fights, where we buff ourselves, debuff him, stagger, and try and kill, but there's a few things going on in this fight that make it more difficult. One of them is that he is capable of inflicting debuffs on us. Each laser has a small chance of inflicting pain and fog, so stops us from using physical attacks and magical attacks respectively. That is generally very rare and not so much of an issue, especially if he does fog on Saz or Snow, or if he does pain on Vanille, it's literally no consequence. But once the head split happens, once we've done a certain amount of damage to him, he'll start doing various debuff attacks. And those can be very, very brutal, especially Daze. So Daze causes you to stop being able to take any action at all besides use an item. And so we have some items to get rid of Daze if we get it, but we just hope that doesn't happen. We can also inflict Curse, Poison, and yeah, those can be difficult to deal with. Generally here, we want to try and balance chaining and damage. When he reaches half HP, he'll go into his final phase where his head split one more time. Or sorry, his head split soon, and then around half HP, he'll go into his second phase where he does two big attacks. The first one is Apoptosis, and the other one is the Thanatosian Laughter. Apoptosis is one of the craziest abilities because it will it's a cleanse on our party, and we have a ton of we've used an Age Assault, and we've buffed ourselves with Bravery, Vigilance, and Haste, and that'll dispel all of that. And so we really want to avoid that. And so the way we do that is by summoning, and during the summon animation, your characters can't get hit. So we actually did a summon to dodge Apoptosis, and then Finisher there to avoid that cleansing effect. And now that's Apoptosis cleared, and the other thing we want to try and dodge now is Thanatosian Laughter. Now, Thanatosian Laughter in this iteration of the fight, there's a different one later, but this Thanatosian Laughter is actually capable of killing us from full HP. And so what we actually have to do is time a renew to heal us while the Thanatosian Laughter is hitting us, so that we're able to survive, because the renew will renew half of our HP. So it's like we effectively have 150% HP for this part. So, and it's also random. So we're trying to maintain HP, chain, and do damage. We've got the debuffs, and so it's just a matter of now of staying alive and waiting for the Thanatosian Laughter so we can use renew at the right time. So there it is, and now it's going to be a matter of timing this renew, and it looks like we're good. So now the only question now is, can we finish him off within the stagger bar? And I think we're in a pretty good position to do so. We haven't had to deal with any dazes or annoying curses.
Tonberry are both in the same box.
Although, Sad's got a little low there, but yeah, both run from the same boss, although it's quite a long boss. 2 minutes, 20 plus seconds. Not quite finishing in stagger, but it looks like we're... Daze? Okay, Daze missed, so we're okay. We got him.
Alright. That's one of the like scariest fights in the run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's one of the biggest wolves for openers as well.
Now we can see the same thing for M here. So the Apoptosis gets triggered once he reaches his final head split at half HP. But Thanatosian Smile happens at a lower daze. Okay, nice. Thanatosian Laughter happens at a lower HP threshold. It's actually possible to push him to the Thanatosian Laughter threshold while this head split is happening, and it's actually a safer version of the fight because you can tank Thanatosian Laughter and then Apoptosis, but you basically just have to wait for the Apoptosis, and so it's slower. So it's safer, but also slower, and so of course these runners will go for the faster version, which is more dangerous, which is like this. Taking Apoptosis and Gestalt, and then waiting for Laughter in the second phase. Kaya is fighting Anavatapta Warmech. This is basically just you're forced to summon at the start, and then you kill him with Gestalt. We have a map to do the right sequence of Gestalt moves to kill him within the Gestalt. It's a pretty annoying fight if you leave Gestalt. He's got like a barrier that stops you from doing any damage to him. So killing within Gestalt there, but it's more or less guaranteed. So that's just a straightforward part. But for now, let's see how M is able to do on second phase of Part 2. Poison is a really devastating ability to land on opponents, but because we're actively healing, Poison's not so bad on us. Seen another Dazega, although it did not land on anyone, so that's quite nice. We've already used the Elixir, and we're low HP, so we really have to balance our chaining in diversity and doing damage in tireless while maintaining med, because we have to stay above 50% HP in order for the Renew to keep us alive when he does Laughter. It is possible that he just decides not to do Laughter, although that is not the case, as we see here. So we're at good HP, time to Renew, and looks like we're in a good spot. So as long as he doesn't decide to do too much more Daze Blow, we should be okay here.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
The poison, really.
Seen a few close calls with Poison here.
Yeah.
Today's runs. So 2 relatively clean Part 2s done now, and we're on to Chapter 12. So Chapter 12 is really defined by a few really major fights. Anavatapta Warmech's pretty free, but coming up is pretty much a boss rush. So first we got this dodge with these 4... oh my gosh, I forget their names. These are the
Adamantherons.
Adamantherons. These are the most aggressive of this class of creature. So we pretty much decept them every time.
Yeah, so that's the first boss.
Yeah, the first boss is that four dog fight, but if you get stuck there, it's really easy to get walled. And so even with the Decept, the gaps are so tight, and you have to just wait for them to cycle, that it can be really, really a big time loss there. But that went pretty well. But coming up is now this fight, which is actually this is the previously the last place that we would use a Decept to guarantee a preempt. But until chapter 13 where we can buy more. But for here, we've actually come up with a fight that uses lightning. We've been using this other party for everywhere until now, except Odin happens to do really well in this fight, and Odin has been leveling up even though we haven't leveled up lightning herself. And so, if you have bonus Decepts, this is where you use your first one, but we apparently did not get one for Kaya, and so now he's doing the non-preempt version of this fight. And so it's pretty straightforward. You use a Quake, or you build Chain Duration on everyone, and then you just have to reach a certain stagger threshold with Odin, and then charge up Zantetsuken level 3, and we know exactly where you have to be in terms of the chain duration on everyone and the stagger point, and we can just kill them with a single Zantetsuken. And it's about 45 seconds slower than doing this fight with a Decept. But the reason why we don't use the Decept, and even though it takes about 45 seconds to farm a Decept, is that you have that chance to pick up a Decept in between. And so if you do the expectation value calculation on the time loss, you find that it's worth, you go in expecting to lose as much time as you would gain from getting the Decept, and you just hope to get that Decept. Now we got Sid going on Team Choco. Once again, we're trying to use strikes to interrupt him as much as possible, but he's very quick and can break out of these staggers very quickly. And then on Team Mog, we've got a really important menu going on here. That menu allows us to get an ATB segment and an accessory on Snow, so it gives them significantly more damage and more actions per string. And then that gets us almost all the way to Cold Blood, in which we talked about before, and we'll get to see Cold Blood in 2 bosses from now. Looks like we had a good execution on Zero's stream for the Sid fight. He's fully launched now, no issues of changing form to do the metamorphosis. There you go, 124, very clean. And again, we're dumping everything in the Ravager for Kaya. And it looks like M did have that bonus Decept, so he is able to do the preempt version of this fight. The big thing about the preempt is that it lets you summon immediately. You don't have to worry about staggering him, and when you don't have to worry about staggering him, you don't have to worry about him killing you. So it's just a much more streamlined version of this fight. And then on Team Choco, we're gonna see our 3rd attempt at the bomb elevator. Again, this one is much more free than the bird elevator, so we can see that in a little bit also. But it's just gonna be a ring around the rosy with the bombs, having them chase us.
Until next time.
Yeah, the thing about the bomb elevator is that it's easy. They're easier to dodge, but you also have to dodge them for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Whereas the bird elevator is relatively short, but the birds are harder to dodge.
Exactly. These bombs are faster than we are, but because they have a poor turning radius, we're able to dodge them just by going in circles. Right, and now on Kaya's stream, we're fighting against Behemoth King. This is the same enemy we actually encountered before with BK and M, but now we're fighting it without the preempt and from full HP with just ourselves. So this is actually how strong of an enemy it was, but now fighting it the proper way makes it significantly more difficult. And he's got such a high stagger point that we actually don't even reach it. Well, the way we do this fight is we pretty much just get him enough chain that we can inflict a Deprotect Imperil, and then we take him out with Infired's Blitz. Snow should also have been helping there, but he was close enough that we were able to just take him out with the Blitzes. The big thing to worry about for that fight is when he reaches 50% HP, he'll transform and go into his... It's something we actually saw happen on Kaya's stream. He transforms and goes into, he restores his HP and cleanses himself, so we wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. So you got to take care of him in that one string right there. And since he's not staggered, we're not interrupting him. So now we see Kaya is using a Decept. This is actually going to be a decept that we let run out after the next dodge. So we refresh it one more time, and this is our last decept cancel. I think actually, yeah, this is our last decept cancel, right?
Depends on how many you are able to buy in
True. Okay, yeah.
13.
But yeah, the rest of the dodges in this chapter we're able to do, and without the decept, and so we just let it run out here, and then after this chapter we'll be in chapter 13, at which point we can buy more. So we've, you know, I mentioned that Gil wasn't a big issue in this run after the chapter 9 shop, but basically we get so many nice items that we can just sell, and it gives us enough that we can just buy the shrouds for the rest of the run. So we got Behemoth King for him here. Same thing as before, just chain and then wait for debuffs. Just a vanilla fight. Steel Guard because he's got a big attack that would kill Saz, so we just use Snow to tank it, and just wait for Deep Protect and Peril. You can cast, you know, in Fire plus Faith on Vanille, but it really doesn't make a difference. You're just waiting for the debuffs anyway. Which now we have. Wait for the Hurl, and then take him out. Alright, now this should be pretty straightforward, so we can watch the Bird Elevator on Team Choco. Okay, he opened the menu, but no decepts. Let's see how this goes. So the middle yellow bird looks like in a good position, and it's constantly turning, which is what we want to see. Okay, so he was caught, but he was off of the elevator, so this is going to be close. Did he make it? If you make it off the elevator, then you'll spawn outside the elevator. Otherwise, you have to go back to the top. Oh, he has to go back to the top. That's rough. That was so close.
Meanwhile, Kaya is on PC1. Quite a tight fight. It's also one where we will see the use of Cold Blood to really make the chain very high during stagger, and we also have to be very careful when we do our shits correctly to really get the chain very high, very fast with multiple Cold Bloods, and then use Cerberus, the 3 commandos to really then go really hard on the damage down. And that way you should barely be able to make it until stagger runs out. And it is quite important that you make it before stagger runs out, because after that you will be in big trouble.
Yep. He's a flying enemy, so we can't launch him, and you can see the Cold Blood now is just adding massive chain. He went from like 300% to 900% in the course of those 2 Cold Bloods. And one important thing about this fight is he's immune to all debuffs that we have right now, except for we can't inflict them on him, but he inflicts them on himself when he reaches the 2nd phase. But regardless, we can't use those to our advantage because then he would just be killing us. But the other thing here is that, you know, he can focus down characters really fast, so it's just like a race against time. Can we kill him before he can kill us? And yeah, it looks like we just barely got it here.
Yeah, and the thing about that fight also is that he resists all elements, which is why we need to rely on Cold Blood to do the chaining, as Cold Blood is non-elemental. That's also why we have made Vanilla Commando, because Vanilla's Ravager would just use elemental spells, and that would not help the chain enough to
yeah,
compared to the commando.
One other nice thing is the command, like when you have a commando in the party, there's things called, or I guess for all the rules, there's things called party bonuses. And so when you have another commando in the fight, it gives everyone else a couple % extra damage depending on the roll level. So by having even just basic attack on Vanille, it gives enough buffs to the rest of the party. But it makes it easier to pass through with the single stagger.
Yep.
We got action on all 3 screens. So now we got the Cold Bloods for him. It looks like this is going pretty well so far. The really big thing right now is just the targeting and how much damage he does. And we do have access to a renew here, so that's how we stay alive. And that's all of our healing, so we just have to kill him before he can kill us now. I think I'll just wait for this PC fight to end and we can talk about Adam and Chelid.
Yeah. And it's gonna get there soon enough anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, there you go. PC one down again. Despite how scary that looks, that is typically a pretty consistent fight. The patterns are pretty straightforward. You just have to not get really unlucky with the targeting.
Yeah, that is the one fight that you can do blindfolded in like in marathon runs and that for
Yeah.
some
We've had that
extra
as
flair.
incentive in the past. It's just such a regular fight. Alright, so the next fight is Adam and Chelid. This fight is quite different from the others because it's he just does massive AoE attacks. Just every time he stomps, he does massive damage to the party, and it's really difficult to survive that. Except for the one mechanic, which actually makes a lot of sense, which is if you're jumping, you don't take damage, and so that's one of the reasons why we use Snow for this fight. Saz can't jump, Vanilla can't jump, but Snow can jump, and so it also turns out that he's weak to ice, which doesn't really matter, even though we're going to use Shiva because Shiva does non-elemental damage. But you can see by using an attack, you jump. You can see Saz and Vanille took massive damage, but Snow did not. And then now we can summon, and we're actually going to stop jumping now and just stand on the ground using spells. And this is just original version of this fight involved jumping, and we eventually found that it's a little bit more efficient to just stay on the ground like this and let the Eidolon heal you. However, if you were to use Vanille here, Hecaton Care does not heal. So that's one of the many reasons you can use. Although there have been iterations of the fight that use Hecaton Care, and you just have to tank it with Vanille. She was really good here, and just the chain near max chain, and then hit him with the Diamond Dust, and we can finish him off without him being able to damage to us.
Yeah, Snow's casting animation is so fast that it's worth it to take the extra damage.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the way we used to do it was use a single strike to get him to jump, and then just spells, because that spell casting animation is so fast. But we're like, you know what? Jumping is slow. Let's just stay on the ground. But Snow has the most HP, so he's the one who is actually capable of standing on the ground. That's Adam and Chelid. Very, very straightforward fight. There's one little thing that can sort of throw a wrench into the works, which is that the hitbox for the Gestalt animation for Shiva can actually slide off the edge of Adam and Chelid's hitbox, and then all of the subsequent attacks will actually not do the necessary number of hits. But we basically just have a timing set up now that we can have Shiva consistently run into the hitbox and be in a good spot. And now we have Alex fighting Alex. Again, these fights that we're seeing now are pretty consistent. Not like Bart 2, which has quite a bit more RNG. Like, you should pretty much never fail against Alex unless you have really unlucky positioning with Fang, or she gets launched into a bad spot. One nice little tech we're actually getting to see here, oops, jumped in the wrong direction, is that if when you're in the air, you can open the shroud menu I mentioned before, but if you have to actually use a shroud, you can actually use it in the air while moving, so that you actually don't lose time from stopping to use the shroud. And so we need an ether solve for the next fight, and so like you can use it here while jumping with a cute little speed tech. So now coming up on Kayarune stream, we have one of the crazier dodges of the whole run. These, ooh, he tried the fast setup. Or no, this is the setup, right? You intentionally fail it. So for this fight, these guys are just missed the quick cycle here. So for this dodge, these two enemies are blocking the way, and they're basically trying to fight each other, and they won't aggro you. So yeah, okay, there you go. That was the good setup. So what we used to do was we would run up with Snow and then try and use the second party member, not Snow, to run around in a specific position to push them out of the way. But what we just saw, and what we'll hopefully see again from M, is a setup where you can actually use Vanille's smaller hitbox. And there's a weird thing that happens when you're retrying a fight, where the hitbox is sort of not allowed to run into the enemy, and you can use that to actually slide by the enemies. Actually, as I was commentating there, I completely forgot that that's what we switched to. So we'll get to see one more attempt at it from M shortly. Once again, another quick shout out to the music. I think this is Eden Under Siege, I think it's called. Another fan favorite soundtrack that we're getting to hear now.
Yep. And Zero just swapped to his final party for the run and is heading now towards the Behemoth King and Megistafarian. Getting rid of Hope as soon as he can.
Alright, so M ran into this fight, and then now in a retry, you basically want to have the camera angled and hold the joystick in a specific direction to make Vanille just run through. Just like, oh, it's just not quite enough. There we go.
I think it's a really cool phasing through thing. Like it's also used on one at the end of chapter 11, the Fatala. And I'm jealous as a PS3 run because there it's not quite as consistent, so you cannot really go for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of subtle differences between the console and the PC versions of this run. One example of such a change is I mentioned before that battle time is not real time. The difference is slightly larger between the two systems, so like you'll get different fight times between the two. I think it comes down to 30 FPS versus 60 FPS, or like, you know, variable frame rates and things like that. But yeah. It's like everyone's just working their way through some dodges right now. Kaya just had the soldiers. Those soldiers are now faster than we are. And so if they're approaching us from behind, they can totally catch us, but we generally just have to try and enter so that they are not facing towards us, so that when they start running forwards, it'll put them in a bad position to try and catch us. We're also, I guess you could say, dodging this, I think it's Adamantoids, that's it, Adamantoids. This is the stronger version of the Adamantellid, and I mentioned this because just up ahead there's two chests. If you don't defeat the Adamantoids, you can only pick up one of these chests. So I think one of them is just an item worth a lot of gil, and the other one is 6 particle accelerators, which are just a very, very good mechanical component, and we're going to be using those to upgrade shortly. And so it's just, this is the item that we think is the more valuable of the two, and this cutscene that Im's about to skip is the one where the Adamantoids shows up and destroys the area that you were just standing and stops you from accessing the other chest. Yeah, so you can see M just tried to run in at an angle, but the soldiers happen to be facing in the wrong direction, and they're so fast they catch you. Looks like we're getting to enjoy soldier dodges on both feeds right now.
Yeah. Also, maybe if we have time, say that if people are interested in learning it, there does exist quite a good guide for it. It's not fully up to date with current strats, but that also means that the strats in the guide are a bit more beginner friendly. So if anyone is interested, there are good resources for it. There are people on Discord willing to help, and like some people might get discouraged if they hear people talk about how FF13 is a really difficult run, but I do fully believe it's a run that everyone can learn if they put the time into it. Like, it's not so difficult as to be unlearnable. You don't have to be good at the game before beginning to run. You can learn it.
Yeah, absolutely. And one nice thing is that the retry mechanic makes it so you can just try fights over and over again until you understand what's going on. And so, you know, if you're doing a run of it and you do happen to mess something up, it's just, you know, it's just one retry. It's not like it's game over. And same thing with dodges. You can just retry until you get it right. And you mentioned that the guide is not up to date. I mean, it's impossible to be up to date with this, with how fast it changes and with how every runner has their own preferences. There is no one true route, but we've got really good resources there. We've got easy to read guides, and we've got Excel spreadsheets with descriptions for every dodge and notes for every fight and everything. So anything you'd want, we got it there. So, including all three of these runners would be more than happy to help you learn.
Yeah, for sure. And the guide also has like for certain fights like there exist easier options than what these three are doing, and that help is also available. That you can just go for an easier version of the fight.
But these guys are masochists. We think they do the hardest strikes at all times. If it's faster, we do it. All right, but coming up, we're gonna have both teams fighting Proudclad 2, and so this is a very exciting fight. I quite enjoy this one. So once again, we're going to be dealing with an enemy who does really devastating attacks, and the only way we're going to be able to survive this is by keeping him staggered and launched. However, we do not have the capability to beat him in a single stagger, which is exacerbated by the fact that he's able to fully heal himself once he leaves stagger. Actually, not even once he leaves stagger, once he's just been on the ground for a short amount of time after reaching HP threshold. So the way we get around this is by staggering him once and then pushing that HP threshold. We allow him to heal himself, but when he heals himself, he'll give himself a debuff, Deprotect, which, you know, we can't give him Deprotect ourselves. And then once he's deprotected himself, we will then be able to finish him off in a single stagger. So those are the big conditions, is staggering, reaching the threshold, surviving his next big attack, and then killing him in a single stagger. And we're going to be relying quite a bit on Cold Blood. Again, as Zero mentioned before, this guy halves all elemental damage, and so Cold Blood is our best way of dealing chain to him. Cold Blood is also good because for the full animation of Cold Blood, you're able to keep him interrupted. Once he starts his attack, that Muon Blaster, he will not be able to be interrupted. So we've finished his Cold Blood, launched him, and now the Cold Blood will keep him interrupted for the rest of this animation. And now we can restore full HP. It's important to keep your HP green when possible because Snow has an ability called Adrenaline, which Adrenaline in FF12 is when you're critical, you do double damage. In this one, when you're in green HP, you do 20% more damage. And so here we can see we're doing attack blitz. This is not max damage because our goal here is really to reach 60% HP because that's the HP threshold to trigger the his restore. And so now we're going to
Limiter's deactivated.
Yep, limiter is deactivated. We do attack blitz to build chain and also chain duration. Limiter is deactivated, so he restores, but then he gives himself Deprotect. And now we have to wait for Oneric Maelstrom, which is his big attack. So we use a Renew to tank this. And now we stagger with Vanille and Saz in unison. And now we can go back into full chain building and then damage. So we use Relentless here. Relentless is, like I mentioned before, it's more of a casual focused paradigm, but for us in this fight, it's really good because it allows Snow to launch, and then we can use Cold Blood multiple times to chain to max chain. And at the same time, we can see M doing the same thing from the first phase. But with the Deprotect now and max damage, we should be able to kill him before the stagger ends.
Same boss hype.
Same boss hype. Team Choco wins.
Yes.
I said that one for you.
I'm sure. I hope. I believe.
Okay, and
don't worry, I'll just come up with a 1 hour skip in FF5 and
Proudclad down for Team Tonberry. Now Oneric Maelstrom. That Renew that we use there, it's uninterruptible. So we get to use that to stop ourselves from getting launched. Can't do the same for Vanille, but looks like we're in a good position here. We got an extra Muon Blaster here, but as long as we launch. Okay, Snow is out of Adrenaline, so he's going to be doing 20% less damage. Hopefully, we'll still be able to kill, though. It should be possible, but it's going to be a little tighter. One of the nice things about Cold Blood is that while the Cold Blood animation is happening, stagger won't end. So we can actually use an extra Cold Blood at the end of the stagger to sneak in a little bit of extra damage. Unfortunately, Snow's AI does not know this, so he'll execute his string early, even though he shouldn't. But it should still be possible. If not, we have one paradigm with a medic in it to allow us to survive, but hopefully we don't need it. Looks like we're gonna need the stagger extend. Oh no, we're gonna go for it and then try and kill after. He is even more dangerous now, but we have a medic. We have no more removes, but he has so little HP that we should be able to clear this, no problem. This is actually not the most dangerous thing he can do. After he recovers from this, or if you stagger him while he's flying and then he recovers from the stagger, he reaches a new state, which is I think retaliatory strike. I forget the name of the phase, but he starts using retaliatory strike, which is just there's no way you can survive it, even with a sentinel. So we have to kill him before that, but we were okay there. So now we're on the final chapter, chapter 13, and this is just a pure boss rush. There's just a sequence of 3 bosses. Each one has their own strategy, and then we'll go into the final boss rush.
Yeah, in that menu, Kaya grabbed Adrenaline for Sass as well, so now Sass also will be dealing more damage when at green HP.
And here we can buy the shrouds.
And Zero is fighting Hecaton.
I'm not turning back. You have to reset the dragon
So these dodges coming out for Kaya, these enemies are very fast, and so you really have to rely on the techniques we've been describing so far of trying to run in while they're not facing you, and the time it takes them to turn around and find you is enough for you to get by them, but if they're facing you, they will immediately catch you. He makes it look easy, but that's a very difficult dodge.
Yeah, it's a dodge I use a Decept on.
Yeah, no, absolutely, same. But as far as dodges go, I think that's more or less the end of it, because from here we can basically decept everything. I mean, that's not trivial. There's also a glitch that we could possibly see from M here, because we're swapping to Vanille as the party leader. It's possible for there to be like some glitch within the memory of like causing the party leaders to not know where they're supposed to be, and you can just basically get a glitch where Vanille flies through the air. We call it the amazing flying Vanille, although we did not get to see it this time, unfortunately. It's pretty unlikely, I think. But yeah,
We'll still get a chance with Zero.
Yeah, one more chance in a little bit. But these enemies that we're running by right now are called the Sanctum Templars. They are incredibly fast. There's no way you can dodge them consistently, so we just use the Decept at this point that we bought. And then while we're flying through the air, we can use these shrouds. So now Kaya is coming up on the first of the 3 bosses in this stretch. So these are Jabberwocky and Bandersnatch. It's basically the evolved version of the Inky and Inlo fight we saw in chapter 6.
Yep.
Numbers mixed up. And yeah, so the sort of mechanic here that we have to deal with is that one of them is immune to physical attacks and one of them is immune to magical attacks. And they also can heal each other, but the way we can get by this is we can abuse the fact that Eidolons break the rules, and so we're leading with Vanille here, and we can summon Hecaton Care and take care of the one that's immune to physical attacks. Because we're really spec'd out for doing physical attacks right now. So Bandersnatch, who's immune to physical attacks, we can just hit him with Eidolon's attacks, which look pretty physical to me, but they don't count. So just the Force Blasters to do enough chain and enough damage, and then we can just finish him off with the finisher, and then we'll go into Bandersnatch or Jabberwocky, who we can then just chain. Jabberwocky has a cycle of doing 3 normal attacks and then 2 normal attacks and then a big Breath of the Beast attack, which would be enough to kill Vanille, but we have it lined up so that we're able to stagger him just before Breath of the Beast goes off. We're also inflicting Deprotect to just do more damage with Snow. We can also inflict Imperil here and Poison for Interruption, but he already takes double damage from elemental attacks, so there's no need to inflict Imperil. I don't think we specifically mentioned it, but Imperil... Oh, we lost the interruption there, so
And
actually...
that's Mog taking the lead.
Mog took the lead. That's all it takes. Yeah, so you can use Poison there. Poison has an extra long animation and hits multiple times, so it can be used for interruptions, but it wasn't quite long enough there. Oh, I was so distracted, I forgot to split for Choco.
Thanks a bunch.
So now we can see another attempt at this. So the unlucky thing that Kai had to face was that the Jabberwocky ran up and was actually hitting Saz and knocking Saz down, which slowed down his chaining. But now it's like it looked really scary with Vanille getting hit twice, but it's actually pretty straight. It's actually pretty safe as long as you're able to start landing the string of poisons. And this interruption lasts for much longer than it needs to.
Yeah, and game in particular can be quite dangerous. This is a run in which getting deathless runs is just so incredibly difficult that you don't expect to see no deaths in the relay. There's
Absolutely.
going to be stuff that goes wrong, even though they're very good still, these runners.
So actually yesterday, M got a PB, and he, even in that PB, which is sub 430, nearly a world record, he actually had a death to PC1. So even in world record type runs, it's possible to have deaths. It's just how difficult these fights can be.
See what you got.
Alright, so the next fight that we'll be seeing Mog and Tonberry go into is... oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the name. I'm just thinking of it, Atticus.
Vladislaus.
Vladislaus, that's it. So this guy is... I think these enemies are all Seath, so they're basically the outcome of what happens if the C doesn't complete their missions, but this guy is basically just a swordsman that isn't really possible to be staggered, and does just basically devastating physical attacks. And so he'll just basically be wailing on us. We can use Snow as a sentinel to tank as much as we need to, but otherwise we're just going to be attacking him without chaining. We just do enough damage now that we can manage this, and he's weak to Deep Protect, and he's not weak to any specific element, but sorry, he takes double damage from all elements. So Saz will know to cast in fire. We start with Libra, so we know that, and then plus Deep Protect. Renew to keep us alive, and then when necessary, we can also use Sentinel. He's got this one big attack called Mounting Contempt, which we will definitely tank in Sentinel. And other than that, we're just going to be punching him down. But once again, we have both teams in the same fight. Really awesome to see.
Yep. Close race.
Yeah. Team Close Race is going off. The big thing to watch out for is we just cannot let Vanille get hit by Mounting Contempt, but we kill him around the second Mounting Contempt, so there's not really any danger of that, because the first one is guaranteed to hit Snow. We could guarantee the second one hits Snow, but it's better to just kill him before anyway. The one annoying thing about this fight is it's possible for Vanille to just miss all of her Deep Protects, but it looks like we haven't had to deal with that from either runner. We're done. So that's Vladislaus down. The next one is Tiamat Eliminator, which is sort of the evolved version of the Ushu subjugator we saw earlier. So for this fight, actually, I don't know if it's kind of Ushu, it's kind of PC, but this fight is also divided into two phases. The difference between these phases is in the first phase, before you've staggered him the first time, he's immune to debuffs, and he just has a small chance of debuffing you, or cleansing your buffs, which is really annoying. But as soon as you've staggered him once, he'll enter the second phase, where he lands on the ground, and then he starts cleansing your buffs with every single attack, although he then becomes weak to debuffs. So the important thing here is that we have to really interrupt him as much as possible, because every single one of his attacks is going to cleanse our buffs. They also cleanse the buffs from left to right, and as it happens, the ones on the left are the most important ones, Haste and Bravery. So we really do not want to let him hit us a single time. But luckily, we will have, since we use this Aegisol here, we have Vigilance, and so our attacks do have enough keep to interrupt him, but it's just very difficult to maintain that interruption non-stop. So I mentioned before that we typically try and maintain a high chain duration to get a high stagger duration. But this is the one time where we try and get the shortest stagger possible, because the second phase starts once this stagger ends. So we actually use Cold Blood here, not because it's great for chaining, but because it interrupts, and also Cold Blood bullets do not add chain duration. So you can see right now the chain duration is dropping really quickly on M's screen. You can see the stagger, and that's exactly what he wants. Now the stagger will run out very quickly. Now we just keep him interrupted with a preset series of attacks. And then once the stagger runs out, he'll land. And the whole thing here is trying to maintain this interruption with Cold Blood plus ATB refreshes. So this is extremely difficult to manage because you have to manage Saz's and Snow's ATB simultaneously while trying to refresh Snow to get animation cancels. So Snow is attacking, and then Saz starts attacking, and then Snow will start attacking again, and that will give us a chance to ATB refresh and animation cancel Snow. Here, Vanille, oh my goodness, Vanille went crazy. Vanille landed all of her debuffs very quickly. This is basically a perfect fight. It does not get better than this. Incredible.
Yeah, that's a good Vanille today.
Yeah, wow. And so we see that we've maintained all, or sorry, I said it eliminates debuffs from the left and it eliminates it from the right. So you can see on the right is Haste, Faith, Bravery. Those are the first ones you would lose. And yeah, as has unfortunately happened to Kaya and into instant targeting. So yeah, this is unfortunately what can happen if he decides to be rude. Once you lose your buffs, you lose vigilance, and then it's harder to interrupt him. So you really have to rely on maintaining that interruption perfectly, or else things can go off the rails very quickly.
Also, I think M has been having a really good run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like at 424 and already at go, about to go final bosses.
Yeah, easily.
It's a really
sub
strong run,
430
especially
pace.
for a marathon run with the extra saving. That's incredibly fast.
Very much so. So coming up for M now is Bart 3, our final attempt against Bart. So before, Bart was like to inflict debuffs on us, but now it's just like a big punching match. He just does massive damage. There's no real debuffs to worry about, and we can debuff him. The two attacks you have to watch out for are Ultima and Thanatosian Laughter. Luckily, Thanatosian Laughter now does fractional damage instead of... oh my gosh, Vanille, she's going off! Does fractional damage. So a single run of Thanatosian Laughter is just guaranteed to put us at very low HP. And Ultima is a really weird attack in this game. It just has very high variance. So it can do anything anywhere from massive damage to just trivial damage. I think it's 98% variance, so it can go from 2% to 100%. But we have double Sentinel for this, and we are ready to renew if it does large damage, which it looks like it did pretty high damage, but we had full defense go. So we still renew, and then we can just go into stagger and spam full bloods. And then meanwhile, it looks like Kai was not able to maintain the interruption on the second phase, but we got all the debuffs and staggers, so we should be able to kill here. You know, it looks scary that we're low HP, but we've got the stagger and the launching, so it should be pretty sure we're killing. And also poison over the course of this is going to do massive damage. But then back on end stream, we're looking at Bart 3, and we're just waiting for him to start his Thanatosian Laughter. One really annoying thing about this Thanatosian Laughter is that if Snow jumps to hit him, then it will knock him down and delay Snow's next string. So that's actually why we switched to Sentinel here, literally just to keep Snow from jumping. And then should be able to kill him off for this last round. Oh, not quite. A little dicey. Ultima! Oh. Yes. Yeah, could not quite kill him within the allotted time, and then yeah, that's Ultima. It was such a close thing. It's just that, like I said, it's a punching match. It's the DPS ration. He just managed to win it there. I'm not sure what happened. I think the stagger ran out early because Vanille was actually so good at debuffing that we ended with a higher chain before the first stagger. So Vanille actually casually being too good at her job, causing us. She always finds a way to troll, man. This time she managed to troll us by being too good.
Yeah, Bart 3 is also among the most difficult fights in the world.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat
For me,
less.
it's most difficult.
It's less random in terms of the possibilities, but I think you kind of don't have control with this fight when it goes really poorly, and so I think it's actually sort of the worst part, just because you can just die even though you didn't do anything wrong. Like we can see here, Vanille was getting focused massively. If that didn't go well, then yeah. And now we don't have Imperil, so Vanille did not do her job very well this time, so now we have to make a choice. Do we want to do a full extra Ultima Laughter cycle and wait for Imperil, or do we go in with trying to kill him with the Imperil inflicted late? And it looks like we are going in. So we're going to be late stagger, low damage, but we'll have a longer lasting stagger, so we'll see how this goes. But again, we're back on the same fight at the same time. It looks like Vanille did her job for Kaya. Yeah, we're in the thick of it now. This is FF13 speedrunning when it gets gritty, man. Yeah, Bard's HP is very high for M now. You really the visual cue at this point is you want it to be the green bar to be around the T and target, but our stagger started much later, so now it's a DPS race with the rest of the stagger bar against Ultima. Yeah, he's just decided to call it so. Team Tonberry takes the lead. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went for it.
Yeah, the other choice there is to just wait in Smart Bomb without chaining with Saz for Imperil and then wait for a full cycle. But I think his chain was so high that he was worried he was going to stagger anyway.
Yeah, probably.
And then that would just be a loss for sure. So I think he just went for the Imperil kill. Oh, we're going to see Ultima again on Kaya's stream. Okay, so Kaya actually went for Elixir here. So he was in a similar situation to M, but he actually decided to go for the Elixir to use another Renew. And so now he's guaranteed to win the fight, but now he does not have an Elixir, which means we're going to have to do backup strats on the next fight, Orphan. Oh man, this is FF13 speedrunning, man. Team Close Race is popping off right now. We're going to see another Ultima.
Especially during final bosses of FF13, which are quite difficult, and then having a close race.
No.
Pressure's really on.
Well, we're going to be back on Elixir. We're getting Elixir back for Orphan. Oh my goodness.
Well, Team Mog's back in the lead.
Team Mog's back in the lead. We told you Part 3 was going to be rough. I didn't expect it to be this rough. But I think we have a clean fight now for Mogs. Let's see.
At least it shouldn't happen that Team Choco catches up during this.
Okay, we got him.
Okay.
And now moving on to Orphan. So this is now the longest fight in the run. This guy has an exorbitant amount of HP, so much so that a massive amount of our damage is just going to be coming from poison, which luckily he's not immune to. He also has a very high stagger point, so it'll take us a while to get there, but we'll have plenty of chances to inflict poison. But he's got this big attack called Merciless Judgment, and he's able to use this 3 times. We're going to completely skip the second time, but we'll see this again later. The thing about Merciless Judgment is it puts everyone at low HP. So what we do for that is we actually summon literally just to tank that attack, and then when that attack hits Brunhilde, it dismisses her, but then Brunhilde immediately uses a Rise on Saz to put him at full, so that leaves the party at full HP. So we're basically using an Eidolon as a full heal, or like a double Renew. And so that allows us to just go into the fight and immediately start using the buffs that we need, which is going to be Vigilance and Bravery, Haste, and an End Spell. We're eventually going to inflict Imperil, which will cause double damage. So that's what the End Spells are for. It doesn't matter which End Spell we can use. Runners have their own preferences, but I think Ink Thunder is generally used because it's the fewest inputs. And then we alternate buffing with going into Consolidation, which is our defensive paradigm to tank his attacks. And then we're just pretty much waiting for Vanille to do her job now, which she's already inflicted Deep Protect for M, so that's good. We also see Bart 3 down for Tonberry, so we're once again on the same fight. And Vanille landed Imperil. Imperil is a pretty low chance on Orphan, so having that already is pretty good. And we just need to wait for Poison. Once Poison is inflicted, we're more or less guaranteed to be able to win the fight, but we need to inflict Poison. There's a few other turns the fight can take, but generally once poison... Okay, so we've inflicted poison, and now we just have to survive his next slap, which is going to be tough. We have consolidation for that. Okay, and now we can go and do max damage. Actually, Vanille died, so this is going to be a little rough on damage, but as long as you have poison, you should be able to win this fight, just because you can always go into consolidation.
Yeah, and so one thing about coming up here is the Proctornial Wrath, which targets Vanille. Which is good because it's an insta-kill move. If it had killed Sass, then that would have been game over.
But we've also not finished him within stagger, so we're going to see... I said we were going to skip second Merciless Judgment, but it looks like that's actually not the case. So this is going to be a little bit of time for Tonberry to catch up some. So basically now we're waiting for Poison to do damage. Poison will cause him to reach the threshold for Merciless Judgment. We actually should have pushed past this threshold. And while this is happening, Poison will cause him to reach his second threshold. And we'll see Merciless Judgment again, I think. Oh no, that was actually... Am I capping right now? Or is he... Okay, I guess that was the second Merciless. So yeah, now he's reached his final phase where he does opposite extremes, and we just basically have to survive this long enough to build some chain, and then we're going to just survive in summon. So our buffs have worn off, so we can restore them later, but we're basically just waiting for the summon to happen. He has one really big move here called Diezire, which can cause, which will just totally kill us from full HP, and we use summon to dodge that, but since he's not using it, we can just stay out of summon, but at some point we want to just summon. Summon also gives you a free ATB refresh, so we're just basically waiting now to tank one big hit, and then there's the summon, and now we just kill him in summon. Brynhilder will heal us faster than we take damage, so once you've reached the summon phase, you're guaranteed to win. But yeah, same phase from both streams right now. But yeah, Poison is doing the bulk of the damage right now. We're pretty much just waiting for Poison to kill him.
Okay, Orphan 2.
Orphan 2. Okay, so this fight is the quote-unquote victory lap, although it is not free at all. So he starts with a barrier move that stops him from taking any damage, much like Vitala, and so it's just a matter of staggering him. You can still chain him. So we basically cycle through Ravs doing chain with Synergist, with Sazza Synergist getting the buffs we need. Specifically, we need haste on everyone. So that's what the first thing we're going to do, and then we're going to get an Inspell and Bravery on Saz and Snow, and then we'll pretty much just chain him. He's got one big attack that's coming, or he does a slap attack, which can launch the party. We can stand on the ground for the first one with a potion, and we should be able to interrupt the second one, although he might not use it at all. And so we're pretty much just hoping for a stagger, and then just before stagger, we'll try and have Vanille debuff him. We need Imperil and Deprotect in order to kill him, so we're basically going to stagger, wait for those debuffs, and finish him off, and that'll be FF13 for Team Mod. We're also on Orphan 2 for Team Conquer. There's Deprotect. We just need Imperil now. Imperil. We're full HP, so yeah, we should be good now. I'll call time in 10 or 15 seconds, I think. A little bit longer. Gotta eat through his HP. The single target attack, if you get bad rolls, and the slap attack can actually end the run, and it has happened. Okay, he's down, and time.
Mob go.
Yeah, GGM.
GG.
Now, same thing for Tonberry coming up soon.
Yep. We got the slap attack. Or no, we did not. No, we did, but we renewed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry,
we renewed through it, so we didn't get that.
But looks like we did successfully interrupt the second one, so now we're just waiting for Deprotect and Imperil. Okay, there you go. Should be good. Coming up in 20-ish seconds. When Snow launches him to the peak, to the apex of his attack, Saz will actually miss all of his blitzes, so we have to wait for him to fall. Okay, fight down, and time. Go.
Go Team Tonberry.
Yeah.
GG Kaya.
GG.
Those were runs of all time, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, very well done, but they had to deal with some real exciting RNG.
Yeah, and now FF1 starting quite close for these. Really cool.
And FF1 is also a really exciting run, but unfortunately I have to leave now to take a nap before my FF5 run, so...
Prepare yourself for the full comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for commentary and good luck with FF5 later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks
for
for having
taking
me,
it away, guys.
and good luck on FF1.
Alright, so I guess to get started on some FF1 here, I'm ShaneZell, one of the commentators, joined by...
I'm Buffalax, the other commentator.
And FF1 starts off pretty slow. There's a lot of cutscenes in this version of the game, but we are starting off with a team of 1 fighter, 1 monk, and 2 black mages. And each person on the party is going to have a role that mostly stays the same. Fighter attacks things early on and becomes our tank. The black belt is our primary damage dealer for late game. Early on, he's just kind of there to help the fighter deal damage. And the black mages are the hard carry.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of DPS from the fighter in the main fights, and then the black mage is gonna do all the leveling for us pretty much, and then later on everyone's gonna buff the black belt.
Yeah, the buffs in this game are very overpowered, honestly. With the spell Haste, which is a level 4 black magic spell, which you get at level 8, you can double the number of swings your characters deal, which becomes kind of absurd later on. But starting off here, we want to just get 1 encounter on the way to the Temple of Fiends and preferably hit level 2. It just helps out a little bit with your damage output.
Mind if I jump in for a second?
Go for it.
Yeah, so in the FF13 community, we have a lot of memes, but one of the memes that's really beloved is just revolving around the number 54. References a fight where one of the runners managed to get a time of 54, and they were very excited about it and yelled 54. And I just think it's very appropriate that we ended our race with a 54-second time differential between the two runners. So I'm just gonna say that Kaya and MMM, colluded to make that happen. It was all part of the plan.
So easily just on Team Mog here, finished off Garland. Not too difficult of a fight. It generally only goes wrong if he decides to punch one of your black mages. In a casual setting, that would just be an instant reset, but sadly here we just have to endure it and end up with a low-level black mage for a while. It's not the end of the world, it's just slow.
Yeah, just anything that happens early on just kind of snowballs later on, so if you're missing a queue with level or something like that, it just slowly gets worse over time. And like levels for black belts or the black mages is especially important for getting your spells in order to have your leveling and then your buffs for your black belt.
Oh yeah, the levels for the black mages are very important for the whole early game. Late game, they don't matter at all. But early game, they matter because you have to hit the level threshold to be able to beat the next boss, essentially. And so something that's kind of unique in Final Fantasy I is enemy targeting. The enemy targets your top character 50% of the time, your second character 25% of the time. Then the bottom two each have a 12.5% chance to be targeted. So we have our tankier members at the top of the party, just so they absorb more hits. It's not just for looks of like the tank in the front. It's actually a thing. And we've got a lot of cutscenes that we have to wait through at the beginning of FF1 here, in this version of the game. Which is, it sucks for the speedrun because it it really slows things down. The first 10 minutes of the run, you're spending about 7.5 of those just in cutscenes. So if you have early resets, it's a little annoying getting into it. But luckily, we didn't have a death on either runner for Garland.
Yep. Hopefully we don't have anything too hateful here walking towards towards the second city here. Because watching this bridge cutscene 8 or 9 times is not fun.
Luckily, in the Pixel Remaster version, the game auto-saves after the cutscene at the bridge. So we don't have to worry about actually seeing it again anymore.
Oh yeah. I'm just used to having to reset a bunch.
Oh, look at that. Some safety potions. That's interesting. Not a bad idea. So on the way to Provoca, the second town, ideally the runners are going to only get like 2 encounters, but a lot of times you're going to get 3. And you hope to see ogres. Ogres are the best enemies to see because they give good XP and, more importantly, in the early game, money.
Yeah, money to purchase your spells is quite crucial early on. There are a couple fail safes, like going to the dwarf cave in order to pick up a couple chests and stuff like that to get the money you need, but it eats away at the time.
The Gigas Worms are not the greatest enemies. They partner with ogres most of the time, but if you see them by themselves, they aren't the best fight, but still we want to take fights on the way to Provoca because ideally we get level 4 on the fighter. When the fighter's level 4, he gets 2 swings, so he's actually able to one-shot the pirates coming up. If he's only level 3, then he's going to only deal about half of their hit points in attack, which really slows down the encounter and makes it more likely that a mage will die. So easily did get level 4, so that's good. And he only had 2 encounters on the way to Provoca, so that's ideal. So you're not wasting more time. The encounters are kind of weird in FF1. They appear every X number of steps, but that X is variable. It's like somewhere between like 15 to 30 steps. And our second boss fight against Vicky's pirates. They aren't too difficult. I mean, they are more difficult in this version compared to the original version of the game. On the NES version, pirates get killed in one basic attack from a black mage. They're so weak. But they got buffed over the years. Team Tonberry's looking a little in trouble here. The monk died, which early on, that's technically the best character to die on this walk, because he needs to experience the least. Anytime we have an early death, at this point of the game we just have to use the clinic, because it's a lot cheaper than using Phoenix Downs, which are newly available to the game. They're 500 apiece, which we can't afford, while reviving at that clinic only costs like 80, so it's a lot better. Then after Provoca, we fight a lot of enemies on the ocean to try to earn money and a little bit of XP. The fight that Team Mog here is up against is one of the worst you can see. It's a long encounter and doesn't give much rewards. There's the fight we want to see. 5 Buccaneers. Buccaneers are worth 120 gold apiece. This is more than half of a Thundara spell for one of the black mages. So this is like the best fight to see on the ocean.
Yeah, you definitely want Buccaneers. Right now, it's all about the money.
These monks just can't stay alive.
So, like you said, that they're the best ones right now because you need the tanky HP, and you need spell levels.
It definitely hurts later on if your monk is behind on XP, but all his XP is honestly irrelevant later on. Because the enemies start giving so much more experience. Like each of these enemies is on average under 100 XP. And each enemy later on is going to be thousands of XP apiece. So dying a bunch in the early game isn't going to affect your level in the late game at all.
Yeah, generally all the XP you're missing here, it just kind of levels out because you'll need like X thousand number to get to the next level, and here you're missing like 50, 100 XP.
So, in case some people noticed here on Team Mog, one of the black mages has 96 hit points while the other has 76. The FF1 for the PR has some wild differences in their stat gains. Anytime you gain a level, you have either a guaranteed chance to gain a stat, or you don't. And if you don't, then you have a 1 in 6 chance, or 1 in 8 chance? Yeah, 1 in 8 chance on this version, to gain that stat as a bonus. So it can be any stat: strength, agility, intelligence, and even hit points. So if you gain bonus hit points, which you'll gain an extra 20 to 25 HP, and if you get a couple of those level ups early on your mages, they can be as tanky or tankier than the fighter even. You'd ideally have over 100 HP for Marsh Cave on your mages, but it's not always possible. It all just depends on how lucky you get with those random level ups. So for Marsh Cave, we're going to get Thundara, because Thundara is going to be used up against the next mini-boss.
We have Dahaka down for 0, Team Choco, so it's making progress towards the final chapters now.
But yeah, a lot of this early FF1 stuff is just getting your party ready to go to Marsh Cave. And the supplies that each runner takes is probably going to change, just based on what they're comfortable with. I like to always get a tent on my way to Marsh Cave so that I can take some of these fights with the newly purchased Thundara, just for some extra levels. But a lot of runners won't do that. It's just a preference for a lot of the stuff, which is kind of neat about the game. There's no one way that you need to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of little subtle differences between the different runners in this game, and it's really fascinating to watch. It's going to be nice to see 3 people all doing different things potentially at the same time.
And Marsh Cave is our first real dungeon, where lots of encounters here can be very deadly. There's poison around every corner, there's enemies that can stun lock you, enemies that can just one-shot your characters. It's a fun place.
These scorpions are pretty rough. A well-advised reset there, sure, because they can 1 or 2 shot you real easily, especially the black mages.
Yeah, the scorpions, they used to be more rare on other versions of the game, but in this one they, for some reason, upped the chance that they appear, which is not fun, because they're the most deadly enemy in the dungeon.
Oh. Gargoyle. Gargoyles aren't too fun either, and you just got to reset from an encounter with them as well.
Yeah, they can swing 4 times, so on characters that don't have defense like the black mages, they can easily just be one-shot. The fighter can take their hits all day, but the mages and the black belt, they don't like the gargoyles.
Yeah, that's the one thing about a black belt is it is very much a glass cannon situation where they can dish out a lot of damage, especially later. But taking it does not work out well.
Yeah, that's why we keep him in slot 2, so he's not tanking a majority of the hits. It looks like Easley's going to have to use his Phoenix Down to revive his Black Mage, probably right before the encounter with the Pisco Demons. We get 1 free Phoenix Down in the dungeon. And then after this dungeon, we'll actually be able to afford Phoenix Downs.
Looks like Siri's getting close to heading that direction as well.
Yeah, he's taking a couple extra encounters for extra safety. Could be just going for, you know, just extra levels. Possibly even going for a double Thundara strategy.
Ooh, yeah.
So the Pisco Demons they're a monster in a box. In this version of the game, there's always 4 of them, but you have a chance for preemptives and ambushes, and if they target one of your mages, they just die, as we've seen here twice in a row now.
Yeah, it looks like we're picking up a second Thundara. So,
Yeah. 2 Thundaras is really safe for Marsh Cave. This way, if one of your mages dies on this encounter, you can still finish off the fight. It looks like Team Mog got through this time. 3rd time's a charm. And with that crown, we can go up to fight Astos, the first real boss, I guess, of the whole run. He actually has an AI script compared to everything else we've fought so far.
yeah. I guess you could. I mean, I would personally consider the Pisk first boss, but you know, that's just from how hard the fight is. But like you said, this is the first boss with a real script attached to it. So, and it's not a gimme either. It's going to be rough.
So in past versions of Final Fantasy, every enemy that had spells and skills had a script that they had to follow. They would always use their skills in a certain order. This is the first version of the game where they don't have to follow that anymore. They can use spells, skills in any order they feel like. So if they want to use their most powerful skills every single turn, they can do that.
So Choco is in the bar 2 fight. And Vanille, died again. That is unfortunate because then you do lose the boss from the XIII and yeah.
Yeah, he's just retrying. It's possible, but I think it's too risky to do in a relay. He's just gonna take the safe way here.
I'm hoping that after this fight, Team Tonberry will get ready to go now. They've earned up enough money that they should be good for buying all of their consumables for Marsh Cave.
Yeah, I would think so.
And Team Mog has got probably one more random encounter until they're ready for Astos. And Astos will be our first split of the game.
What are we looking for in preparation for Astos?
You can... Honestly, you just want to take any encounters you can just for try to get more HP so you can survive any level 3 black magic that Astos uses. Because he can hit you with a Thundara and Fyra, which depending on his random luck stat that he has, can just nuke your party. And if he rolls high on his luck stat, he can one-shot your black mages, even over 100 HP. So we just have to, like, there's a huge point of RNG with Astos. He can just nuke your party, or he could just try to cast haste on himself every turn. You don't really know until the fight presents itself for what'll actually happen.
Yeah, that's like you said, they could decide to cast any spell they've got in their arsenal at any time, so it quite RNG heavy. You could get haste 3 times in a row, or you could get like a Thundaga or something, and just get toasted. Or
death isn't a good start.
Death.
Yeah.
Get death cast on your major damage dealer.
It's fine if he casts death later in the fight, but not on turn 1. Unless it's on the fighter.
Right.
You really would like to see Astos meleeing. That is the best thing he can do. See, this time, death on the fighter, no reset.
Yep. So the one mage is casting Temper, and Temper is going to increase the... Oh, there we go. Temper increases the strength of the black belt, and it stacks. So in other versions of the game, you could only cast it and it would work once. But in this version, what it does is it just increases your weapon power. And obviously, that's what you want to do to do the most damage possible.
Yeah, it increases your attack power by 14, which means each of your swings is going to deal 14 to 28 more damage. So the black belt has 4 swings, so he can deal up to 100 more points of damage with 1 cast of Temper. And right there, instead of casting Death, double Fyra. Astos is not being kind to Team Mog here.
It's giving a chance for Team Tonberry to catch up, that's for sure. Tonberry is coming towards the Pisco Demon fight.
There we go. Melee from Astos. Much better. And Team Tonberry has 2 Thundaras here, but is only choosing to use 1 on the Pisco Demons.
A little bit of unluckiness in the RNG on that one.
I think Team Mog has got this. There we go. Astos down. And I'm not really sure what's happened with Team Tonberry here. I'm sure we'll get an update soon. So now Team Mog is going to be on a bit of an errand boy trip for a little while. After beating up Astos, nothing major is going to happen. We're just going to be delivering one quest item after the next for like another 10 minutes. So for most of these encounters, we're going to just try to flee from them and use Thundara with one mage if possible to just take extra experience if we don't manage to kill them.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of hedging of bets here. Try to run away as much as possible, but you got the one mage there to try and get you some XP and in case running fail.
Yeah, fighters and black belts are really poor at fleeing. The black mages have the best chance of running away, but it's not ensured. So just nuke when you can and run if you can. Whatever happens first is perfect. And on the sea, we'll actually want to take encounters like this. This is a lot of XP and still okay gold. So some runners will take every encounter on the ocean and just hit up Canaria an extra time for an extra in trip if they need to. 2 great fights in a row.
Very nice.
The only other, wow, 3 times in a row. The other good fight here, of course, is the 3 to 5 Buccaneers. Everything else is a much lesser encounter that you don't care about too much. We finally get to go up to Montoya. We have access to Montoya's cave earlier in the game, but we don't go here because it's pointless to start the quest earlier, since we don't get the quest item to give to her crystal ball until after we beat up Astos. I'm not sure why he has her crystal ball, but he does. I mean, there have definitely been a few changes to the route over the last year or so. It's been found out that you can get rid of the game's beautiful music and switch over to the old school style of music to be able to save a little bit of time, but that's the really only new strategy that's been found out lately.
Yeah, the main thing is it's all little tweaks here and there, and everyone will run this differently anyway. It's just it's more of a how the game feels to that specific runner than anything else. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward game otherwise.
Looks like Tonberry's back and on Astos.
All right.
So not too far behind Team Mog, and in this game you can catch up that time, no problem. I mean, just chaos alone can change everything.
Looks like they saved time on Astos, not dying as many times. So
a lot of the bosses in this game can cost you a lot of time. Like the next major boss coming up, Lich, you can lose or save a bunch of time there based on what spells Lich decides to cast. Because just like Astos, Lich has spells that can pretty much one-shot your mages. And they are the main damage dealers. Well, for that fight, the only damage dealers. So right now, Team Mog is running around just grabbing as much treasure as possible from all of the places that we can access now with the key. Because he was just given the Mystic Key, and he can now open up lots of doors that were locked earlier on in the run. And we need all of those items to sell to buy supplies for the Earth Cave. So Team Mog had a bunch of Sharks and Red Sahagins, while Team Tonberry has a bunch of Buccaneers here. So for both runners, they had some good encounters on the ocean.
I'd have to say both these runners are pretty satisfied with their random encounters so far, for the most part.
Safety tent there so that the black mages can nuke more enemies if necessary, which I'm not against at all. I like using a lot of tents personally. It's not quite as fast, but it's definitely safer. And if your black mages have low health, it's great to see. And there is a route that uses double black mages and no fighter, but that's the boosted run. Something that we aren't doing here.
Yeah, the boosted run, a lot of the RNG's taken out because you have a lot less need for encounters because you're getting four times the XP, but still
For
a
this
very
run,
interesting run.
We definitely need the fighter to tank hits, so we can't
Absolutely.
afford to have 2 black belts. So this is the last shop before Earth Cave, so we need to purchase all of our heals, ethers, and a couple antidotes. Couple gold needles, just all of the supplies to get through Earth Cave.
Team Tonberry picking up the Jolt Tonic, so not far behind at all.
And now Team Mog will be heading up to the Dwarf Cave. The Dwarf Cave, we're going to pick up even more items that we're just going to be selling because all we do is sell everything. And then we'll finally open up the world map because we've been trapped in the inner sea this whole time. Once we turn in the TNT or the dynamite to the dwarves, they'll blow open the canal and we can sail all around the world, even though we won't be going that far on the ship. And in this version of FF1, they did go back to the spell charge system of the original, even though your levels go up a lot faster than they did originally, so you end up having a lot more charges earlier in the game. And you actually have ethers, so you can replenish your spell charges, which is why black mages are the main carries for the run. In previous versions of the game, it would be more difficult without ethers. But ethers make the black mages just so good at tearing through hordes of enemies.
Yeah, ethers will heal 1 point for each spell level you have per use, and it just compared to not having spells after 3 or 4 casts, you just have them saved up in your inventory. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
Makes it a lot easier.
We'll be using up a lot of those ethers in the Earth Cave, because the black mages need to hit level 12 ASAP. Then before Lich, they ideally are 15 plus. They need those levels to have enough spell charges of Fire Aga, a spell that we'll be picking up in a moment, so they can actually beat the mini boss, then the real boss. But yeah, originally your spells per day were supposed to be much more limited, which made the casters really good in burst situations, but then otherwise were very useless. But the ethers changed the whole world.
That and having Phoenix Downs in this version as well, as opposed to the NES version. Really nice to just have a revive just sitting there waiting for you instead of having to have a white mage and having it be a level 4 spell.
And so you guys might have noticed that we haven't really mentioned a whole lot about the story in this game. The story in the first game is pretty limited. There's like a little bit here and there, but there's not a whole lot to it. Like this town here of Melmond was destroyed by the vampire of the Earth Cave. And that's supposedly the reason why they don't have an item shop or a clinic, because they were destroyed. Well, it looks like Tonberry at least is caught up, just a little bit behind Mog. From what we were able to see for the brief moment. Now, Earth Cave is like Marsh Cave 2.0. The enemies here also poison you a bunch, paralyze you a bunch, and hit pretty hard. And we have to actually double dip into this dungeon. We have to go halfway through the dungeon, grab an item, leave, then come back shortly after to actually finish the dungeon. And this is the only dungeon in the game where you actually have to double dip into it. Casually, I think having to double dip the dungeon is actually great, because it gives you time to loot half of the dungeon, then leave, go spend your money, replenish your items, then come back when you're ready for the boss. Speed running, it's just a little annoying. So now that Team Mog is on floor 3, he's looking for one specific encounter. A group of 2 to 4 cockatrice enemies to petrify his top 2 characters. Because in this version of the game, there's a unique little mechanic where statues can tank for you. They can be targeted and take no damage. So we abuse that for the entire run to make it so our top characters just are immobile tanks. It is a fairly common encounter, but ideally we see it before or after the vampire. If we don't see it, then he'll have to wait until the second trip through here, which just means more attacks on his top characters, meaning more healing and more antidotes used, which is a little annoying, but something you'll have to deal with if it happens. So both of Team Mog's mages are high enough level to fight the vampire. The vampire goes down to a double fire agate spam. He's not that difficult for a mini boss as long as you have fire agate. If you don't have fire agate, the fight goes south real quickly though, because he can just one-shot your characters, or just paralyze them.
It's just a case of get or be got.
Generally, Vampire's not too bad, but it's always safe to make a quick save in front of him, because if you died to Vampire, you would have to start the whole floor over. And the tanky Black Mage pulls through.
Wow.
It's not often a Black Mage survives a punch from the Vampire, but it can happen.
Just that one level where they got that extra experience. made the difference.
Yeah, the Black Mage has 2 more strong level ups than the other Black Mage. And it's a big deal, having extra 40 HP.
I'm just saying, you saw me freeze to check because I thought I was dead.
I mean, when Vampire punches a mage, you have to assume that they're going down. So it makes sense.
Yep.
And hopefully Tonberry will be back up shortly and we can see him take out Vampire as well. Because he's got to be like right there. So how's Final Fantasy XIII doing over there for 0?
He's
I
trying
think
to learn.
before PC1, I think he had some dodges due to being decent short, but then PC1 went exactly according to plan. I already mentioned it, and now on the walk towards PC2.
So Team Mog here now has to make the Walk of Shame out of the dungeon. We got our item, but sadly have to leave. It's the longest dungeon we really get to do, is the Earth Cave, just because we have to run all the way through, grab an item, then leave, then run back through a second time. And Team Tonberry's back, and also in the Earth Cave, on his way to Vampire. So at least we know Tonberry's making the progress still. So sadly, Team Mog did not get 2 statues, so he's gonna have to wait till the secondary trip through Earth Cave and then hope for the best there. And hopefully he'll find the cockatrice enemies that he did not see.
Yeah, if you don't have it happen the first time around, you absolutely have to do it the second time through, and the encounter rate could work against you very quickly. You could be stuck there trying to farm encounters for a while.
I mean, there's also another way to do it. If you don't get petrified in the Earth Cave, you can technically wait until Ice Cave. It just costs you even more supplies, which in the long term will cost more encounters you have to take, so it will add up the time either way. But ideally we get it sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
All these undead encounters are very scary. These guys in particular all have multiple swings, and if they hit your characters, they're almost guaranteed to be paralyzed. And if your characters become paralyzed, they only have a 25% chance to snap out of it on their turn. So it's quite easy to just be stun locked from them. And you just sit there for minutes or have to reload.
Yeah, at
So
some
they-
point it doesn't matter how strong your characters are if they're getting hit and getting stunned. There's nothing you can do about it.
So we give the Titan his ruby, and we finally get to go to the old man Sarda, who's just hanging off in a little house by himself. Doesn't like people or something, wants to be alone. But he will give us the quest item we need to finally be able to actually finish the Earth Cave. These lesser tigers are one of the best encounters you can see. They drop they have a 4% chance to drop X potions, which are a full health restore, which are needed for the end of the game. So if we get some lucky drops early on, it can save some time or just give extra safety to the run in the late game against Chaos. And their drop rate is also 4% per tiger, so it's possible that you could get 2 drops from that one encounter. It's a lot of luck for that to happen, but it's possible, and I've seen it happen. But by the time we get to Lich, we want to be level 15 on both of the Black Mages. Because we want both Black Mages to have 3 casts of Fire Ega. To take out Lich, we will need 6 casts of Fire Ega total, and then 1 Thundara. Unless one of the Black Mages has very high intelligence. If they have high intelligence, because of the random stat gains, it's possible to kill Lich slightly faster, but you'll still need all 6 Fire Egas. So hopefully on this trip through Earth Cave, Team Mog will end up with 2 statues. Hopefully. Out of all the undead in here, mummies are probably the safest, because they only put your characters to sleep instead of paralyzing them. And as long as your characters have over 80 max HP, they'll wake up from sleep once they have their turn guaranteed. So it's much better than the 25% chance from stun. Looks like we got level 14 on... So, one more level on the mages and they should be good to go. Some runners like to hit 15, then run from everything else. I don't mind taking specific encounters even after hitting 15, but that's all just runner preference, really.
Yep.
And this floor and the next one have the cockatrices, so hopefully we will see them shortly. Lots of ogres, lots of undead, no jerk birds.
Yeah, meanwhile, Team Choco coming up with the AC2 fight. Last fight of chapter 12, and then he will be in the chapter.
It's pretty bad luck running all the way through the 3rd floor twice and not seeing cockatrices once.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, looks like Tonberry's back, and Tonberry is catching up. Looks like they already beat Vampire, got the Earth Rod, and are just like 90 or so seconds behind Team Mog.
It's like they didn't get anybody stoned on for, the first trip either.
We'll see what Team Mog does here if they don't get petrified on floor 4. If he decides to just run through and hopefully get petrified in Ice Cave, or force some encounters. But it is still pretty close between Mog and Tonberry. Lich can be the deciding factor, or possibly even getting petrified. And no jerk birds for Team Mog.
Nice piece of 2 for Choco. They're all to chapter 13.
And looks like Team Mog is, hey, look at that.
Yes, finally.
6 birds is really scary. I personally like to kill off a couple of them, because if things go poorly, all of your mages can be taken out really quickly. But luckily that didn't happen. Okay.
Ooh.
He got his statues, it just took one extra fight. It could have been a lot worse. So now those 2 statues are going to be tanking 75% of the attacks for the team and require no healing. So it's very helpful up against most enemies. Enemies can still target them at the same ratio, they just take no damage.
Also really interesting that in this version of the game, they also get experience still, even though they are petrified, as opposed to other games of the series. I know in 6 PR you still get experience, but the original.
Alright, so here's Astos. Astos, in my opinion, is one of, if not the hardest, probably not the hardest. Next to Chaos, probably the most difficult boss in the run. He has so many ways that he can kill you. If he rolls high on his luck score, 1 Blizzara can take you out. Multiple casts of Thundara or Fyra can also take you out. So we hope he doesn't favor those spells. And Team Mog does not have high intelligence on his mages, so it will take 6 Fire Agas and 1 Thundara. Possibly 2 Thundaras if he keeps low rolling. So far, Lich has been friendly.
Oof.
That could be okay. Ooh, unfortunate.
Oh no.
And here goes Lich just wasting time. That is why Lich can be one of the most difficult encounters. It's a long fight, and just one spell can just take you out.
Then spent 3 more turns rubbing it in.
So that's a good chance for Tonberry to catch up there. We'll see once his internet is working for a little bit again. But it's all just RNG for Lich, what he does. Thundara is okay as long as he doesn't do another damaging spell. And Lich not playing nice.
Not playing nice.
And now if you get really lucky on your mage's HP and they're over 200 here, it still doesn't guarantee you're going to survive. Lich is just a rude dude.
Yep, that did 108, and you'd have to be over, well, theoretically 220, I guess, in order to survive 2 of those.
And that also depends on Lich's luck stat. Like for this fight, he rolled low on his luck, so his damage spells do less. The last fight, his Thundara did like 10 more damage. The difference in damage can vary by like 20 to 40 based on how much luck the enemy gains, and it's random how much luck they have, because luck affects their spell damage. And I'm not sure why that luck is a random stat when like all of their other stats are fixed. I guess that's a way that Square made it so that the enemies feel more unique each time you fight them.
I mean, the game just needed more RNG, I guess, you know? Maybe that's just what Square thought.
Okay, looking good. Only need 1 to 2 Thundaras now. And that's Lich for Mog.
Beautiful fight.
He was a jerk a bunch of times first, but then the last time he was just easy. And it looks like Team Mog is currently in floor 4 of the Earth Cave, on his way to Lich as well. So that's the first of the 4 crystals that we have to light up. We have to defeat all 4 of the fiends, guarding each of their crystals to restore the elements to the world. And that's pretty much the entire story of the game. Almost. Hopefully we'll see Tonberry pop back up shortly to see Lich, or we'll see him pass Lich. Alright, Tonberry's back, and looks like this is still on floor 4, could possibly be on floor 5. Okay, on floor 4 still. And he also has his top 2 melee characters petrified. So that's good to see.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see if Lich plays along with Team Tonberry or not.
Tonberry's mages are a little low on hit points, but as long as Lich stays away from Blizzara, he should be okay. Sometimes you just get unlucky on your mage hit points. We've all been there if we've speedran this game. There'll be runs that your mages don't have any hit points, and others where they're as tanky as your fighter. It's just wild how much RNG is in the game. Alright, so now Team Mog here is at Crescent Lake and can do our next shopping spree. We need to replenish all of those healing items that we've used up. Potions, ethers, phoenix downs, all of it. Then get our next set of spells. And good luck to Team Tonberry for taking out Lich. Hopefully Lich plays nicer for Tonberry. Blizzara, hate to see it.
Oh no.
Yeah, his mages don't have enough hit points to survive that. I think it's possible if Lich rolls minimum luck that you could survive one Blizzara, but that's unlikely to happen. I hope it's not the same RNG from the last fight. Hey, awesome waves. His top black mage has gained intelligence. So this could just be a 6 Fire-Ega encounter.
And the difference in spell power just between the two of them is ridiculous.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
What, 60, 70 damage difference?
Oh yeah, you can do, it's like difference of 80 points for gaining 1 point of intelligence. You just have to hit a specific threshold. The black mages start off with 20 intelligence, and once they hit 30, their spell damage goes up. So if one has 29 and the other has 30, it's gonna be this huge difference in damage. Alright, one more Fire-Ega from his top black mage should end the fight.
Excellent.
That's Lich for Tonberry.
It's like Maga's just finishing up the worst boat ride ever. Heading to Ice Cave.
Yeah, so this version of the game we skip over castle ordeals, which is done in some of the older versions of the game. But we don't need class change in this version, so we just skip it because it's too slow. So we go straight to the Ice Cave. And the Ice Cave is another not so nice place. Lots of enemies in there can paralyze you, or just ambush you and make you lose your entire health bar before you get a turn. So it's pretty common to see runners quick save often in the Ice Cave, because it's a scary place to be. Floor 1's relatively tame, but the other two floors become much scarier.
Yeah, this fight right here with only having 2 actual characters, they can get stunned pretty easily. Luckily, they're in the bottom 2 slots, which they only get attacked 12.5% of the time each. So the odds aren't necessarily against you, but they're not necessarily for you either.
And enemies like this you have to also be careful for, because Ice Storm can start to add up quickly. If your characters fail to flee, you can just die. Luckily, Ice Storm has been heavily nerfed in this version of the game. On the NES, that does like 96 damage to you compared to 30.
So, can I jump in for a sec?
Go for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so looks like Tiamat was a jerk to Zero also, but he managed to clutch it out with reviving Snow and Stagger Extend, but now he's on to the final boss rush, so about, should be 9 or so minutes left until the Choco run has to be ready, so.
Sweet.
Yeah. We saw how the other 2 runners struggled, so on bar 3
Yeah, you never
it was
know.
very difficult fight, but I hope Zero will do very well. Our current record holder will show us how it's done, I believe.
I believe. Choco wins.
Anything could still happen. chaos can be chaos. Hopefully not like an hour-long chaos, but I mean, it's happened before.
It's happened. It is possible.
I've seen that chaoses, but an hour is quite a lot.
Yeah, most runners would give up by then, but in a marathon setting, you just gotta deal with it. The first relay I was in, I was stuck on chaos for like almost 30 minutes. So, it happens. Yeah, Team Tonberry is now at Crescent Lake as well, buying supplies and then heading off to Ice Cave. Ice Cave is... it's kind of nice because you start getting good XP here compared to the other dungeons. And you don't necessarily have a specific level you need your characters to be at for a little while, but it doesn't hurt getting as much XP as you can. Most runners will try to take any large pack of enemies while running from the smaller groups. Because we use black mages, we just want to kill large groups of enemies as quickly as possible. If we used a melee heavy party, we would want the opposite fights, all of the smaller encounters we would take while running from the larger ones. It's been a long time since somebody was really using red mages, but back when red mages were used over black mages, it was just a melee heavy party and we would fight everything that was small. But late game it became difficult to level. And then the black mages took over.
Yeah, textbook Bark 3, now on an orphan.
And believe it or not, for Team Mog, that was just a mini boss there. The Evil Eye is very pathetic in this version. He does almost nothing to you and then just dies.
The unfortunate thing is, you used to be able to, especially casually, gain some levels there because you used to be able to walk on that same tile over and over again, farm the fight. But here you can only do trap tiles once, so.
And that's partially why we take every encounter we possibly can in this version. Most versions of FF1, you run away from everything until you get to the eye fight. Then you fight a dozen of them, then finish the game. In this one we don't have that luxury, so we just fight everything. Two white dragons is a pretty good fight for XP. We've actually seen a lot of white dragons for Team Mog. And for Team Tonberry, this encounter on the river here is very deadly. White Crocs can easily one-shot your mages.
Alright, Zero has inflicted the debuffs on orphans, so I think we'll have a successful fight here.
And Team Mog and Tonberry were just high-fiving there. One exiting the dungeon as the other was entering it. So at this point, for Team Mog, both mages have their strong intelligence and can take out all of the enemies on the river, which isn't always an option on the way to the ice cave. Because the White Croc Red Piranha fight is worth acceptable XP and money, but it can be pretty scary if your mages don't have intelligence. Hopefully Team Tonberry's black mages start gaining some HP soon, because they've been really low the whole run. It would be nice to see them gain some strong level ups.
It's a really good orphan one as well. Quite some damage in phase 1 and like
Only a little damage on the point where I needed to summon.
Yeah, 251 is very good. Pretty much as easy as it gets without getting a damage push. So we're on to the final boss now.
Yeah.
And Team Mog is just now getting their floater. So they can now get the airship. And can fly anywhere in the world. They can't go to every dungeon right now, but at least they can fly anywhere they'd like to in the world. So we need to earn a lot of money before we go shopping for some things. So we get to take a weird route where we do a little bit of backtracking, going to the waterfall before the ice cave, or before the sea shrine. And not in the same trip, which you'd want to do in most runs. This one we just can't afford it.
Orphan 2 staggered now. Yep.
Yep.
Very
We have the
far in
debuffs.
fight now.
Yep. Just a few seconds left now.
Team Choco is ending this round strong.
Alright, he's down, and... time.
Yeah. Choco go.
GG.
GG 0.
Jeez.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, those were our 13 runs. Yeah, so good luck to the FF1 runners, and then after that the FF5 runners coming up.
So on Team Mog here, we are in the Cardia Isles. And Easily is picking up a bunch of money and some safety items in an elixir and an X potion. We'll be saving those 2 items for Chaos, because those are the ways that the only way we'll have to fully restore our monk, our main damage dealer, when we get to that fight. And Team Tonberry just took out his Evil Eye to get his Levystone / floater. The waterfall in Team Chocobo, or not Team Chocobo, Team Mog is a really simple dungeon. The enemies are a little threatening. As we see there, the clay golems can still kill your mages. But most of the enemy encounters aren't too bad here. And a lot of them we actually don't want to take for experience, sadly. We just run in, grab the items we need, then get out. Gas dragons are worth a lot of experience, but sadly without the Blizzaga spell, can't really one-shot them very well. But with a preemptive, that doesn't really matter. They can hit you pretty hard with their gas breath.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't end up seeing them in the final dungeon later, because they can, even then, be a huge nuisance.
So Team Mog is going to be picking up the first of 3 ribbons throughout the run. Ribbons give us resistance to every status element in the game. Not status element, to all there's 8 different elements in the game. And the ribbon gives you resistance to all those elements. So you take half damage from all of the elemental abilities in the game and resist most of the status effects. And I say resist and not immune because you can still be hit by things like paralysis, and it's annoying, but that's just part of the game we get to deal with. And Team Choco is up and actually able to start his adventure. 2 Goblin Guards is actually a great start. You can actually level up with another fight, and it's quick. It's not too bad. It's the equivalent of killing 6 goblins. So yeah, if he kills this, he'll level up. So not too bad. Or be
Ooh,
1
one
XP
short.
off.
One short.
Unfortunate. But at least they were quick fights.
Yep. Quicker than trying to run from him, for sure.
Oh yes, especially at level 1, your characters don't have a lot of luck, agility, intelligence, besides the black mages, but they are also your main damage dealers. Garland down without too much of an issue. Level 3. If he didn't take both of those encounters, he'd only be level 2, so at least he only needs like 1 halfway decent fight on the way to Provoca to hit level 4. And Team Tonberry is about to pick up their airship. And we'll see if he uses a different route, because all of the runners can do different things here. Once you get the airship, the route really opens up, and you can go different directions, because you're not forced to go straight to the waterfall. Sometimes you can go to the Dragon Isles, the Cardia, grab all that loot. Some people wait to do that till much later. Some runners like to do carry before Kraken. I'm guessing all 3 of these are going to be doing carry later.
I'd say that's a safe guess.
But some people like doing carry earlier on. Or Merilith in this version, sorry. I'm used to the NES names. I play a lot more of the NES version than the Pixel Remaster version. And Team Mog is picking up double Blizzaga here. I don't know if everyone's going to do that because it's really expensive. It's helpful for taking out some of the enemy encounters, but it's not a requirement. Some runs only pick up 1 Blizzaga, because it's just so expensive. And Blizzaga is the strongest spell that we'll have for this run. It's not the strongest black wizard spell, but it is the strongest black mage spell, since they don't get access to their best spell Nuke, or Flare in this version, until they class change. So we'll be picking up our 2nd ribbon in the next dungeon that Team Mog goes into. And once we have the 2nd ribbon, both of the mages will be resistant to all elements. So they'll be a lot more likely to survive a lot of these random encounters. And we'll actually pick up our first piece of armor for the mages as well.
Yeah, that's one thing. This run is not very equipment heavy till a very late game.
And some runners will choose to pick up more equipment than others in specific places, but most of the time the mages run around with not very much equipment at all. So in the Sea Shrine, we will be getting the Opal Bracelet, which is the strongest piece of armor, body armor, for any character in the game besides the Knight. It has the highest amount of absorption for 1 piece of armor. And some runners will pick up gold bracelets or ruby bracelets in this version from the Gaia shop, but they're quite expensive. You can also pick up protect rings there, which will increase your defense a little bit and give you resistance to the death element. So enemies like those Paralisks can't instantly kill you. Which it can be helpful, but it's not necessary. So in the Sea Shrine, enemies start giving a whole lot of XP. But we're also at the point where we're high enough level that the mages can flee from most encounters pretty easily. I personally like fighting the ghosts in this version of the game, compared to most other versions. In a lot of other versions, they are unrunnable, but in this one you can run from them, except with our spell charges being limited, they're the only enemies we can cast Fire Ega on. So anytime you see them, it's nice to just burn a Fire Ega charge, just because it's like a free spell, and you're guaranteed to kill them all. And if you fail to flee from them, it can be death, because they hit really hard. So the top floor there has no encounters. It's the only room in the Sea Shrine without any encounters on it. It's a little safe area where all the mermaids hang out.
One thing I always thought was interesting about this, the Sea Shrine is that there's when you enter it, you can go upstairs or downstairs. It's not, you don't just start at the bottom and work your way up, or start at the top and work down.
So it looks like Team Choco's got a Black Mage who's already gained 2 strong level ups, which is nice to see. It's a good start, at least, for the run. Hopefully that high levels of health continue. And it looks like he's got a level 3 fighter. I'm assuming the rest of the team is also level 3. Yeah.
Yep.
So now Team Mog is slowly heading on to Kraken. Kraken is not too difficult in this version. He's probably the safest fiend, because if he decides to one-shot one of your mages, you can just throw a Phoenix down and continue the fight perfectly fine, even with 1 hit point. Because the only thing Kraken can do is punch you for like 400 damage. And that's it. No area of effect abilities, just punching you or trying to blind your characters, which is pretty ineffective.
Yep, you're getting one shot pretty much no matter what on any attack from them. So it's like, does healing help? No, not one. Fly with 1 HP real easily.
And I know some runners will not even bother healing their mages before Kraken because it doesn't help. I'm one of those that doesn't even bother healing them. As long as they have enough ethers for their spell charges, then they're good to go. And it looks like Team Tonberry here is going to pick up a Protect Ring. A little bit of extra defense for one of the Black Mages, or he could just save it until he equips the Black Belt, the Monk. I like to put a Protect Ring on the Monk. I feel like it gives him extra safety up against Chaos and the Fiend refights. Just having that extra bit of defense. It looks like Team Tonberry has silver amulets or silver bracelets on both of the black mages. So they have a bit more defense than Team Mogs do.
It's pretty good plan because they have lower health.
Oh yes, they have a lot less health, so it does make sense. And Team Chocobo here trying to earn some money on the way to Elfland, fighting, in my opinion, the worst encounter to see. A large waste of time for little rewards. But you kind of have to just take whatever you get, because your characters are not very good at running away, and you need the encounters anyways.
Yeah, at that early in in the game, you just need to take whatever you can get. You need the XP, you need the money. Every little bit helps.
And the Buccaneers fight is a little bit different. We don't really worry about using Thunder on the mages because the mages cannot one-shot them with Thunder. So we use the temper spells that we bought, and we don't really use on any other encounter to make it so that the melee characters can one-shot their targets. And a saber drop. That's great to see. It looks like he'll be using it for extra damage on the fighter. Some people want to sell it, and others will use it for more damage output on the fighter. Both Mog and Tonberry are in the same dungeon. Tonberry's on the way to grab the slab, or what is it called in this version?
The Rosetta Stone, I think.
Rosetta
Something
Stone.
like that.
Yeah, that's it. It's the slab to me.
It is the slab to me as well. It will always be the slab.
Team Mog is getting ready for Kraken. This should be the last encounter before Kraken for Team Mog. And Team Mog fought a lot of water elementals, which give pretty good experience.
Oh, we got a little sneaky one in.
Yeah, the range of encounters is pretty wide, so sometimes you get more encounters than you'd like.
Yeah, and it's not like a set pattern like the NES version is, where you can kind of plan where you're going to get an encounter and when. You said it was what, between 15 and 30 steps or something like that?
It's around there. I think it's like it's 15 to 32 or 16 to 32. It's somewhere around there. And that's the same for land or the ship, which is different from most other versions of the game, where your boat actually has less encounters usually, and this one it's the same, which is weird. And this is the easy Kraken encounter, and Kraken goes down for Mog. Was very kind, just punch statues.
Very cooperative.
And even if you do have an unfortunate death where he just targets each of the black mages one turn after the other, it's usually a quick reset and doesn't cost you much time compared to enemies like Lich that cast spells with animations. Kraken's he's the nice guy. So Team Chocobo is heading into the Marsh Cave, which is definitely one of the scariest dungeons in the game. Your characters just don't have anything at that point. At least not in a speedrun anyways.
I mean, even casually, the Marsh Cave is like... in my opinion, it's the scariest place besides the Ice Cave, maybe. In the final dungeon. Like... high damaging enemies, poison. You've got the slimes that only really take damage from spells instead of weapons. It's just it's a trip.
So we will actually be reviving one of our characters from petrification really shortly. The monk here we will be reviving in the next dungeon for Team Mog. Some runners will revive him before the next mini-boss, and others will wait until slightly after the mini-boss. So one of our guys is finally going to be ready to start fighting again, after taking his break of being a statue. The petrified characters do gain levels, and so the whole time the monk has been a statue, he's just somehow been training.
I mean, they say monks have hands of stone. The rest of them went with it for a little while.
And ideally, we get the monk to have 300 HP for Tiamat. That's what I prefer. Because Tiamat 1 is probably the second most difficult fiend. Not probably, is the second most difficult. Because Merilith isn't too bad. Lich
Especially after going through 2 other full dungeons, because you're supposed to, quote-unquote, fight Merilith right after doing Earth Cave in story, but we were easily able to break that by going to the Ice Cave first and getting the airship situated.
It is kind of weird how they want us to go to the volcano right away. If you talk to the sages after you get the canoe, that's where they tell you to go, is go to the volcano. Even though the volcano has no story progression, there's no items in there that you need to finish the story. So you can kind of go there whenever you'd like to. You can almost do a reverse boss order in this game, except for Lich.
Except for Lich, yep. You have to go through, get the ruby, get the rod. All that. To get the canoe. So that way you can start going around and then finally get your airship.
So
but all the other
Tonberry?
places... Nope.
I was say Team Tonberry is now on Kraken. Hopefully his fight will go as smooth as Mog's. Kraken's usually not a problem, but sometimes you can get unlucky. And Team Chocobo's had a little difficulties making it out of the marsh cave. It's not a great place, it really isn't. Too many enemies, he was getting stun locked in one encounter. And Kraken was perfect. Not a single death between the 2 runners.
Good.
Just proving how much of a pushover Kraken is.
Kraken was just like, hey guys, nice to see you in my house. We're going to look at all this ink I made? And that's it.
So Team Mog is now in a dungeon that's supposed to be your final dungeon before the actual, I guess the final fiend dungeon. But it isn't for us, because we still have the volcano, which is very short. And looks like he's going to leave his monk petrified for the mini-boss encounter. I figured he was going to revive him.
I thought so too.
But I guess double Blizzaga makes sense. If you buy double Blizzaga, you don't need the monk's extra damage.
Yeah. I forgot they double down.
With one Blizzaga, you need that extra punch from the monk to take him out in one turn. It's not required to take him out in one turn, but it's just, you know, faster.
Faster and safer.
And it looks like Team Mog is just trying to hit 300 HP before he hits Tiamat's floor, which makes sense. because Tiamat can be a real scary encounter. If she wants to just keep spamming out her skills, it can be a very reset heavy fight.
Looks like Team Choco had a rough encounter on the way out of Marsh Cave and had to reset.
Well, he used up a cottage this time, so his characters have some hit points. Normally you want to save that until right before you enter Astos' castle, but as long as your mages have their spells, then you're generally good to go. The little bit of poke damage you get is not that big of a deal. So here's the final party setup for Team Mog. We put the monk into the bottom slot so he's easy to target and least likely to be targeted. Because we want the monk to be alive more than anyone else on the team. Now that we're at the end game, he is the damage dealer. Black mages switch over to support duty and just buff him with temper and haste. Team Choco on the Astos fight. And we get another death opener on the monk.
Well, at least Astos is consistent.
Yeah, wow.
All three.
Tonberry is doing Volcano before Mirage Tower. Some people like to do it first. And he also revived his black belt already to help with running away. And will also be using the black belt as the primary damage dealer for Marilith. Chocobo's damage output's a little low because the monk got hit with slow, which heavily blunts the monk's damage output because the monk's damage is based on multiple swings. But Astos goes down with little trouble. One death is honestly not bad for Astos. That is acceptable. So that's a good fight, and hopefully Chocobo will be able to catch up a bit. And Team Mog now is on Tiamat. We want to see her punch the statue. That is the best opener you could see. If she hits anybody else, you probably have to start healing already.
Very nice.
So this strategy that we're doing right here, haste, temper, giant's gloves, that's going to be the strategy for every boss for the rest of the run now. We just buff the monk's damage output so he can just 1-2 shot all the bosses. Easy Tiamat for Team Mog. Love to see it.
Very good Tiamat. Oh, we're on Marilith.
Yep, Team Tonberry is on Marilith. Marilith is a lot easier than Tiamat. Now, without the extra ribbons, the fight can be a little bit more risky, but shouldn't be too bad. Her starting off by KOing a black mage isn't great, but it's still an acceptable outcome. All you need is the monk alive. Fyra is fine. Then Marilith down. Easy peasy.
Bad.
So my best guess of why Tonberry might have wanted to do carry before Tiamat would just be routing choices, but also sometimes if you want the extra experience before you have to fight Tiamat with characters that have low hit points, it can make some sense. I mean, his mages have been catching up, but I mean, they're still like 80 points behind Team Mogs. Those mages are kind of squishy.
We could be at the point where it's more Team Mog got luckier as opposed to Team Tonberry got less lucky. It looks like it evened out pretty good.
I mean, late game, you want... I personally like the monk having higher hit points than my mages having higher hit points. It makes
That is
most of
also
the
very
game
true.
more sketchy, but it's great for like the final fights if your monk just has a lot of hit points. But it is difficult making it through the dungeons if you have mages that are very squishy with no hit points. So Team Mog should be able to fly through Volcano very easily. We don't pick up any treasure. There's nothing of value in the dungeon for us to pick up. The fights aren't worth a whole lot. We just skip by all of it. Then Tonberry gets to do the Mirage Tower, which honestly isn't that scary of a dungeon compared to like all of the past ones we've had. Everything has been kind of like, well, you might just get paralyzed here and die. Not really the case when you actually start getting ribbons on your characters. It makes everything much safer. Ribbons are like the catch-all for this game. Once you have those, you're good to go. Mog's gonna go for the one punch on Merilith. After all of those buffs, should be pretty easy to just take her out in one attack. Just like that.
Very nice.
I like to do a riskier strategy where I just attack on round 2 and hope the mages get their buffs up first. It doesn't pay off most of the time, but I always hope for it. So Team Mog will be going to the final dungeon now. I mean the first dungeon, you know, same thing.
Yeah, same place, different time. No.
This game has a lovely little time loop where you get to go to the past and fight the first boss all over again. Doesn't need to make sense, it's the first game. They do what they want. So Team Mog gets to do a bunch of fetch quests for a while. Not Team Mog, Team Chocobo. I should know these Mogs and Chocobos by now. I've been playing Final Fantasy long enough. So Team Tonberry here doesn't have double Blizzaga, so he needs the black belt to punch to finish the fight quickly. That's what I'm used to seeing. Only one Blizzaga. But easily played it safe and bought double Blizzaga. Possibly just because he had enough money. You know, it might not have been intentional. It could have just been that he's fought so many enemies and just had the funds to do it. And it almost looks like Mog and Tonberry are in the same dungeon, but they're slightly different.
Yeah, not quite. Quite.
You know, first glance, just looking at the battles, the dungeon layouts look close to the same. That is one thing the Pixel Remaster did a good job of, was a lot of the backgrounds look great in the game. And the music's definitely the best out of any version of FF1. The Death Eye here, not much of a boss. It's just kinda in the way. So Team Mog now has 2 elixirs and an X potion, which is a nice safety strat for Chaos. In most PB attempts, you only get 2 recovery items for the final boss, but you never know what Chaos could do. You never know. And we get to refight all of the fiends that we just beat. And they are much more difficult the second time around, except for Tiamat. Tiamat's the only one who's honestly easier. And that's solely because they gave Tiamat 2 very weak level 3 black magic spells that don't do a whole lot of damage at this point in the game. And Team Tonberry is up against Tiamat, and hopefully Tiamat goes just as smoothly. It can be scary because the monk doesn't have 300 HP and could die to 2 of the skills from Tiamat. That's not a good start. If Tonberry doesn't have good turn order, the fight could be over. Like that.
Yep.
Tiamat is not kind. I'm surprised it went so well for Team Mog. I usually expect 1 death to Tiamat at least, because Tiamat is not an easy free encounter. Ice Storm is a much more expected opener. Some runners will choose to heal immediately if they're damaged. That's what I like to do, personally. And we'll see it here. It's just safer. Make sure that your monk stays alive. The monk can always buff himself extra times if needed.
Ooh.
Unfortunate. 2 strong skills there. Just did too much damage. And this is the Tiamat we expect.
This is the Tiamat we exactly.
So Team Mog here is getting close to the refight with Lich. Lich 2 can be really scary because they gave Lich 2 the strongest spell in the game, Flare. And Flare can practically one-shot your entire team, depending on how much hit points your guys have. Team Mog is tanky enough that should be able to survive 1 Flare, but you're never tanky enough to survive 2. And Flare is the most likely thing for Lich to do. So you just have to hope that Lich decides to not use Flare. So far, so good. Alright, that should be a win for Mog.
It's getting thick again against Tiamat here for Tonberry. Yep.
Yeah, this is where having low HP on your characters really starts to bite you. Because Tiamat just does so much AoE damage. It's a lot for your characters to handle. And Team Chocobo is getting ready for the first dive into the Earth Cave. There we go. Tiamat basic attacking a statue. That's the start we like to see. 2 in a row. Much better start now. Can throw some safety heals on turn 3 because you don't really need the buff anymore. Just like that. Perfect play.
Beautiful.
That makes the fight very safe.
That's one of my favorite things about this game is it's all... There's not really one set thing to do every time for every fight. You just kind of have to... I mean, you can have a set plan, but you just kind of have to wing it depending on what they do, because it's so random what can happen each time.
Yeah, you definitely have to be able to react quickly for just the optimal success chance. And Merilith 2 should be going down for Mog. Most of the refights aren't too bad. As long as they don't punch the monk. That's usually the deal breaker there.
That's why I don't like the Kraken refight that much, because Kraken's the most likely to punch the monk.
Oh yes, and he hits the hardest. Looks like Mog's gonna take some extra safety encounters. Which is never a bad thing, just some extra HP on your characters, extra agility on the monk, could possibly get an extra swing.
Looks like Tonberry's getting ready to dive in right now.
Yeah, the fights in the final dungeon are worth a lot of experience, but sadly, we like to go fast, so we try to run from most of them. But they're definitely worthwhile taking a lot of them. If you have a melee heavy party, purple worms are just what you want to see every fight. Because they are so easy to kill with melee attacks, but they're kind of resistant to magic, so they're not the greatest for a mage heavy team. And Chocobo is on his way to the vampire. Hopefully we'll see some cockatrices early for Chocobo. The other two had to wait a while for their statues. Kraken 2 opening with ink for Team Mog. That's perfect. Much better than somebody dying. And we got our cockatrices for Chocobo. You just have to wait for them to target the correct characters and petrify them. It's usually best for the monk to be petrified first. And there we go. Statues, nice and early. And Kraken 2 going down for Team Mog. So Team Mog only has 2 more boss fights. Could easily get a sub 2 hour run here. Just Kraken 2, 1 random encounter, then Chaos remaining.
Really interesting that all the other encounters you face, basically, you don't want the enemy to be casting spells on. But in this specific instance, it's the exact opposite. It's exactly what you want. Because the magic power is so weak compared to how much you can defend now, how much HP you've got.
Yeah, I don't know why they chose to give Tiamat 2 such weak spells. They could have at least given her the highest tier spells and she could be a little bit more threatening, but nope, they gave her spells that your black mages get at level 5. So we'll be up against Chaos real shortly. And Chaos could be 2 minutes, could be 10 minutes. It's hard to say. It all just depends on how nice Chaos is. Lots of people like to consider Chaos the casino. Do you win? Probably not. So, our 5 runners should be getting ready for Team Mog, and Tonberry still has probably 10-ish minutes at minimum. But here's our first fight for Chaos. Chaos has a lot he can do, and there's not a lot you want him to do. You mostly hope that Chaos physically attacks your statue over and over again. That's all you want to see happen. If he casts haste on himself, he can then punch your monk for over 800 damage, which there's not really anything you can do about that with our current party setup. But we'll see what happens. Oh, this is also the first fight where we actually get to use these giant tonics, which increase our max HP by 200 apiece. They'll be used to get our monk as close to 999 as possible. Literally with his HP. And Team Tonberry is starting up on the Fiend refights. So far, a good start from Mog. Got the buffs up, got the heals up, and everyone's alive.
Lich is down for Team Tonberry.
So Team Mog could have less than a minute left if the fight ends in victory, which is still up in the air at this point. It depends on what Chaos does. We need to buff up our attack power so we can deal at least 3,000 damage a swing. Ideally, you're doing closer to 5,000 a swing. Chaos is being kind so far as long as he doesn't melee the monk or cast flare. Haste is scary. That can nearly one-shot the monk if he targets the monk. So Chaos has 20,000 hit points. That's bad.
Ooh.
That's probably the end of it. Yep. That's it. That's Chaos. That's Chaos in a nutshell, really. The fight's looking good, looking good. Oh, it's over.
Would have been nice if there was like 1 or 2 more casts of temper by the mages, and that probably would have made the difference there.
That, or if he would have gotten a speed drink off. Speed drink increases the number of swings from the black belt, which really helps out in the damage. But the death to Chaos gives Tonberry a chance to catch up. You just never know what Chaos is gonna do. 1 melee takes out a character. It's not the worst start seeing your black mage get killed right away, but it's also not great.
It just means that you're spending more time trying to buff your character up, and that gives Chaos more chances to do the things you don't want him to do.
Exactly. But so far it's actually, honestly, looking better than the last attempt. Strangely enough. He got a speed drink up, his black mage is still around. You almost never want to revive your dead mages unless you don't have haste. Reviving is very difficult on Chaos. And Team Chocobo has now gotten the Earth Rod and will make his second dive back to Earth Cave. And Team Tonberry is getting ready to fight Kraken 2 and is closing in on Team Mog. Team Mog should be ready to be punching soon and can start counting damage on Chaos. Because ideally you do 5,000 damage a swing and kill him in 4 punches. but sometimes you just can't buff that high.
Oh, 4K, not bad, not bad.
I believe that's the last recovery item. Now just has to go all out damage. And hope to not see that. Still in it though.
Come on.
Could still win. I think this is it. And that is time for Team Mog. Actually got the victory there. Very close.
What a lucky finish. Beautiful.
With Chaos's RNG, it's so up in the air of when you're actually going to win. So we could let the FF5 runners introduce themselves. They've got a few minutes. Or sorry, not runners, commentators.
I can't believe I took that safe and it was a 201. I was so safe the entire run.
I know.
It was a good chance for it to be a sub 2, but Chaos said no.
I decided to take it safe and take pretty much every fight to try and buff my health. I wasn't bothered about getting a sub 2 at that point.
Chaos still does Chaos things, though. There's not much you can do about it.
I was 8.5 minutes in the red early on in the run, and then I had 4 gold splits in a row. Each about a minute green, each of those gold splits. So it put me actually within like a 155 range, and then it just kind of...
That extra health definitely helped you out in the long run, for sure.
Very, very lucky. It's very rare we get that much health on PR.
Kraken 2 down for Tonberry. Has about 4 more encounters left for the game.
Well, thank you for having me. Good luck rest of the one guys, and go Team Mog.
Yep, GG easily.
Gee, thanks for putting on a clinic.
The Final Fantasy V commentators still have a chance to introduce themselves.
Yeah, hello, Agus here. What's up? Hope the relay was fun for you guys. Fortunately, FF5 is very slow at the start. We got a bunch of cutscenes where nothing is happening, so we are going to have plenty of time to introduce ourselves in a bit. You guys can probably just focus on Tonberry for now, actually.
Alright, sounds good.
Yep.
So Tonberry's on Tiamat 2. Pretty easy for the second to last boss fight. And Tonberry's hit points are finally up to an acceptable level. They're still not great, they're lower than we'd like them to be, but they are enough to beat the game. Like the 300 mark is bare minimum for the monk.
Probably would have liked to have seen it at least one more good level's worth of hit points. Be around 350 or so.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to take what you've got.
You just take what you get.
Oh yeah, Tiamat 2, fairly simple. Rarely do we get wipes to Tiamat 2. It can happen if she melees the monk. That's really the only thing that does it. Because her melee attacks do hit pretty hard. One more encounter, then we've got Chaos. Hopefully Tonberry can get a first try Chaos. Yeah, the Chaos, just like the last fight, we could be ready to finish the run in 2 minutes or 10 minutes, depending on how Chaos acts.
Time to pull the lever on the slot machine.
We just hope for Chaos to melee the fighter. That's the fighter's most important purpose for the entire run, is to take hits here. The rest of the game, it's just to make it a little easier, but for Chaos, it's what actually makes it possible. Because if Chaos doesn't punch your fighter, it's unlikely that you're going to win. Okay, no X potion off. It's still pretty scary. Not the best start. Okay, Earthquake is the one of the best things you can see. It also is one of the rarest things for Chaos to do.
Get the drink off.
Black Mage down, but Tonberry's in a good position. As long as he gets to heal off before a heavy hit here. Blizzara's fine.
Fine.
I'm not sure how many recovery items Tonberry has. Does Tonberry only have 2 or 3? I'm not sure. But we pretty much try to cap out our attack stat here. Then based on how many speed drinks went up, will depend on how much damage we can deal to Chaos. Oh, and looks like Team Chocobo's also on to Lich. So we'll be ready for time real soon here for Tonberry. And that's time for Tonberry.
There it is.
That was a good fight.
GG. That was an excellent fight.
GG.
Sometimes you just get through one try, and other times it's a struggle. That's Chaos for you. And Team Chocobo has an intelligence gain on one of their mages, so the Lich fight is going to be slightly easier, at least. And I think you guys can take it away for FF5 for a while. It's going to be a hot minute till Tonberry's, or till Chocobo's up to any more real encounters.
Alright, cheers dudes. Thank you. Most people will already have heard me, but I'm Magus. I'll be here for FF5 alongside Mitako and Elliot. Hello, my dudes.
Good evening. Hello.
I briefly mentioned already. Fortunately, FF5 is a very, very slow starting game with a lot of cutscenes, so we had a bit of time to focus on FF1, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get fast-paced and interesting. The game has a lot of very interesting things to work with, including a job system, which is great. So you got plenty of options to tackle certain boss fights and all that good stuff. But at the start, like, the first 20 minutes are basically just, like, very straightforward. You may have seen Botcap for Team Mock take some interesting movement with his Chocobo already. That's because the entire game will, ideally, throughout the entire game, we will follow a step route, which minimizes the number of encounters and gives us preferable encounters in certain places. But outside of that is pretty much optimizing your job setups when you learn certain abilities and not messing up. So if you want an exciting finish, you want Mock to mess up slightly somewhere. But 6 minutes difference, I mean, that can definitely be made up in this game, for sure.
So I guess the first thing that's happening, like at the beginning of the run, so you go into the ancient ruins, you meet a female character who we get introduced to, and then there's an old man, Galuf, who's lost his memory. Once you go through there, you've got the option to pick up a safety Phoenix down. In Final Fantasy V, along with most of the Final Fantasies, your step count doesn't increment in advance when you're in safe areas like towns, and it'll be the same for the meteors. There are a few different areas that specifically your steps will increment, so it's good to know when you've got those extra steps to take if you need to do some safety things compared to others. You also have your best friend Broco, who's Bartz's pal. You also get the chance to rename your character, so if you want to go authentically, you can rename your character Butts as per the original game, but I imagine everyone will be going with some sort of Choco, Tonberry, and Mog theme for this particular event. And then we get some mandatory goblin encounters, and then we run up and we go into the first cave. So Bodcap will be going into Pirate Cave very, very soon. So if you missed the fancy movement, you'll be able to see waves doing that now. So, a few steps to the right, a few steps to the left, cha-cha real smooth. So if you just saw on Bodcap's screen there, you'll notice that he very quickly went to the right and went into the menu. So there are a few other things other than just doing good movement you can do to affect your encounters in 5. So one of them is just a pause in the world map. That will help give you a few extra steps to stop you getting encounters there. Additionally, if you do get off step route, just going into the menu after a full stop on the world map will do that as well. And then we've got half steps. So if you engage in the walking animation in the world map and then buffer the menu basically during that step before it completes, you'll do a half step. And what that will do is it will stop your step incrementing. So there are times in the run where you'll only want to do one extra step. And that can be very, very difficult to do because most of the time, if you're going to do 2 extra steps, you're going to go back and forth. So half steps are one way you can recover your steps if they get off. Not ideal, but also it's just a way of not incrementing your steps when you don't want to.
The nice thing about the step route in this game is that you, unlike other SNES games, you always start on the same seat. So it's always the same at the very, very start. It's just yeah, if you get off by 1, then you might get different formations at the very least, and if you get off entirely, then more encounters and all that good stuff. Which can be very dangerous because optimally, you do have a job that's called Thief that will prevent back attacks and all that stuff and makes you escape immediately, but you might not want to switch to that every single time when you're in a zone that is full of encounters. So,
yeah, so each of the jobs has got a primary ability that automatically engages. So the Thief has Steal, so no matter what, you're going to have that on. And then you can also learn abilities as you go by gaining AP, so you just get that from various fights. Once you learn an ability, you can have that on a second slot. And there's even, is it just the Freelancer that has 2 empty slots that you can just put whatever you want on? So that will also be used towards the end of the run. To maximize on, okay, these are abilities that are actually useful right now that I really want to have.
Yep. It's not really the hardest RPG run, I would say. I mean, while it is very strict, there is a lot of options you have to recover stuff, which, of course, you will lose time if you get off step route and all that stuff. Then you have to do maybe some weird things here and there to lose a minute or 2, but you can always finish this run. It's not like
one of
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've always said FF5 is one of the most consistent of the certainly the Super Nintendo runs, but in Final Fantasy, because it's the step count's great, but as far as how it actually logistically affects the run, it can be quite narrow. So especially if you look at things like 7 and 8 with some of the skips there, it's if you mess up a skip, and you were to have to try and play the game normally without it, you could be losing 16 minutes or something like that. In 5, you can get a sub 4 run and have no step count. So it's and also the fights are very consistent as well. So as long as you do the steps that you need to do, Like having characters underleveled isn't going to be something you need to worry about. Not having the right abilities and items isn't something you should have to worry about, and you can factor it all in. And there are backups for just about everything as well. So if disaster strikes and you don't have a certain ability, you can learn it somewhere else, or if you don't have the right item to be able to, like, let's say, throw, to be able to do a certain amount of damage, there'll be a backup for it as well. So really nice run for that. So Bodcap's just been arrested, and he's met his new best friend, Faris. So she is cool because she owns a boat, and she lets us use it. It's pretty cool. Not everyone's that nice. And then we're going to be able to start actually tracking about. So like Final Fantasy 1, you start with land movement, you get the canoe, you get a boat, and then you get an airship. And Final Fantasy 5, get a boat pretty early on, but I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong with that. We'll probably have that boat for the rest of the run and not have to worry about anything going wrong there.
That would be so
Which
nice.
is the classic. Anyone who's played Final Fantasy 3 knows that that's an absolute lie. And it's like, vehicles in Final Fantasy are made to be broken. So, cool thing about the river is it doesn't increment your steps, but if you accidentally walk onto a land tile, you're going to have a bad time. And also, if you save outside of the Earth Shrine, which is where Bodcap is, make sure you don't actually do a half step, because I once lost my step count right at the beginning of a run and was like, what happened here? I don't know what went wrong. And then someone was like, did you do a half step? And I was like, ooh, yeah, that's actually a possible thing. So generally speaking, like ideally you want to have your steps for the first maybe hour or so of the run, certainly up until you get to the likes of Biblos, because there's a nice manipulation that we want to do and duplicate our inventory. So having to force random encounters there, not good. So first boss fight, Wing Raptor and Bodcap's screen. So you'll see that he equips the broadsword to Galoof in battle. So the SNES Final Fantasies are absolutely fantastic, or the absolute worst when it comes to, you can do a ton of menuing in the battle menu, and quite often you'll see for 4, 5, and 6 runners will do a lot of menuing while they're in battles rather than outside, because you can do it during attack animations, during the enemy turns and things like that. So putting the broadsword on will just make Galoof do more damage, and then it's a hold A to win fight. And he should never be able to get into his defensive mode. So if you wait a certain amount of rounds, Wing Raptor will wrap itself in its wings and then counterattack, and yeah, you don't want to be involved in that. So we've got to the top of the Earth Shrine, and here we're seeing our first instance of crystals. So we find out the bad news that there. So you've got, classically as per Final Fantasy norm, there are the elemental shrines, and the really cool thing in 5 that you wouldn't get in the other ones is that for each of the shrines you go to, you're able to unlock different jobs and different classes. So as Mags had said earlier about, like, that's one of the really cool things about Final Fantasy V, is not only do you have like a really robust, well thought out job system, you don't just have to go with, I'm going to do the standard any percent and go really, really fast. Well, there's a really, really common way of playing Final Fantasy V doing 4 job fiesta, where you'll randomize your job classes and come up with new and interesting ways to beat the game. So at the start, I don't really know I don't have no idea what the jobs are in order, but the really important one that we get is Thief and Blue Mage. So that's going to set us off at the beginning. We'll get 2 other ones. Someone else will be able to tell. I don't really know the video games. I just know the runs. But they're going to be really helpful because Thief gives us the dash ability, so we can move faster in dungeons. It will also allow us to escape. And the Blue Mage, as per usual, an enemy will use a particular attack on you. You can learn it, and then you can use it in battle. For Final Fantasy V, I'm pretty sure the way it works is an enemy has to use the blue magic on a Blue Mage specifically, and then you do have to win that fight for you to keep the skill. So it's not a case of you can get hit and then run away and keep it.
Yep, correct. You do get the ability on Blue Mage if you get enough ability points to put on learning, so you could technically do it with any job then, but I don't think we're using that in the run. Blue Magic in general, like, it's very good for the start now. There's some very interesting stuff we can do with a thing Botcat will learn here in just a minute. But compared to like way earlier routes of this game, Blue Magic has been almost eliminated, I want to say. Like, it's very, very overpowered casually, and it's also relatively fast, but we found that money is the solution to all problems, basically. So yeah, Blue Mage is not going to be used that extensively anymore in the run. You'll see it here and there, but yeah.
Yeah, sadly I wasn't around in the days of old level 2 and whatever level 5.
It wasn't good times, trust me. You don't want to going for level 5 Doom on like almost every boss was a pain.
So here we go. So Bodcap does those extra steps to farm a Black Goblin encounter on the last tile before leaving the dungeon. And so what he's going to do is defend with all 4 characters so that they take less damage. Goblin Punch is the ability that we want to see. So you'll see that landed on Faris. Faris is a blue mage, so now I can just take down the enemy. Thing to keep in mind here, the Goblin Punch will do a consistent 12 damage. So you want to make sure your characters are healthy to be able to crack on from there. So now that we've got the first shrine done and out of the way, Bodcap is going to be making his way to the town of Toul, and we'll be picking up some items that will help us for the run along the way.
Indeed, the reason Goblin Punch is a very interesting ability is if you are the same level as the target you attack, you deal 8 times more damage, which is going to be very, very handy. Plus, Goblin Punch, if you use it from the back row, it will also do full damage. So, it's back row okay, as they say.
Yeah. If you like maths, Blue Magic is for you. So first detour, Bodcap's taking here into the like the beginners guild. So items you can get here: Tent, Phoenix Down, Potion, Ether. I think one of them's got Gale in it as well, so you just pick up what's really useful in the run. Typically, most runners would only pick up 1 item in this area, which is a Phoenix Down behind Zock's house, which is where I'll be heading next. And that's just, again, to give you some safety, and then we've got a tent here and a potion. So again, these are just some safety pickups for the run that's really, really useful. They don't take a lot of time at all. I think there's only one area where if you really wanted to go out of your way, you can get some items in Walt's Castle. I think it's unlikely anyone's going to go. If you need to pick up safety items in Walt's Castle, there are bigger problems than going into that room. And then in the magic shop, you'll see Bodcap got Firebolt and Cure. So those are just spells that we'll be using as we go through. So now we get our cutscene with Zock. And we just go through there, casual stuff, spend the night, no big deal. And then we'll be able to head out on our way. So Waves is coming up to the Wing Raptor fight that we saw earlier. So he picked up the broadsword in that room in the left. I guess there's also another thing you might be wondering is like, how are the characters walking through walls? So like ever since the age of Final Fantasy II, there have been invisible walls in certain dungeons. So as long as you know where you're going, you can just walk through them. Sometimes in some games you get abilities that will help like show when there's an invisible wall. And I'm pretty sure in the new versions they have some sort of graphical overlay to make the game easier. But if you want to play the real version, then I highly recommend sticking with the originals.
So with Team Chocobo here, we had them have a very good ice cave, I believe, and now they're picking up the cubes so they can go into the the second half of the air fortress, and looks like they're moving along pretty well.
Yeah, so our artist is in Waterfall Cave. I'm by the looks of it, I'm guessing. So at the end of it, you've got a robot that will give you a warp cube that allows you to get to where Tiamat is, and there'll probably be another couple of chest pickups. I don't know the Pixel Remaster 1 run, but I can definitely do a little bit of commentary for the general idea of the game going through.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
in the Pixel Remaster, we pick up every chest in the waterfall because we need to sell everything except for the ribbon because we badly need money.
See, it's cool. So yeah, spike tile there, and well, there will be. I think this isn't the spike tile encounter. So I don't actually think, if I can recall off the top of my head in FF5, there being spike tiles for, you trigger an encounter in a certain step. There are monsters in a box. It's another classic thing. Quite often you'll get good treasure will be behind them, but I don't think we need to tackle any of that in this particular run. So Bodcap's now finished his time in Tool, so obviously the pirates have gone to the pub to have a nice social time. If you want to play the funsy version of the game, you can go into the bars and you can play the organ. It's really weird that there's an organ. Quite often, like having a pub piano is a thing, but I guess FF5 is just better, or maybe classier than other pubs, and you can get good at playing that. So this is where we'd say that we're just going to leave the pirates behind. So Faris, Layla, and I guess M are going to make their way to the Torna Canal. So we just have a little bit of memory here. So the thing that's happened is Layla's father, King, I don't know his name, the king of the area that we're in has passed away, and she is sad. So we have a few chats about that, and then there'll be some big story bombs coming in the near future. Is it like King Typhon or something, or Typhoon?
Tycoon.
Tycoon?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Tycoon sounds right. Typhoon sounds... Well, I mean, typically, that's kind of appropriate.
I actually don't know what the PlayStation, because the PlayStation had a very interesting translation. I don't know how you call it there, but could be Typhoon, for all I know.
If you would like to let us know, you can type the answer in chat, I'm sure. So another thing that will be happening on certain screens in certain areas is you might see the runners either doing extra steps just as part of step count, but they also might do certain ones because there are certain titles that have no encounters on them. So in Torna Canal, there are 2 tiles in front of the gates, both have no encounters. So if you were to go straight up in the first tile that you could, then you would be losing a step and you would be advancing too far from there. So there are a couple of places where you want to be very careful that you don't do extras, and then you also want to make sure you walk over certain tiles. When we get to maybe like just halfway into the game, I think there was one no encounter tile that people didn't know about, because I, in Lonka Ruins, always got an encounter before getting through the first room, and I was like, someone please help. I can't deal with this anymore. And I asked Zin Vogel about it, and he was like, everything looks fine to me. And then I was like, oh, there's one tile that if you don't walk over it...
Yeah, there's a few of those here and there. You don't pass a lot of them, but like they do exist in dungeons. I don't know, like most of the time they are next to like some sort of event or like switch or something, but some of them are just like randomly somewhere where it's like, okay, that makes no sense.
Though that one, like outside of the Lonka Ruins, I'm pretty sure it's because there's after a cutscene you get put out of the dungeon on that tile. So I think that's why that one's an event tile.
Mm.
And then the other cool thing about the boat is that you can dash in it. I don't know, like that's got to be the correct term. But yeah, so we want to do a menu before we get to the fight Carla boss here. So you'll have seen Bodcap will go very fast in the boat. If he was to remove the job class of the thief early, the boat would be moving slow. So you'll see he's switched all his jobs to Black Mage, and then also switched Faris to the top slot and Bart's to the bottom slot. And then we're just going to be spamming the something spell. Bolt, obviously, we're in water. Of course we're going to be using Bolt. That's the most sensible thing. Carla boss usually isn't a problem, so it's got the most common thing it will do is use an ability that will reset your ATB and will stop your ATB from moving for a couple of turns, and then you'll be able to move on from there. So Carla boss is down, life is good, and we're carrying on through. But what's this? A giant Leviathan has appeared. So Faris's boat is a bit weird in that it shouldn't be able to move because one of the features with the shrines being attacked or broken or destroyed or whatever it is that there's no wind in the area, so boats with sails shouldn't be able to move. And we find out that Faris actually has a creature. I'm going to say it's the Hiryu. It's some sort of drake dragon thing. I could be wrong. Someone correct me. But it pulls the ship, which is how you're actually able to move in the beginning of the game.
She is a sea dragon, apparently.
So sad times as well now for Faris. So we've lost 2 NPCs right at the beginning of 30 minutes in. Things are not all as they should be. So let's hope things can start to pick up and go a bit better. And then we wake up the next day, and we're on the Grave Shipyard. So first things first, Bodcup will do a menu to get blue mages back on, which is what we're going to be using for the next fight. And then you'll just see a series of very, very intricate movement. I think there's quite a lot of steps in quick succession in this particular area. We see Waves has just gone into Tool, so he's just going to be staying the night at Zox. Oh no, he's just leaving. He's already spent the night. Oh, he's going so fast.
Hey, he better. 6 minutes.
Yeah, and then we've got Water Cave and for Team Choco. Best cave, best music. Please fight me. So a couple of extra steps, and then already time for a nap in the shipyard. So we'll take a little chit chat, little stop. So obviously, Faris is in a lot of emotional pain, but we don't really know why. Not entirely sure what's going on at this point, but who knows? Maybe we'll figure out with some character development. So we get a couple of chests here. So there's a guild chest with 990, and then there'll be a potion chest coming up shortly afterwards. So that's there. A couple of extra steps. And then we're back in the outsidey bits. So it's already taken, I mean, I don't know about you, but like after 1 minute of running around a shipyard, I definitely need to have a break. So that's what the party's going to be doing. Conveniently placed space for everyone to sleep. Nothing to worry about. Obviously, we're drowned rats, so we get to dry our clothes, and then everything should be grand and wonderful. But yeah, Faris is not happy about this. So at this point in the game, in typical old traditional values, pirates are male characters. So as far as we know, Faris is indeed a male at this point in the game. And then we're like, let's just get ready for bed. It's fine. So Layla goes and gets changed in the other room, and the 3 men together are cool with their thing. And Faris is like, not happening. Not this guy. So it's a bit strange, but like I said, maybe we'll find out later. A refreshing nap first.
You find out now that she's a woman, actually. Like,
has it already happened?
She straight up tells you, yeah.
Okay,
well,
cool.
Did they straight up notice? Like, let's put it that way.
Okay. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. Like there's a later point in the game where Faris is in a different costume and Bartz has a moment.
Yeah.
All right, so save point. So just a safety save from Bodcap there. There are a few rooms that you can go through that have saves in them that don't matter in terms of steps. You can go over them without having to do extra bits and pieces. There are some rooms where you won't be able to actually go and use the save because it's just not, the steps won't allow for it, or you would have to come up with some other step route to really accommodate that. So, as always, opening the chest allows for the rest of the ship to appear out of the water, and then Bodcap's going into the next fight. So this is going to be against Siren. Very, very important story thing. So Siren obviously is supposed to like allure people when it comes to like out at sea, shipwrecking and things like that. Very appropriate, very topical. So what will happen is that we need to like snap ourselves together, and if you look very carefully, you'll see that it's like some sort of like spirit or soul will be coming out of each of the characters. And if you look carefully at who our people are, you might notice something important. So for some reason, both Faris and Lena are drawn to King Tycoon. Can't imagine why. You know, the character models don't look similar. Hair color isn't similar. But I have no idea what's going on there. And then Galoof, who's lost his memory right at the beginning of the game, is starting to remember. So there's a character there. If you call her anything other than Kara, you're wrong. And then Bart's is he's just chilling with a siren, I guess. No big deal. And then with the power of friendship, if you just slap your friends in the face, they'll snap out of any sort of stupor, ready to go right into the action. So first fight that we're going to be using Goblin Punch. So Faris obviously can't do that in their thief form, but then we've got 3 other blue mages. Really, really simple fight to do this way. If you're playing casually, as I found out for the first time not too long ago, if you try to go through this area without any encounters on step route with random jobs and you don't just go in with Goblin Punch, this fight can go pretty badly.
She is, yeah, she can be tough. She can be tough. Ooh, do we need the AP?
Speaking of...
Yeah, I'm wondering. We do definitely probably need the Thief AP, like I would wager, but yeah, Lana is probably good being on the ground here, yeah. The Pyroness, fortunately, she is level 2, which means the 3 blue mages there, since they're also level 2, will do 8 times damage to Siren in her first form. She does have a second form, but in the speedrun you will never see that. The first form casts magic and, well, can one-shot you with a spell with fire or bolts, but you'd like to not see that. We saw that twice, unfortunately, so that wasted a bit of time. And a Phoenix Down, which very valuable actually in this game. It costs 1,000 gold to buy a Phoenix Down, which we definitely don't really have like a lot of, especially since we're going to be using Gil as kind of a weapon. So we can't spare too much of that. And yeah, the second form would be a form that is pretty much immune to physical attacks. It's not really immune, but it just has very high defense. And it will slap you with physical attacks. You can damage that one with potions, for instance, because it's undead, but or magic. But yeah, in this speedrun, you never see it go that far.
Absolutely. So Buttercup's just gone into Carwin there to pick up one of the most broken items in the early game. So in this instance, it's an ice rod.
I get it. Because you break them, isn't it?
I wasn't gonna say it. that was for the one person. But seriously though, so you get elemental rods in Final Fantasy V, and a really cool thing is how, again, with the mechanics. So if you've got a mage class currently on, you're able to break rods and they'll do elemental damage to enemies. So ice rod, thunder rod, fire rod. In this particular area, we don't need to worry about it yet, but we picked that up because it's going to be really, really powerful for a boss, and it just does a completely disproportionate amount of damage compared to what you would be able to do any other way at this point. So we get that, go through North Mountain, and in no time at all, we'll just be flying through here, doing some extra steps. Very important thing is that we've got some sort of poison plant or weed here. So you do want to make sure that you do actually go over it. The reason for that, in fact, generally speaking, in the run, if you have certain characters at crit HP or very, very low HP, the reason for doing that is to use the knight roll. So if the knight's got high HP and everyone else has got really low HP, and you use the, I forgot what it's called, block command or something, or shield, yeah, then you'll be able to just tank physical attacks. So it's a really, really useful. And for whatever reason, I actually don't know like the mechanics behind this, but like the attacks will do 0 damage.
Yeah, if you guard, it's like straight up physical damage 0. That's just straight up.
So it's completely wild. It's again another thing that's just if you've got that and you're against the right fight, it just completely disables what certain enemies will be able to do.
So Team Chocobo here is actually on Kraken, our second to last split for FF1, and it's still a pretty easy fight, and looks like we're going to go deathless for the third run in a row. It's good to see.
Nice. Yeah, Kraken can do a ton of damage with its physical attacks. Scary through and through. So in this fight, in 5 for Magissa, for Bod Cap, pretty straightforward stuff. So this is where we use the Ice Rod, one-stop shop, easy kill. A thing that you want to be careful of and just be aware of is that it's likely that someone will get killed in the fight. If it's not Faris, you want to revive them, equip a knife on someone else, and then attack that person so they get down to critical health. Because we're not going to be taking any more damage between now and the next boss, and we're going to be using that beautiful guard ability in that fight to be able to help us out. So it's just another way of, okay, can I use my battle as efficiently as possible to set myself up for the next part of the game? So because it was Faris that was taken down that time, all we have to do is res her and then defeat the fight, and we're good to go.
Yeah, it is quite tricky to get into critical HP in this game because Phoenix Downs do not actually revive you in crit like almost any other Final Fantasy. Like, it's weird, but it does make setting up a bit more awkward at times.
Yeah, I was also going to say something about the healing items and things. So you'd say like the Phoenix Downs are really, really expensive, which they absolutely are. Like Phoenix Downs and high potions are ridiculous. Elixirs are unbuyable in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're like, is it like 50k or something?
50,000 gil, yeah.
It's like I don't often casually play Final Fantasy games, but when I do not expect an elixir to cost 50k.
It sells for 1 gil too, if you if
oh, the classic.
Yeah.
It's like every time it's like, oh, I've got elixir, mega elixir, sure, whatever. You can here have a penny for your troubles. So Waves is now taking down Siren Fight, again, just spamming Goblin Punch, easy to win. The reason why you're seeing the interesting graphical anomaly in Bodcap's screen is because his characters are under the poison status, so they're just continually taking damage. Fortunately, the sound is not nearly as bad as Final Fantasy II, so thank you for not having that in any of the other Final Fantasies post that game.
Very good fight, Waves. Very good fight. No casualties. Just sleep and scan, scan is a bit slow, but like does nothing, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot of the times it's either someone will just get absolutely bodied in one hit, or it'll just be slow because their ATB is getting reset or stopped or paused. There are a couple of fights where you can afford it to go on like 1 round, 2 round longer, and it won't really impact things other than be slower. And there are a couple of fights where if you do not do everything within the rounds that are allocated in the run, you just don't win the fight. So now we've had a wee chat with King Waltz. Again, there'll be a menu, so I'll just be putting thieves onto Galoof and Bartz. You might be wondering, well, why do we have multiple characters with Thief? Because so far, the only use that we've been using it for is the dash ability. Well, we're going to be going to Waltz Tower shortly, and the goal there will be to get the first encounter with Rickle Mage and Ice Soldiers, and what we want to do is steal I would say at least 1 Mithril Sword. You really only want to get 1. It's superfluous to have more than that. So yeah, Mithril Sword is what we're looking for. So we're now in Waltz Tower. Couple of extra steps, and here we go. So if we don't get the Mithril Sword steal, there is a backup. So, oh, beautiful potion steal. We love that. So, Final Fantasy V stealing, I don't want to say it's dumb. Okay, there's a better way of describing it, but it can be less than fortuitous. So, the enemies, as per multiple games, will have a regular steal and a rare steal. But you can only steal 1 of them from any particular item or any particular enemy. So if you get the rare steal, you cannot then steal the normal item. You only get 1 or the other. So there are a couple of important steals in the run, and if we get the rare steal, it's going to be bad for the runners. So let's hope that doesn't happen. So for here, The reason that we want to have the Mithril Sword is we'll equip it onto one of our characters. We're still going to be using Goblin Punch, Blue Magic to take on the next fight. If we don't have the Mithril Sword, we won't be doing as much damage. So my assumption is the calculation's based on your actual attack and then, again, the multiplier to be doing a lot of damage. You will see a huge difference between a character, for example, with nothing equipped doing Goblin Punch and a character with a Mithril Sword. So we just have 2 different strats for the fight, depending on what happens.
Yeah, it's based on the weapon power, actually, that you have. So the stronger the weapon, the stronger the attack, naturally. Yeah, Galura here is a very, very, very simple boss fight. He only has physical attacks, which is why we went through all the trouble with the setup in the first place. So as long as Faris guards now, she will automatically, since she is a knight, she will automatically cover everyone else, as you can see. And she will take 0 damage. The only thing that can... so Galura, after he takes 350 damage, will start counterattacking. Up to 2 times a turn when you attack him, which makes it even more important that this setup is going as it is. Since we don't have the Mithril Sword, we need more attacks now. What we're hoping to not see is an attack called Rush, because Rush will actually inflict HP Zap, which in this version of the game is very, very lethal, because your HP starts ticking down very, very quickly. Fortunately, none of that happened, so very clean fight there, even though we need a couple more attacks than we usually do, but yeah.
Worked out well.
Cannot complain. Cannot complain.
Nice. So another thing that's nice, I guess it's okay. So it's not nice that Faris got killed in the previous fight, but if she didn't, she would be taking continuous poison damage. So any attack that she actually tanked from Galura could be tricky, and I have had in my early days of running the game, like fights where she just died against Galura because I was sloppy with my movement. So one thing that's really nice about 5 is like the menuing in battles is very, very crisp, and you can buffer a lot of things. So if you're just continuing with the same action, you just hold confirm. You can also do defending, so you'd hold R and then confirm, and you just hold both, and it will just do that action immediately, and things like that. So now that we're in our secondary, we're going to be collecting some more jobs. So we've got Time Mage, Mystic Knight. Time Mage is going to be wonderful because we get Dimension Magic, which allows us to use Exit. Exit will allow us to get out of dungeons. And then Red Mage, very cool because we can use Black Magic and White Magic. So earlier on when we picked up Cure, we can do that. And then we'll also have Life, which we'll be able to use. And then Berserker, which I am personally not a great fan of. Aesthetically, looks phenomenal, but mechanically, not for me.
I mean, if you don't like playing the game, Berserker is the perfect job for you. Like, I like playing the game, so I don't really like Berserker, but like, you know, I mean...
I did, about maybe a couple of months ago, I did a 4-job Fiesta race against Zero Scar, who will be featured, in the near future, for Team Choco, and I think, in my opinion, we drew just like the worst thing in the world for jobs. We had no mages, we had... It was like, I know one was Berserker, Dragoon. We had. I think we might have got Ninja.
Ninja's cool. Like Ninja is very useful.
I'd have to check, but all I remember was like we can't use any magic. We've got no healing other than using items, and it was just a misery for the pair of us, and it took us like half a day. It was like 12 hours or something.
Oh god, Monk. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough combination of jobs to get for sure. Ninja is somewhat useful because you can run away guaranteed, and they are pretty fast, and they have some stuff they can throw, but the rest of these are just kind of like, well, they don't really do much outside of attacking.
Oh yeah. Monk was the other job. So yeah, we had like Monk, Berserker, Ninja, and whatever I said the other one was that I don't remember now. Oh, Dragoon. But yeah, I had a thought not that long ago about like what would be an ideal 4-job Fiesta speedrun party, and I think I had it down to Samurai, Ninja, Thief, and Chemist, because I think with that combination you can do all the speed tech.
All of it, yeah. That's pretty much all of it right there. That's probably correct, yeah. Like you would maybe like a mage, but like for the duping and stuff, you do need the Thief and Ninja ideally. So, yeah.
Alright, so Bodcap's now going around Karnak to do some stuff. Waves is now going for his Mithril Sword Steels. And he got it, so you'll see slightly different fight against Galura. Functionally, it will be the same. The main difference is that you equip the Mithril Sword, and then you don't have to have all of your blue mages doing Goblin Punch. You also don't have to have Galoof as a blue mage. You'll just keep him as a thief. And then the rest of the fight will be practically the same. And then Artis is on Tiamat 1 now.
Yes, Tiamat 1, in my opinion, the second, almost, let's say third hardest fight in the game. It can be a toss-up between Tiamat 1 and Lich 2, but it's going pretty smoothly so far. One more good crit could finish off Tiamat, but it'll probably take 2 attacks. There's a good crit, and Tiamat 1 down.
Pretty solid Tiamat 1 fight for sure.
On a scale of 1 to Bane, does anyone even play around with that in Pixel Remaster?
It doesn't really work in the Pixel Remaster. Enemies have too much magic defense for things like that to work.
Oh, okay. Just one more reason to play the Nintendo version, I guess.
Exactly.
So Bodcap's just done an interesting shop there. So we go into Karnak after resetting our classes. So we've got Thief on Faris, Black Mage on Barks and Gloof, and then Red Mage on Lena. In the Karnak Armory, we can sell whatever we want. The important thing is that we want to keep our Phoenix Downs. We want at least 1 tent, which we actually don't really need to use until the middle of the run. And then healing, so like potions, high potions, and then 1 broadsword. It's very, very important that you keep your broadsword, otherwise you'll have a bad fight coming up not too far away. And then you can go into the buy menu, and even though when you select one of the weapons or items, it will go and it will sound like it hasn't worked, you do actually buy it. So we do get an ice rod successfully from there, which we know is going to be wonderful. And am I right in saying that at this point in the game, the shop has got the reduced prices, which is why you would do it now and not later?
Yeah, so if you get to Karnak for the very, very first time, you get like arrested and stuff, and the first item you buy is like reduced. After that, it will change, but one time only, you get the reduced prices for the items right there.
Yeah. So what you'll see is like once Bodcap escapes from prison, where we meet the legendary Sid. I mean, I'm sure you all know exactly what Sid's going to provide in this game. And then we just escape. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. The next thing we're going to do is go back to Karnak, and we're going to buy more rods. So we're going to get ice rods and thunder rods to take us into the next area. So Waves has just finished up with Walt's Tower there, which sinks under the ground. And then he's going to travel through meteors. A very common thing. I'm sure you all do it in your day-to-day lives as well. So, you get saved by your water dragon, here you, and then it gives you a lift to the shore. And then you go inside a meteor that's crashed into the world, and then you find out that it's got a teleporter inside it, and it takes you to somewhere else in the world. I think they call it fast travel in those modern games, but yeah. Pretty cool stuff all around. Oh, so is Artis doing carry 1 after Tiamat?
Yes, 2 of our 3 runners have done carry or Merilith after Tiamat. We only had 1 runner do Merilith first. It's actually very common to do Tiamat first in this version of the game.
Why?
You don't get anything in Merilith's dungeon.
Oh,
All of the other dungeons, you have equipment to upgrade your characters. And the only one where you don't get an upgrade is the volcano. So you just put it off for as late as possible, because you don't really need to go there for anything besides killing Merilith. And the fight is very simple at this point. You can technically finish the battle in 2 rounds if you go for the one-shot kill with the monk. But most people like to just buff 2 rounds, just because it's easier, I guess. You're used to doing that for every other fight. And if you get unlucky like that, with your monk going before the buffs, it takes 2 attacks. But it's not difficult. you're supposed to have beaten her like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
So
you're
by
supposed to
now-
have beat them before you get the airship, basically. Well before Kraken. But you do this almost last because the water palace and the air fortress both have better encounters, better XP, better money. You get your ribbon. It's all set up, and this is just kind of an afterthought before going to the final dungeon.
All right, so Bodcap's now in the steamship. So it's mostly just moving around a lot. So there's a chest here, we get another Phoenix Down, and then some zigzaggy movement. And then these elevator screens are great because they don't increment your steps, so don't panic if you accidentally take any extra movement there. Because believe me, if there's one thing that relaxes the soul, it's knowing what screens that you can make mistakes in.
And by the way, in terms of step routing, I don't think we mentioned it, but every time you enter a door, it also counts as a step. And if you would have gotten an encounter on that step, you actually don't get it. So that's what most of these zigzaggings are actually doing. It's like you set it up so that when you go through the door, you would have gotten an encounter, but you skip it that way.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of those in the run where it's just like enter and re-enter, like go in and out of doors.
Yeah.
So a little puzzle here. Follow along so that you don't get it wrong at home. So we talk to the first lever, skip the second one, talk to the third lever, and then we want to do both of these. And then we're going to get an encounter. So 2 defeaters, 2 dust screws. Devan, use a break an ice rod. A little bit of experience. Love to see it. And then we're getting ready for the next fight. So again, we're going to be removing the thief job. So we want to get as close to the trigger for the boss fight as possible before doing the menu. So you'll see that Bodcap will go right up to here and then in. So heal the party with Lana. Switch Lana to do a time mage. Fire us into a black mage. And then we've got the liquid flame fight. So this is one of the, I guess, built-in RNG fights of the game. So anyone who's familiar with Liquid Flame from any other Final Fantasies, you'll know that it typically has multiple forms and phases. So in this particular version, we'll see how it plays out. Beginning is always the same. So Liquid Flame starts off as the body form, and we'll use an ice rod. And then we'll see. So it will either then turn to hand form or turn to tornado form. Ideally, we want tornado form. So hand form. So what we do is a physical attack. And then it will counter attack and then turn into another phase. So at this point, we've got... I mean, the counter attack will absolutely kill any of your characters. So Resurrect to the Phoenix Down, Ice Rod and Tornado form, or in this form will do the kill. So absolutely fine there. And then you can do some rearranging of menuing as well. So ideally, you want to have your Thunder Rod and Ice Rod in the top slots. That's because we'll be able to access them more quickly in fights following that. And there you go. So that's that. So then the last thing we need to do here is set the Thief back up again so that we can run. And then that'll be us done with the steamship. And then Waves is just breaking out of prison as well.
Yeah, but I had to use another Phoenix down, which, like, I mean, not ideal, but we'll see. We still have one, I think, so we should be fine.
I mean, this is why we get them. It's like if you're going for a serious run at the start, you're not going to get the Phoenix down in the forest. You're not going to get the extra pickups in Tool in the first area. You're not going to get the extra pickups in Waltz and stuff like that. And you just go with the flow. There aren't that many Final Fantasy speedruns where if you just get unlucky in fights or things go badly, you can't finish the run. I think probably the two worst for it are 5 and 12. So 5, you just run out of resources and you can't res your characters. Or I guess the backup is going into a town and going into an inn to revive your characters. And 12, its money is usually the big problem.
Yeah, so depending on what form you kill Liquid Flame in, it drops a different item, which ideally we want the Tornado form because that's the most expensive one that we can sell. But yeah, since bot already had to like waste Phoenix down, quote unquote, because they would also be part of selling if you had like access of them, right? He might have to do a bit of a different thing that costs him a little bit of time. Shouldn't ultimately matter too much, but yeah, so some slight adjustments might need to be taken.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really well calculated out in the run is that certain enemies will they'll have absolute drops, and there will be times where you want to take the drops, so you just hold confirm at the end of the fight, and there are times where you want to discard the drops. So, I mean, discarding all it does is means that it's not in your inventory to clog up your menuing, and that's basically all it does. So what you can do, if you wanted to play it, I guess, safer, potentially slower, you can pick up more items than what you normally would, and then you can sell them later on. As far as guild goes, it's pretty much safe and set for the majority of the run, and it's only right at the end of the last shop where you want to make sure you've got a minimum amount there. And I don't know, it does work out. I've never seen it not work out, but also, if you've got a bad run, it's not going to get that far, so you probably don't have to worry about it not working out. So. So at this point, we get introduced
to... also in the final dungeon and is going to be doing the final boss rush of all the Fiend refights. Lich 2 being one of the most difficult just because there's a chance of getting hit with double flare. But after that, they're not super difficult, but they all have a chance to kill you. Easy setup for Lich, just 2 attacks now and Lich 2 will go down.
So nice to see a game where the spell fast actually works and you actually have temper. Oh no,
yeah.
It's temper that doesn't work, it's fast does work.
If temper worked in the NES, chaos would be so much easier.
What a world it would be.
But yeah,
so,
that's nice, smooth, flareless Lich.
Really nice. So Bodcap is once again escaping from prison because that's the kind of rebellious people that we are. This one's slightly different from the previous. You'll notice it's the same area. So one thing is that there's a time limit and you have to dash. There's no walking in it. So the first thing, we go back into the previous room and we speak to an urn, and that will prevent us from being poisoned and it will heal us up. So really, really good there. Then when we go through this time, we actually pick up some treasure. So we get 2,000 gil chests, which is very nice. And then assuming we're on steps, then we don't have to worry about getting bad encounters and extra things. But there are, of course, backups for that. So all we have to do is fight the sergeant boss at the end of this area, break 2 thunder rods, sort out your menu. Job's a good one, and we're ready to crack on. And Waves is just hitting liquid flame. So let's see how the fight goes for him. Beautiful. Tornado form. Love to see it. And there you go. That's a nice quick fight. Saving time.
Yeah, Waves has some pretty good boss luck for now.
Yeah. So Bodcap's now gotten outside after the explosion of the area. The job shards or whatever crystals actually fly out, and then we collect them that way because we're unable to actually get them in the area because it's blowing up while we're right there. We also get introduced to the wolf character, who we find out is a friend of Ting Kai Kun, and we'll hang out with him later on. So now we're back in Karnak. We're going to do a few more shops. So as Mags had said, the 2 drops that you can get from Liquid Flame are either a fire bow or a fire scroll. So we sell that respective item and then buy Mithril knives, fire rods, ice rods. You know what we're going to do with them. We also get a kunai, which is a dagger. So you're going to see different daggers get equipped for the rest of the run on certain classes. And then we get the white magic life, which of course it means that we don't have to worry about Phoenix Downs when we're outside of battles. We also want to make sure our movement's very crisp, so we're not getting extra encounter tiles, and then a couple of half steps, a couple of pauses, and then we're into the ancient library. So first area doesn't increment steps, the rest of the area does. So we've got a couple of things going on here. The way the area works is that you want to talk to the bookcases and then talk to the empty squares and the walls and things, and that allows them to move. That's the terminology that I use. Like, I'm known for saying, like, talk to book, talk to bouquet, talk to flowers. It doesn't make sense, but, you know, there's probably some sort of activation switch on them. Really important that we go up the stairs here and not into the door. Otherwise, well, we'll lose steps because we're going into the wrong area. So next fight coming up is the Ifrit fight. First thing we want to do is wait for Ifrit to take an action, react to whatever happens, throw 2 ice rods, and then rearrange our inventory to set us up. So for this one, we want to have our fire rods at the top of our menu because we're going to be using them against the next boss, and then some other healing things just to have things neat and organized for later on.
Hit another Phoenix down. Oh. Yeah, it looks like Botcap already has all the good stuff in all the good places with the menu arrangements.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Ifrit just like, you know, pretty much any other boss at this point. He's weak to ice, obviously, so like 2 ice rods will just do the job either way.
Yeah, that's the standard at this point. So again, Waves is going to be escaping the prison. You'll see him go back a screen, talk to the urn, grab the chest, and fight the boss. And then Artis is doing Kraken 2 now.
Kraken 2, yes. After this fight, there's only 4 more encounters for the rest of the run. 2 of them bosses, 2 random encounters. Kraken 2 is easy if he never attacks the monk. If he attacks the monk, it's time to reset. That's pretty much how simple the fight is. Just don't get hit. And there we go. Yeah, most of these refights are just buff, 2 attacks dead.
That's
real
ever
simple.
since after the age of the Game Boy, that's what FF1 became.
Yeah.
So Bodcaps went back into the area previously where I said not to go into. You can't actually advance that without having defeated Ifrit. He comes along with you in some sort of spectral guise and allows you to go through different areas. So you do that. We also got another Phoenix down, which is huge. So that's just rooted into the run as part of the steps. And then we're on to our next boss. So this is Biblos. So this one again, weak to fire, whereas Ifrit, as Magus had said, weak to ice. And then again, you know, few menus here and there if we need to during the death animation and stuff like that. One thing that you will see at certain points is runners will wait for multiple characters' ATBs to fill. So that's the gauge in the bottom right in battles. So it's white when it's not full and it turns yellow when it is full. So sometimes you'll want to have multiple characters with it full because you can go into a sub menu, like the item menu or the throw menu, and that will pause everyone's ATB from advancing. So right now you can see that the animation for Biblos, so he flashes white and then starts to dissolve. If you didn't have your ATB already filled, you wouldn't be able to go into the menu and rearrange it before actually doing things there. So you wouldn't be able to do that menu. So you'd either do it in another fight or actually going into the menu after. So first tube of the game, really cool thing going on. So because we're on perfect steps, we're going to run forward, do a couple of extra steps, and then we'll get an encounter with page 128. So we have Kunai on Faris, Lena goes to White Mage, heals everyone up, and then we've got just Thief City is what we're doing. So we want to put the Mithril Dagger in the offhand. That gives us an empty slot. And then we can throw that with the ninja class. And then we're going to steal. We want to steal an ether from page 128. So we have 3 thieves who can do that. So we're just going to spam steal until it happens.
Who can do that, you say? I don't know about that.
And on Chocobo's side, we are approximately 2 minutes from the end. Chaos RNG depending. After this random encounter, it's just chaos.
I've just checked to make sure Zero is in the runner hideout because I've not been checking any of the channels. He is there. He's good to go. So once we steal the ether, that goes into our glitched inventory slot, and then we use that ether on Faris, and then that will underflow it. So as we all know, when you've got one of something, and then you equip it or use it or whatever, and then remove it, 1 from 0 equals 255. It's basic maths. Don't forget to use the item on Faris because there's another dupe we do later on where you don't need to use the item. So if you forget to do that, you just get an ether. So that's sad panda for you.
Alright, so Team Choco's starting Chaos, and if everything goes well, could be 90 seconds or less until Chaos is dead, but the fight could also go quite poorly.
Starting off with giant tonics, getting his HP as high as possible, then haste and tempers, and a couple speed tonics, and then hopefully some punching.
Now we saw one melee attack onto the petrified fighter. We want to see more of those. He has about a 40% chance to melee and 50% chance to target the fighter. So that's what we really want to see. We don't want to see flares.
We don't want to see flare.
Could be a death right here, unless we get good turn order or that.
Nice.
Or that. Very good.
So we're still in it. Just having the monk alive is perfectly fine here. All we need to do is buff up a few more times and attack 5-ish times. Actually, probably 6 times because we don't have any speed drinks.
Very lucky. Very nice. Good RNG. Oh, doing a little self-speed drink. Hopefully that pays off.
I'm not sure. I don't think they have another recovery item, so they're going to have to get real lucky here.
There's
Which
one.
could happen. Possibly 2 more swings
2.
would be time. So get ready. Could happen.
3.
One more punch. Do we survive?
No.
So close.
I went for it.
Oh, wow.
Really close. So there was a very important fight that happened for Bodcap. Hopefully we'll be able to cover it when Waves hits there. I mean, worst case scenario, we can just do a full chill commentary of Zero's run, which will be no problem at all. So basically, he's just traveled the world map and gone back into Karnak. So this time we meet up with Mid, who we find in the ancient city, ancient cavern, whatever you call it. And then, so Sid and Mid are reunited, and it's like, oh, what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to go to present, is what we're going to do. So they're going to sort out the boat for us, which is going to allow us to go for a ride. So Waves has finished Ifrit, he's now on Biblos. And then we should be good for another little bit for Chaos round 2.
Yeah, Chaos already started off with a haste on himself, which is one of the worst things you can see. Because if he punches the monk now, it does 800 damage compared to 400 something. So we just have to really hope that the fighter tanks all physical attacks. And he can actually haste himself multiple times. It doesn't stack. It just wastes his turn.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about seeing haste the first time is hopefully he does it a second time and wastes a turn.
Alright, need to heal. This is risky not healing here.
Yeah, with haste stop, it just made sense to try it.
That makes sense, yeah. And only 2 recovery items.
Well, I've got
So
an
you-
elixir at the bottom of my pool.
Oh, okay.
So Waves is just doing the dupe fight now, page 128. Let's see how that goes. Bodcap once again, just having a nap in a boat, classic Final Fantasy V stuff. And then once he gets up, it'll just be a ride to Crescent. So one thing that's interesting about like the map location is there's like one giant area of no encounters. So you want to make sure you're just lining up your movement, make sure you pause on the right tile so you don't get any extra encounters, or in this case, any encounters in the world map. Travel down, get a lineup with a shrine, go to the right, and then there's a little claw which we'll be able to line up with, which will take us into the town of Crescent. And then we're just going to get out of there as quickly as possible and then go to the town of Lix.
It looked pretty sketchy for Chaos round 3, but it's actually looking okay now. Just one early tsunami can be pretty scary, but if he just punches a statue a bunch of times in a row afterwards, it's perfectly fine. Because you want those black mages to get as many buffs up as you can as quickly as possible. So far, this is actually a pretty good start. Not much damage. The buffs are pretty much done with the recovery items ready.
I misturned there.
It worked out. And now just punch to win.
Punch away.
Double haste.
Oh.
And all the damage is reset.
Mm-hmm. Chaos isn't having it. Okay.
That's half health. Barely
Oh,
up,
good
but
call on
still
that
alive.
elixir.
Alright, close to time. So get ready,
Just
0.
don't get punched.
Time.
And
GG.
time.
GG.
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 Pretty good FF1 runs overall. They were all like low 2 hours, which is not bad. I think they were all underestimates, so GG's to the FF1 runners and enjoy the end 5 runners.